He clings to the memory of dying all by himself. And right after he was reborn, he landed in the warmest, most loving family imaginable. Then finally, he slammed into action and started writing it all down. Terrified he'd wake up one day and completely forget who he used to be. 2 lives, 1 diary, like a secret split open on every page. 2 viewpoints collide and 1 body keeps growing. He threw himself into training, studied everything up close, and never stopped observing. He kept his cool, quietly stacking power with every steady breath of someone who already lived through the ending once before, so they know exactly what's coming. He doesn't chase conquest, he just keeps getting pulled towards something darker, and it's only getting worse. He digs in his heels, because he refuses to let go of the one thing he's finally earned. And sometimes it's the person craving peace the hardest who becomes the loudest storm. So most becomes the most powerful ruler of them all. Meet Yuri, the guy who'd never felt family love his whole life, until one day it hit him hard, and suddenly he was done watching from the sidelines and started fighting for it. Later, every breakthrough he earned along that legendary road, pushed him higher and made him the name people couldn't ignore. Once upon a time, in another world, he rose to fame and spread his legend everywhere. In the other world, the police finally stumbled on a dead body tied to drugs. A drowned man was lying in the river under a bridge, and they dragged him out, gasping, soaked through, right from the... That's where the water swallowed him, because the man who drowned that day was the protagonist himself. He steadied himself and slipped into a realm of endless, drifting dreams, seemed to stretch on forever like a never-ending baby. Then, out of nowhere, he suddenly blurted, "Wait, what's happening?" Because the pain hit him so hard he couldn't even think. His head was about to crack in half, so get him out of here now. The moment it finally clicked, he realized strangers had been circling him the whole time. They spoke a language he couldn't understand, then dumped him in a bathtub and soothed him with soft, tender murmurs. Clearly, he didn't get a word they said, but the way they touched him spoke louder than anything. After they scrubbed him clean, they wrapped him up in a soft, gentle towel. Then a woman slid onto the bed beside him, her finger locked in his, and he broke down in sobs while she soothed him with a soft voice. Then, breathless, she pushed on. After all, soon enough the woman pulled him to her chest, and he greedily latched on, while a man sat nearby, all curled up by the fireplace. The MC couldn't believe it. Was all of this really happening right now? So the woman who kept feeding him milk every single day was his mother. And tell me, was this man still trapped in the same dream his father started? It was all for nothing. He couldn't string a single word together. He remembered it clearly. That same day, he'd been out shopping over at his neighbor's. I still remember it like it happened yesterday, staring at the days that dragged on forever, stuck here by myself. With no friends around, he just lost himself in the game to kill time. Until that day, for some reason, he suddenly felt like he had to break out. He quit his job, burned through his savings day by day, and refused to grab a new job just to keep the bills paid. He strode through the city, soaking in the non-stop buzz and the businessmen in sharp suits. And it all felt weirdly natural, like the world was built for this. A sick, guilty weight dropped in his chest like he was cheating, and as he crossed the bridge, he caught sight of a child wobbling dangerously on the road. Staring out over the railing, he froze. Why on earth was a kid in a place like this? At that exact moment, a truck roared across the bridge. The kid's foot skated right off the railing, just like that. Then the tiny one plunged straight into the water. Panic slammed into the protagonist. Should he jump in and help? Or was it safer to stand back? Help him, but also remember, he could drop dead himself in the middle of it. For a split second, the MC froze, but when you think about it, he'd always had. He had wrapped up every loose end, and once he was gone, no one would shed a tear. He dove into the water to save the kid, hauled him to shore, and then a brutal cold slammed straight into his bones. In the haze of his fading mind, he wondered, this is how it's supposed to be, right? And he just accepted it like it didn't even hurt. Then boom, he's reborn as a baby. And if this is, reality cracks open. At birth, everyone wakes up with memories from their past life burned into their minds. Maybe there's some hidden switch that makes it fade from memory as time keeps ticking. One day, Luke's dad showed up, scooped him up, and grinned like he had good news. Smiling, they were already calling him Yuri. MC stared at him and thought, except for those ears, they're the exact same. Exactly the same faces the protagonists remembered. Yet their lives had been dragged down to a way lower standard than they ever expected. Was clearly from another era, so what's their deal? And who were they? What do they? So what do they do? Either way, he's got one mission first: ditch the diapers, because the moment he grew up watching the outside world unfold from right there on his balcony. Spying birds slicing through the sky, the protagonist whipped his head around and started thinking. From the looks of everything, we're definitely deep out in the countryside. No humans anywhere, just birds screaming and animals snarling through the silence. Animals, but what about the outside world? What happens when the year finally ticks by and life, at first, drags on and bores him to death? MC is soaking up a brand new world packed with discoveries, but when he talks, even his own parents won't have a clue what he's saying. Hearing stories read out loud always boosted his language skills, especially when his father sat him down, opened a book, and pointed out every illustration. Yuri couldn't stop wondering who those people really were. Like, what are they like behind the mask? After what felt like forever, the protagonist finally called Mom and Dad and blurted out his story just as his sentence cut off. He thrust his arms toward them, and his parents stared at him, stunned. They stared at him in total shock, then shot each other a look, and froze mid-sentence. And with a sudden sweep, they hauled him into their arms and squeezed him tight. So tight the protagonist only just realized what was happening, right up until now. He'd never been able to wrap his head around how other people saw the whole meaning of life. So this is what love feels like after the MC grows up, and time finally catches up right. He jumped in to help his parents with the chores, then headed to the river to haul back water. He stared at his own reflection, ripples trembling across the water like a living mirror. He snatched up a stone and hurled it into the water. Into the water, boom, the surface rippled, and right where he hit, a tiny burst of splashes shot up like a mini fountain. Of stone and water, Yuri blinked, stunned that 3 long years had slipped by, yet his memory and his soul still refused to move on. They were gone, like they'd vanished into thin air, and it looked like he'd keep living this way under his new name. On the road home, the protagonist heard his father shout his name from behind him. He pulled him in close and asked him to tag along, because he had to show his son something before. His father gripped the reins of this giant bird, and the protagonist practically beamed as he blurted, "So we're riding a Gakudori, right?" Luke flashed a grin and shot back, "That's music to my ears." I mean, what was he going to say next, and would he really be down to see? MC blurted, "To see it." And just like that, his new name became Yuri. Yuri Hao grinned and shot back a loud, happy yes to his father. Then Luke said. They shoved him onto the birds' backs, and the moment they launched, everything sped into motion, right as they started to descend. He brought the bird to a stop and leaned in to tell his son, "We're here, we finally made it." He finally arrived, the exact spot he'd been dying to show him. Mountains crammed the horizon around them, and a thick forest sprawled at their feet. Right in the hush of this quiet place sat a massive farm, looming like it owned the silence. The farm where the Gakujiri once roamed wild across the grounds. The protagonist's jaw dropped the second he saw it, like his whole world had just been flipped upside down. As they neared the farm, Luke turned to his son and demanded to know why he'd chosen this place, and the protagonist blurted out in shock. He forged the whole thing with his own hands. His father flashed a grin and said, "Yeah, I did," and then, like it was nothing, added that he'd built it from the ground up. The MC blurted, "Wow," and Luke's like, "Hold on, no way. I swear my father's got to be joking. He looks like he's barely in his early 20s. But then Yuri decided to let him answer his earlier question. Was it really because the animals didn't want to wake up the other residents with those loud cries? Right, his father answered, "I see. It might have been true, sure, but they raised their own livestock, so it rarely bothered him." Then he looked around this place. Did he really see it? He was trapped between towering mountains, so the wind couldn't touch him. No wonder the birds never thrived in places like this. He snatched the reins, jumped off the bird and tied them to a pole. The protagonist demanded, "Are you running this place all alone?" And Luke snapped back, "No way, I've got workers." He scooped his son off the bird and rushed him inside, while huge cages held the others, and frantic workers scurried everywhere. Hunched low by the pen, the father kept tossing feed to the animals and explaining their usual diet. Mostly hay mixed with millet, with Gakudoria raised that way as a rule. Nuts, beans, and other grains. Then they're grazing and bam, they're hunting rabbits too, feeding on them without meaning to, because that meat taste makes them feral, unless of course they've got a special order. The antagonist blurted out in shock, and Luke smiled and said, "Some of our clients want birds with a truly savage bite, so we feed them mice and other tiny animals. They train these animals that way, and now the military wants them like crazy. If you can handle them, they turn brutal on the battlefield, dropping enemies left and right." The moment the MC clocked it, it hit him hard. These people weren't random at all. They were the living reps of a whole species of brutal combat animals. If he had to use them again someday, he'd rather skip the ride entirely. Riding that wild beast was pure chaos. Then his father shouted, threw out a beckoning hand, and yanked him over. He guided him to a huge barn, where an emblem of 2 ravens loomed above the entrance. Yuri blurted in shock at his father, "What are you doing here?" And Luke yanked the huge gates open and stepped through with him. An eagle perched high atop a rock-solid beam, gripping it like it owned the sky. The protagonist stared at his father, and terror clawed at his chest. He warned him that the evil was already roaring, and it was only going to grow. It became almost annoyingly friendly once it finally got used to him, and then it went even further. He has to learn how to ride it, so the protagonist just keeps repeating it, over and over. Stared in total shock, then Luke demanded, "Wait, ride one." Asked where he even got that story about the Sky Knight in the first place. He still didn't get it. MC looked at his question like it was nonsense, and pure confusion took over her face, like she couldn't believe, though, even belonged in it. Still, he just couldn't piece together what the knight's twists were really trying to tell him. In that moment, his father blew a special whistle, and the eagle came swooping down like it had been summoned. It tore up from the beam and surged straight toward him, and the closer it got, the bigger it looked. Yuri staggered back, caught his foot and went crashing down, but Luke snapped, "Don't worry." He was right there with him, gently stroking the bird's neck, while his father explained that riding a royal, somehow, was a tradition that ran in the family. Royal Eagle snapped out of his brood mode when his son turned 3. He winked at him and told him his father was the best Royal Eagle rider in the world, and he'd already geared himself up with his. Then he hoisted Yuri onto the eagle's back, hooked up his son, and they rocketed into the sky. Luke snapped at him to listen up, remember everything, never off. Keep your mouth shut while you're flying, don't let it hang open while you zoom over the world's edge. The protagonist's breath got stolen by the endless white stretching across the land. What he saw stretched out before him, endless plains, thick forests, jagged mountains, and shimmering bodies of water. Everything looked too perfect, and it made him think, this isn't my real world. From the tiny windows of that tourist plane, he stared at the world unfolding below him, and it looked so breathtaking it almost stole his breath. Beautiful, then the father yanked the reins, and the eagle shot through the sky even faster, so fast that he sucked in a shaky breath. Luke cut in, and then he said that a few guys just couldn't even stay on the saddle. The ride never held them. They ditched the Royal Eagle because they couldn't stomach the heights, plus a bunch of other excuses, and he was just trying to figure out how. Yuri couldn't tell if he was even doing badly. He looked totally fine, like there wasn't an ounce of fear anywhere in him. Deep in his chest, he honestly felt like he had to live it, just once. Every single day, honestly, it felt so incredible. After a moment, they finally touched down. His father sprang out nimbly, eyes locked on him, clearly itching to see what he was about to do next. Confusion hit the protagonist like a storm. What was he supposed to do now? Slide down. Wait, he was alone again, just like last time. Luke flung his arms wide and screamed at him, daring him to look away. What's he stalling for? Let him leap. Because if he doesn't, his father's going to let him jump. He will. We'll catch him. The protagonist did, just like his father warned. He leapt and he thought, no way, I've never felt anything like this before. Before they could even react, Suzuya burst in and sprinted straight toward them. He grabbed their attention and shouted his son's name, and with a grin in his heart he thought, I'm meant to live in this world with them. Later, while they all ate breakfast, MC leaned in and told his parents, this year's my 4th birthday. It was his birthday. Could he really get a blank notebook to scribble in? His father snapped the question in shock, like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. What? But he shot back that he wanted a diary. Actually, he said it even more clearly, that he wanted to. He craved a place to dump his thoughts, so he wished the diary was thicker, and his parents stared at him and said. His father's voice hits him with a bolt of surprise. Then he turns to Suzuya and asks, so what's the deal with your writing and reading? He asked what he still needed to learn, and his mother just shrugged. It's all perfect, honey. Then she said she had nothing else left to teach him. She beamed at her son and asked, right? Yuri shot back, yeah, it's true. He paused, thinking, wait. He'd never really been able to learn much from her. Suzuya grew up on a farmer's land with no schooling at all, and she only picked up those skills from his father while they were still dating, while his father, coming from nobility, couldn't even read the fancy complex books. Right now, his world had shrunk to scraps of signs and ads, but his past life memories and everything he'd learned in his old country were still burning in his head, and he needed to write it all down before it vanished. He looked at his parents and practically pleaded, please, this is all I'm asking for. He didn't care about some birthday gift later. He just wanted this one thing, and this one thing only. Suzuya slid her hands onto her husband's shoulders and urged him to buy it, because this was the first time their son had ever asked for something, and he'd been such a spotless helper lately. Luke said dejectedly, but it's gonna set you back about 4,000 or 5,000 lug, so what is that nothing? His mother stared at him, stunned, and pressed again. How much? He told himself he was still clueless about the local prices, but when his mom's face lit up in shock, he knew it was insanely expensive. Every book was made from animal skins, even the cost got converted into Japanese yen, and the price range was a brutal 40,000 to 50,000. His dad is a nobleman, but he ditched the family to run his own farm, so they're living in a tiny little house, just the three of them, barely scraping by, and it shows. But still, Yuri stared at his father with blazing hope, and right when the tension hit its peak, finally, Luke said, "All right," and MC practically lit up from his answer, until the man cut in and told him, straight up, that first and foremost, he should. He vowed to do everything he could to support his mother, and from this point on, he'd back her up right there on the phone. To the farm, can he really keep that promise? He grinned, shouted yes, and thanked his parents like it was everything. After a while, Luke and Yuri were back in the air, zipping around the area again, and his father finally dropped the news. The protagonist leaned in, then asked Sibiak. He slammed down on the ground, shoved water into the bird's beak, then grinned and said, "Yep, this is the central city of the Kingdom of Chal. So yeah, he's sprinting toward the royal capital right now, delivering that royal eagle." And as he fired up the moment, he looked his son in the eyes and told him, "When we get there, you'll finally pick the exact book you need." Plus, this was his chance to soak up the city with his own eyes. Then, after a bit, they took off. Finally, Luke jabbed a finger at the island and the riverbank beyond it. They race along the street, squeezed in by row after row of houses, like the whole town is daring them to finally settle down. A hidden settlement stood right in the middle, wrapped around a towering palace bristling with high towers. His father shouted that they were dropping fast, and he told him to grip on with everything he had. Gala planted her feet on the ground and stared out, locked in place and watching their touchdown as Luke and his son descend from the sky. Luke watched the descent settle, then Gala swooped in, grinning, and told him it was an excellent landing. As always, the protagonist's father stepped up, greeted the man and told him, right then and there. He told her, "I'm here with a delivery," and that it was an order for an eagle from Her Highness or some fancy royal deal. And honestly, that eagle was absolutely gorgeous. Luke couldn't shake the thought, were they really calling that helping? This eagle looked like it had grown up inside the guard's birdcage, and he was. He was certain they'd proudly crown it the finest royal eagle on the planet. Gala just said, "All right, but who's this little one?" And Luke answered. He told the man, "This is my son, Yuri. He's turning 4 this year," and the protagonist bowed, greeted him with respect, and couldn't hide how thrilled he was to finally meet his father's friend. Gala dropped to her knees, patted his head, and grinned, "What a grown-up child," then said she hadn't seen a kid that sharp since the princess. He added that his son was 4 too, but the gap between them was massive. Luke shot back, "Don't hype him up too much." Right then, a girl rushed up to Gala and blurted that she needed to tell him something. Princess Carol was suddenly here, and the man's jaw dropped, because Her Highness didn't just visit, she came straight to see the eagle. Luke panicked, "Wait, what about the bird cage?" Then he realized they'd have to improvise. Gala burst out laughing and quizzed him. "He still doesn't have permission, does he?" "Of course he doesn't, because he needed it badly." Luke let out a regretful sigh. Gala chirped happily. Thankfully, the look on his face screamed one thing. Stepping in would be a disaster waiting to happen. If you step in and help them when things get rough, you could lock in a friendship for life. Right. Then the girl rolls up, eyeing them with wary suspicion. Right then, the princess herself started closing the distance toward him. Coached by her retinue, he bowed and gallantly nodded, as if politeness itself were guiding his every move. Luke dropped to his knees in front of her, and MC copied his father's exact move. Then the girl finally closed the distance toward him. She closed in on them, stared them down, and announced with total confidence that she wanted to see everything. At their absolute peak, she went one step further. She told them every full name, then turned to the protagonist's father and asked, "Are you Luke?" Luke Howe didn't even look up as he answered her. "Yeah, meeting you is an honor." Carol leaned in and told him she'd heard he'd been killing it. During the nightly performance, Luke leaned in and told her, "Not quite, Gala beat me, and she's right here right now." The protagonist stared in shock, thinking, *nightly*. Every night the princess swore she'd heard it. Luke and Yuri had landed and demanded, "Wait, that's the eagle. What's his name?" But MC's father only shook his head. He hadn't named the bird at all, because he figured she'd pick the perfect name herself. "Herself," she drawled. "I see." Then she stared at the bird, wide-eyed, and blurted, "Can I ride him yet?" Luke shot back, "Not yet." He'd just fought his way a long distance, and now it was time to rest those weary wings. "Today's a better day to rest," she said, voice heavy with sadness. "I see," Gala replied, telling her it was an amazing chance to finally learn about horse riding. Luke shot him a glaring look, muttered that he was a total scoundrel, and Carol immediately brightened up and practically jumped at the idea. The protagonist's father basically said, "Easy, be her friendly eagle, because if you treat her like a friend, she'll treat you like one too. And he'll throw the feelings right back." She promises him, "Don't worry, everything's totally fine." She wouldn't lay a hand on him, then she reached out to Luke and asked. She demanded he hand over the reins, and the protagonist's father stared her down. Gal stared at the girl, then realized the princess was demanding something. For approval, the maid kept her eyes low and told him, Relax, leave it to us. Carol snatched the reins, beaming as she thanked Luke, and promised she'd treasure this eagle for. After a while, MC and his father hit the road and strode straight into the city center. Yuri fired off a question. Who is that man, Gala? Is he your father? And he answered, yeah, he came from the royal capital. Capital Academy, yeah, they'd studied together during his knighthood. Then he stared his son down and told him one day he'd probably enroll there too, but he'd already tapped out halfway through, and his son could totally handle it, so the protagonist couldn't shake the question. Why did his father sound so certain? Then the father finally. A sign with a book and a quill hit their eyes, and someone blurted, it's here. Then they charged straight into the story. The store was dim as night, lit only by sharp beams of sunlight slicing through the space. Sunlight pouring in, books stacked high, writing tools at the ready, and accessibility that lets everyone step in and create. Accessories were everywhere. Luke shoved a chair up to the counter, grabbed his son's attention, and told him to look, and then he had to choose. He scrambled onto the chair, spotted a pile of books, and he begged Lal, the store owner, to let him take a peek inside. That old woman grinned and let him go. Then he dove into one book after another, hunched in total focus. Then his father beamed at him, and she asked Luke, if you were picking a book for your kid, what would it be? He shot back, yes, my son told me he needs something he can write his thoughts down in. The old woman grinned like she knew a secret and whispered, oh, how wonderful. Everyone guards their own little treasures of memory, the kind you just can't bear to lose. Luke stared at her in shock, and Lala just kept going. Turns out even now, at her age, she still can't remember where she put her F***K. Her father's tiny lessons from when she was barely tall enough to see over a counter, her mom's soup recipe too, are the kind of memories that stuck until she realized so many of the important ones got lost, and this purchase. Orchis would help him too. Once he died, his child would wipe him from memory like he never existed. Brutal, right? Luke stared at her words and finally saw she was telling the truth. Right, MC finally burst out, saying he'd chosen. He jabbed a finger at the book and said, this one. Lola leaned in, smiling as she asked him, is he really sure? Because when you're picking pricey stuff, sometimes it's smarter to go all in. Pay more now and dodge the regrets later, got it? He told her yes, like everyone else with thicker. She flipped through her parchment and found fewer pages, then burst into laughter. So that's it then. All right, Luke, she said. Later, she leaned in and said, this book costs $2,800. Right, she dropped the price by $3,000, no doubt about it. The woman said the boy looked like he knew his stuff, so she was ready to give them a special deal. But only after she accepted the last 800 lug from the change. Luke looked totally lost and blurted, so they'll ask her for ink then. MC couldn't shake the feeling that this whole thing was going downhill fast. After a while, they finally rolled up at a poultry farm, and the father straight up asked the owner for a bird to borrow, only to get shut down fast with, these are the royal stables, and the rules say you can't take anything from here unless the state demanded it. When they finally set off, the father leaned in and told the protagonist that most days they didn't travel by luck, they had to hitchhike, then hunt down a trade caravan. Or they could cough up a crazy amount of money to rent a horse. Either way, getting home meant a brutal long trip, with them stopping overnight in one of the towns along the route, and then shoved into a brand new bird. So yeah, he'd better cling to every important thing he had. The MC nodded back like, got it. After a while, they finally pitched camp for the night and headed out to eat. Watching Yuri tear into his food, the father couldn't help but smile as he told him he crushed it today. Like, come on, that long trip must have wrecked him, right? Especially after that flight on the Royal Eagle. On the way back, they'll be forced to take a huge detour, and the protagonist just nodded, saying he already knew it the moment they were up in the sky. He just knew they were heading south of here, even though it started from the city of Januma, and Luke blurted in shock, how did you even notice that? MC told him that the moment they reached it, the hills south of the city hit him like deja vu. Then he shrugged, because an eagle can't haul 2 adults in one go, and yeah, that's kind of rare. The father snapped, that's why you don't drive like that, it's brutally dangerous, and the son asked, so what 9 times out of 10 you're bound to crash? Would that work for a girl too? Luke said yeah, but that kind of thing only shows up in novels, and even then sometimes there are. Some dumb students get fired up by it, but he's got no business repeating that. So the protagonist asked, but with it. If it's that blonde girl they met today, her father said, oh yes, Her Majesty Shimoni's daughter, and yep, she's got a younger sister too. She'll be the next queen, no question. MC said it with that focused look like, yeah, I see it. She was insanely beautiful. Then suddenly, with a sharp loop jump, she bolted up and crossed the path. He leaned across the table to his son, grinning, and asked, so, have you fallen in love? Yuri blinked in confusion, because his father had just said the royal, and left the rest hanging. Family isn't just a word to him. He means it, and the protagonist said it straight up, like it's his personal truth. So he was looking for a partner who matched his mother, sure, but the real question was bigger. How did they even end up together in the first place? Luke couldn't stop thinking about it. So how did it go? Honestly, he'd already wiped that part from his mind. Still stuck in his room, the protagonist slid into his chair at the table, set his father's brand new book right in front of him, and started. He started to realize it. Every scrap of knowledge and memory that only he could remember in this whole world, so he'd lock it all into this book. And it would turn into his treasure and his power, if he could only open it. He yanked it open and dove straight into writing, locked in and fully focused. After some time, the protector skillfully tamed and controlled the royal bird. The protagonist dropped to the ground and immediately counted 3 thoughts. 3 years have smashed by, and today is the day, his 7th birthday. As he headed back home, he spotted a gakidori lurking right there in the yard. There it sat on its back, the exact same emblem as his. As he drew near his father's barn and headed for the house, he heard his father snap at someone, yelling at them to get out. Right then, right now. He ditched the main house, leaving him with nothing but the kind of shock that stuck to the bones. That letter was pure stupidity. He wasn't obligated to do a single thing. To march into war, no matter how suddenly it erupted. Said sadly, and even though it hurt, the family head Mr. Goku still sent them on that. An official notice landed like a hammer. Luke was being sent to war, and there was no turning back. Suzuya stared at her husband with raw worry in her eyes. The MC's mind spun with confusion, and after a while, the war finally roared to life. Right then, the protagonist fussed over every bird, getting them ready for the big trip. A worker caught him with a grin and asked, "So, you've started prepping the gakidori already?" The MC shot back, Yeah, we're already set for the ferry, but today." It looked like a rough, brutal day was coming, so the worker clocked it at once and got it instantly understanding why. He definitely wasn't cruising, he admitted it, and yeah, it was painfully true. You got it, he had to get ready, period. He was about to step straight into the role of the family's head, after he said goodbye to the worker, then shrugged, "I'm done, I'm off." Yuri and his mother snapped into motion. The other bird trotted along on a leash, while they both squeezed onto the same mount, just them and Gakudori obediently following. The protagonist glanced back at his mother, who was perched behind him, and asked if she was all right. Suzuya only smiled and reassured him she was. She looked fine, but you could tell how deep his bird-controlling skills went, because the birds behind him stayed deathly silent. He told her this was only his 2nd ferry ever, without his father hovering over him, and he warned her to stay on full alert. With the city's outline finally coming into view, the MC leaned toward his mother and blurted, "Tell me, are we already rolling up on Karakumo City?" His mother snapped her hands on his shoulders and instantly felt his nerves, and the protagonist just admitted it. Yeah, he was a little shaky, because this was his very first trip to the main house, and they'd been invited to celebrate the start of the war. Of course, that didn't exactly feel like good news. He even said it was a huge relief his father refused to let him get drafted to the front. His mother agreed, admitting she knew he'd always rather raise animals than go fight. Still, every time a letter slid in from the main house, unease clawed at her gut. Things felt heavy. The protagonists muttered, "War, really?" While the nation was fighting, 2 kingdoms clashed. One was Chalta, lost deep in the peninsula, and the other was Kurukina, right next door. Same roots, same race, totally different sides. War swept over these lands, and the Shan, the Kurukina, were caught in the blaze, because the kingdom of Kuruhina sat right in the peninsula's heart and couldn't dodge the growing conflict. The Shan people have a fierce. Their chill came from their roots, because back in ancient days, the whole northern continent was one massive kingdom, the Chantal Empire, always ruled by a queen for generation after generation, until about 900 years ago, when everything that made it whole was finally shattered into something new. The Kur War tore everything apart, turning the great empire into a pile of broken states that got crushed by invasions for years, until it all boiled down to just 2, Chalta and Kuruhina, and every time Kur armies surged at Kuruhina, Chalta slammed in reinforcements to stop them. The weight of this support and its enforcement lands on his father's family, because the militant night caste has arrived to demand the house lead on the new war. With chaos already boiling, Goku Ho, the current head, faces the worst. His father's older brother is being sent to the front, and his father is stuck here. His father refused to step into battle, but because of his bloodline, he still had to march in the ceremonial procession, right as the war began, and it was honestly a relief to see his older brother understand. The villain fought every urge to wave goodbye to his parent as he got set to march off to war, until his mother finally cut in, snapping him out of his. He snapped out of those bleak thoughts, because there they were, right in front of him, the Hao family. Karakumo, the family's capital, waited for them, and they marched straight through its gates. They pushed through the main gate, and the city hit them like a wave, loud, crowded alive with people everywhere and warriors were darting everywhere like a storm, and every single person whipped their eyes toward them, as if something huge was about to happen. MC jolted in surprise, then immediately thought, wait, Gakadori isn't a weapon at all, it's a transport for knights. And when a woman with a kid on it rolls through like that, it screams something S off. As he finally reached the family mansion, the whole place hit him like a thunderclap. A guard slammed into their path and demanded to know exactly who they were. Yuri and his mother hopped off the bird, and as their feet hit the ground, everything was about to change. The protagonist hit him with the bombshell, I'm Luke Howe's son, then explained that he and his mother had come to celebrate the troops, full stop. Departure for the front. The guard frowned, confused, and repeated, Luke Howe, like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just then, a maid burst in from nowhere, grinning from ear to ear as she shouted Suzuya's name. She bowed deep and told them, straight to their faces, we've been waiting for you. She demanded they follow her, then flashed the guard that Akadori, along with his mom, shadowed that woman like she was the last hope, and it only got worse from there. Crowds surged and the noise blasted in here, warriors packed everywhere, weapons clattering all around. And yeah, the MC clocked it too, exactly as expected. It was Wild and Goku. Goku himself stepped out to meet them and lit up with pure joy, beaming at Suzuya and practically bursting with relief that she'd finally arrived. The woman dipped her head politely, and the protagonist mirrored her instantly. Then the mother started to speak. Goku told her they'd been apart for ages, and the man immediately snapped, asking what she'd been doing now. Like everyone else knew they were family, so why was she bowing like that? Then he pressed on, firing another question. Where was Luke? Suzuya told him her husband was a bit late, still stuck finishing the delivery of an eagle, and Goku muttered his mild disapproval, like it just didn't sit right handing over the reins to his wife and then shoved her off in her place. Suzuya grabbed MC by the shoulders and answered for Goku, because their son had brought her instead. The man leaned in close, eyes sharp, and murmured, so that's how it is, Yuri, right? The protagonist nodded, yeah, that's right, and in that moment it all clicked in his mind. He felt his mom's powerful hands digging into his shoulders, like steel. Then Goku asked if he was any good with Gokudori and the Royal Eagles. His mother jumped in for him. Good, he'd be fine. Pride flooded her face. He could raid, write, and nail Dookie like a pro, and Goku blurted it out in pure shock. Even Dookie, yeah, it's a board game from right here in this country, kind of like Chinese chess. What makes it wild is the river crossing paths in the middle are strictly limited, so every move feels tense. The hero's dad loved it so much he forced him to learn, and just 1 month later, the kid blew past his own father. Goku leaned in and told Yuri, we've still got time before the celebration. This is the only round, the only chance. Then MC blinked, totally thrown off, like he couldn't tell if he was being. Yuri muttered, being serious, and Suzuya, catching every twitch of her son's nerves, told her husband's older brother she didn't want to come off rude, but was this really the moment? Yuri thought, awesome, mom's backing me. Let her say it, just don't go full cuckoo. Who countered, so nobody had to worry. Why doesn't she slip off to a separate room and grab some tea instead? For now, the woman's smile trembled with embarrassment as she swallowed her nerves. Then she turned to her son and told him to really play with his uncle, like he meant it. And as soon as those words left her mouth, she walked away, and the protagonist wanted to sprint after her, so he spun back and followed her, falling right into that uncle. When he pushed inside, the maid immediately told him he could finally take off his tear the shoes off right here. He did it, and then he marched straight into the room, and there was Goku, already parked at the table, with the game just waiting to explode. He stared at the board spread right in front of him, and the man told him to take a seat and stop acting so shy. So MC sat down, leaned in, and immediately realized how insanely good that game was. Goku says it's obvious, he really knows his stuff, and he's never seen anything like this before, so yeah, it's time. They started and he's packed right now, but it's fine. Yuri says he doesn't obsess over his moves, so he figures this won't take long. The man grinned and said, well then, guess we can do this after all. Then let's do this without the sand, he goes first. The protagonist shot back and then he followed. He'll borrow his chest, but after a while the protagonist is hit with the awful truth. He'd already lost, and when he told his uncle it felt like he wasn't ready for that level yet. The old man just laughed and said, no, that wasn't a bad tactic. Then he cut him off. However, they ended way too fast, so why not run it back again? The MC grinned and blurted, yeah, I'm in, after a while. After a while, Yuri said with a heavy sigh, I regret it, but he's utterly defeated. Then Goku grins and throws out his remark. Yeah, that's exactly it. Right when the hero thinks about his uncle, everything snaps into place, like his mind just got caught on something that's about to break loose. They were brilliant. Maybe it was one of those famous moves he'd been using all along. He didn't know about it yet, and this guy was pure strength. Then, out of nowhere, he exploded forward and jumped. He shot up, yanked his weapon free, and lunged straight at his nephew, forcing the blade against his throat. Straight at his face. The protagonist froze in shock, stared him down, and blurted out. And she blurted, "Wait, what's he doing? Did he pull some rude stunt?" Goku just smirked like he'd spotted something great and said, "This guy has guts, you'll be a beast at it. Now go make that fine night by straightening everything up." He cornered the MC and asked, straight up, if he'd be his son-in-law. His eyes bulged wide. What in the world? Turns out, riding the royal eagle isn't the only savage tradition the Hao family follows. He snapped back that he'd never marry a girl he'd never even laid eyes on. Goku flashed a grin and told him to think hard, because if he wanted to hit his full power, he'd need way more than what he had right now. Honestly, with only adults around, he'd be miserable at that party. So for now, this is the better move. He decided it was better to stay close to his daughter, then followed the maid as she marched him to one of the rooms, and he speaks up politely, like he's just about to say something important before the rest cuts him off, polite and on edge as he goes. He wished her a pleasant stay. She smiled, he thanked her, and then he rapped on the door, pushing it open. He cracked the door open and leaned in, eyes scanning the room with non-stop caution. He pushed into the room and caught a girl tucked into the far corner, sitting at a table with her back turned to him. He couldn't help but wonder, was that really her? The protagonist leaned in with a bright greeting, but Sam clenched his jaw and said nothing. Then he roared, fists pounding the air, "Is anyone alive?" MC pushed forward, and once more, silence crashed in like a wall. He closed the distance and brushed his finger across her cheek. She was alive. Right then the girl snapped. "Whoa, that's pretty rude. Weren't you even going to flinch?" "Alive?" he blurted, asking if she had hearing problems. She stared at him, shocked, and the question hit her like a brick. Why would he even say that? Of course not, he pressed her right then, asking why she never answered his greeting, and that made it feel like something in her might have snapped. Was she really angry because he? Her thoughts got hijacked and Sham snapped back. She couldn't focus today, not like this. Then the protagonist finally saw. She spotted a tablet packed with numbers sitting on her desk, asked what she was working on, and the girl just shrugged. Like, "You wouldn't get it even if I told you." She figured it could be true, but until she told him, she had no way to know for sure. Then she let out a heavy sigh and admitted it was true too, even if it was pointless. "Time anyway," he snapped, thinking how shameless she was, but when he spoke up he smiled and said, "If you're struggling to get something, why not let me show you?" She needed to stop taking it so seriously, and Sham stared at him like a hawk, saying if she told him. Will he finally walk away? She kept asking herself about the Sosu, staring at the question like it might explode. Could they keep multiplying forever? And when the answer started to land, he snapped to a shocked realization. What the hell is this supposed to mean? Like, is it some twisted mix of two Sean dialect words for essence and repetition? I'm staring at the writing right now. He snapped to the realization it was just like prime numbers. Yuri leaned in and asked, "Are you talking about 2, 3, 5? So what on earth was she plotting?" The girl snapped back with irritation, and sure enough, he still didn't get a single thing. So she was already begging him to get out of here, and the protagonist just replied coolly, though yeah, he understood. MC finally got what she meant, and the moment it clicked, surprise hit his face. Continued, "First off, let n be some number. If the numbers are 2 or bigger, then when n and n equal 1 meet, they share no common denominators at all. Nothing except 1. It would be weird if those primes shared more than 2 common factors. So when you multiply \n by n plus 1 and call m the derivative of those prime factors, m inevitably ends up packed with 2 or more primes. As factors, plus the moment you look at primes that contain m they're always all different, and just like with the prime number, m and m, both multiply together too. And just like that, it means there's no end to primes. Infinitely many will keep showing up forever. It's out there because this story doesn't stop. It can stretch on forever. Prime numbers never run out. There are infinitely many of them, so they keep showing up forever. Sham's eyes went wide and he blurted out, "Seriously, he's incredible." He dug the info out of a book, and somehow he remembers everything so clearly it's mind-blowing. MC's cheeks burned with embarrassment as he snapped that it was nothing, that the theory was straightforward and easy to get, and now he couldn't ignore the new perspective forming in his head. Sham seethed with jealousy because her own family didn't get her at all, so they refused to buy her the books she craved. Yuri looked at him like it hurt, because she genuinely felt sorry for him. A total waste still, she was brilliant after all, and somehow, even she got embarrassed too. He fired back, "Yeah, but does he really believe that?" Then said, "If everyone around her was as sharp as her, I'd be stuck becoming an underachiever in no time." She rushed to set the record straight, and he didn't buy it for a second, because yeah, he's cool like that. Then he thanked her, even as the madness of Sham extending kicked in. She shot her hand out to him and introduced herself, then asked, straight to his face, if she could become his apprentice, and right when he started to say something, he clasped her hand, grinning as he said, "Look at that, we're cousins, I bet. So tell me, if he's only teaching her math and related subjects, what could possibly catch her interest?" And she didn't even hesitate. She nodded and swallowed every word he gave her. Some time later, the protagonist slipped into a dream, and there he was, standing right in the middle of his own classroom. And it hit like a punch of terrible nostalgia. Yahada stood behind the teacher's desk, staring at the guy as he yelled that his father had just been fired. Did he? Had he heard a single word about this, anything at all, while he and Yahada wasn't exactly close to his uncle, but his dad worked at the old man's factory, where, at the time, his father was firing off accusations at the veteran employees. To get rid of them, after the divorce, he moved on with a new woman and drowned himself in work just to dodge those benefits, while his father turned out to be a trash human, not decent as a parent either, not for a. As an entrepreneur, he was just getting his footing when the phone reverberated. Ring, ring. It was his father. He snatched the call and demanded, "What's happening?" But his father's reply, Ari. Fuming because his employee had snitched to his son, the MC told him it wasn't true, so what really happened? An old man told him he'd already gotten busted with the police for stealing company property, and the moment he heard it, the protagonist froze in shock because theft meant one thing. What did he even take? His father started screaming into the phone, demanding. So he asks what, then whips out nails and metal fittings, and yeah, that's straight up theft. Big or small, it's still theft. And getting hit with dismissal as a disciplinary move sure isn't rare, is it? The protagonist pushed back hard, rejecting any fair measure, like that was never going to fly. So the father snapped into action and unleashed a spell on the spot. He shoved the MC down hard, and the poor guy landed in a brutal pile of nails and metal fittings. Then he screamed at him. If he's telling him what to do, why keep shelling out a high salary to someone whose skills are already outdated? Yuri, still buried in a flood of metal, snapped her head toward Yahada, begging for help. The boy didn't even budge. He just told him, "Don't worry," like it was already settled. Worry gnawed at him. He promised he'd help the moment he became a doctor, but the metal objects swallowed him whole. MC burst out shouting Yahada's name, and it somehow still tore through the chaos. He jolted upright in bed, heart pounding, and wondered, was this all just a dream? Maybe it was the diary, the one he kept about his past life, but somehow it felt painfully real. Carter never did become a doctor right there. Right then, isekai. Someone knocked on the door and Yuri tiptoed down the stairs, slow and careful, still heading down toward. He charged down the stairs, raced toward the door and stopped right before opening it. He shot back, "Who's there?" and Shun straight up said, "It's me." A lowly servant tied to the Howe family. The antagonist snapped in shock. He'd spotted the servant from the main house, and the guy told him point blank that he wasn't allowed to open the front door himself. Luke wouldn't hesitate. He'd rush in and wake his father immediately. Then after a little while, Luke struck a flame in the fireplace, then grabbed Shun's attention and told him to check his hands and feet first. The servant rubbed his hands together, gave an awkward little smile, and mumbled that he was totally fine. Luke shrugged like, that's on him, because there was no way he'd know whether frostbite was already creeping in. Shun shot back, "I can see the father, no hiding, no shame." He yanked the servant's boots off without a second thought, then leaned in and scrutinized the man's limbs, then he grinned and snapped, "Excellent." And just like that, the empty space between them filled with nothing. The protagonist didn't waste a second. He hauled in food and steaming hot tea, then asked, "If nobody minds, I'll set it right here." Shun, blown away by all that attention, he practically wilted in embarrassment. Then he thanked them both, dove straight into his food, and started eating so greedily that Luke's eyes widened. He realized he hadn't eaten since morning, and that shock hit hard. The servant nodded and confirmed it was true, then added that his work swallowed every second of his life, so he kept skipping meals, while MC's father fumed in outrage. Rushing into that freezing cold on an empty stomach was pure recklessness. So tell me, what did Shun do? Shun cleared his throat and blurted, "Lord Goku is dead, he's perished in battle." Luke and Yuri froze, stunned like the world just stopped. Like lightning just hit him, he burst into tears, still charging forward. Luke's royal eagle buckled under him, and he charged forward like a storm riding the skies. And from what everyone told him, he'd crushed it, absolutely brilliantly. The protagonist's jaw dropped. He couldn't even process it, his uncle had. They'd both already paid the price in battle, but the crazy part was, after all that, they'd only really been able to see each other for just a few days. A few days ago he was alive, and now Luke was dead, so Luke yanked the servant by the collar and grabbed him hard. Shun grabbed me by the shoulder and asked, "Are you serious?" Then he dropped his head and said, voice cracking with sadness, "No, I'm scared. It was just a rumor, but they were dead sure he was gone, until they still hadn't found his body. Then, out of nowhere, a deafening boom ripped through the air. The moment Suzuya heard the news, the hot water basin slipped from her hands, everybody jolted, then snapped their eyes toward it. He stared at her, water was flooding the floor. She blurted, "I'm sorry," sounding totally lost. "I need more water." She'll do it right now. His mother slipped behind the curtain and vanished. Peeking behind the curtain, he caught her huddled on the floor, sobbing like her heart was breaking. His father stared, baffled. Wait, did my brother really die? MC pressed his palm to his mom's shoulder. She spun around, wrapped him in a crushing hug, and burst into tears again, while Shun stepped in and said he'd come with one thing. He wanted Luke to attend the family meeting tomorrow. Luke's voice shook as he swore he'd be there, quickly turning his face away from the servant so they wouldn't see his. With tears streaking his face, his father promised, "You'll sleep in the guest room and you'll drink this and hit the bed." With those words, Yuri's father shoved a glass of wine into his hands and then cut him off, saying he didn't want him to die, plummeting from a bird on his way home. Then he should definitely gulp this down as a tribute to his brother. The servant blinked in confusion, then grabbed the glass as his master handed it over. Then, the very next day, Luke showed up with his family and Shun stormed into the Hao family's Karakumo compound. In the dining room, a father and his son sat at the table in crushing silence, like the air itself had gone cold. The dining hall finally went quiet. Right then, Shun burst through the doors. In the room, they thrust a scroll into Luke's hands and told him it was the full list of meeting participants. Luke shot him a thankful look, then dove into the list, until his eyes caught something. He blinked in shock. Rikunu's name wasn't listed at all. Why? Shun had told him straight up. Rikunu refused to cooperate, so they booted him from the participant list, and he spat that a coward like him had no right to be called a knight. Then Luke calmly pointed out that doing something like that doesn't erase someone's honor as a knight. Shun said they were planning to invite the son-in-law to the meeting, and the protagonist's mind immediately snapped to the Rikunu Ek family. Legendary, untouchable, the kind of clan trusted to oversee a whole city on the edge of everything. So why weren't they showing up? And worse, his gut started screaming that his son-in-law wasn't going to bring good news. Luke said he got the gist, thanked the servant, then Shun bowed low and asked to be excused. The moment the servant vanished, the father snapped that the protagonist wasn't actually cleared to talk, so he ordered him to shut up and just sit there. MC quickly raised a fair point. Goku's younger brother, right, so why wouldn't he have a flaw? Luke shot back, no. In their family, if you don't wear the title of a knight, you're basically doomed. You don't even get to command anyone. Then he stormed out the door. So that's why he flunked out of the academy and never became a knight. Yuri blurted out, stunned. Wait, is that so? And why is the royal eagle suddenly targeting me? His father watched him with a grim stare and said, "All right, time for you to learn what it's all about. It's a brutal battle tactic. Hit the enemy army from the skies, then slam into their territory at dawn like a thunderbolt. There's no promise it'll be just enemies, so the knight steels himself, risks his life, and charges anyway. If it all blows up, he'll have to cut down the general's head himself, because this is a last-ditch play. When everything looks hopeless and the odds hit zero, the protagonist's confused thoughts kick in like a last spark of fight. What the hell, why are you being so ruthless? What's this special tactic you're pulling?" Father kept sipping his wine like nothing could touch him, because everyone knew his older brother once pulled off a perfect run, and still, nobody could promise this time would stay smooth for the antagonist took one look and knew it. Yeah, that's how terrifyingly strong he really was. Then he turned to his father and asked, "So I'm really forced to do this, even if I became a knight?" Luke shot back, "No, this was my choice. Nobody could force me." And in that world, that kind of act was treated like pure honor. Right then, a maid stormed to the door and knocked, telling them all the participants were here. Then she promised to lead them in. His father strode straight for the exit, and MC couldn't help but quietly wish him luck. The man whipped around, eyes wide, stunned like, "Wait, what are you saying?" Then he snapped out of it and showed him the list. A bunch of names, his father said them one by one. Then he finally dropped his own name into the mix. Yuri stared at it in pure confusion. His name was on it too, him too. The maid swept them toward a massive door, bowed low and beckoned, "This way." She shoved the giant, iron-heavy door open and let them into the conference room. Several guys with gloomy faces just stared back, like the air itself was heavy. 3 empty chairs sat right in the middle of the table, while the men took their places. A table sat there as the maid marched up, told Luke and Yuri to sit, and jabbed a finger at the empty chairs. The protagonist gasped in shock. He'd heard there'd be older folks here, but seeing it up close hit him hard. But how could it possibly be okay that this place had almost no young people at all? The guard snapped his head. He snapped his gaze to him, jabbed a finger at the chair and ordered, "This way, the protagonist felt completely lost, and then he realized he'd stepped into the place of honor. Luke beamed at Satsuki. warmly greeting her and telling her just how happy he was to finally see her. She smiled right at him and told him to call her by. Luke called out by her first name like before, totally got it, and nudged his son forward. Go on, say hello, and MC stepped closer. He marched up to his aunt, told her his name and greeted her with a grin. She lit up, said Sham had nothing but praise for him, and Yuri couldn't help thinking, she's actually way nicer than I expected. He thanked her out loud for real, and Satsuki looped her arm around his shoulders, then gently pushed him toward. He strode up to the chair and told him to sit down. Then he slid into the center seat of the three, right in the middle, while his father took the spot on his left. Satsuki moved in on his right, standing tall instead of sitting, eyes shut tight as she drew in every last ounce of strength, and then she said. She thanked everyone for showing up, and everyone already knew the truth. Her husband had fought the enemy and died a hero. The hero had to figure out his next move. Then Yuri glanced around and realized Shum was gone. That premonition gnawed at him, and Satsuki kept going. Thankfully, she didn't stop. Her husband snapped into action, thinking of his family, and then he bolted out, leaving. She held up the sealed document for everyone to see, then she kept going. She insists they drop everything and see it right now. Every single person leaned in and stared at the will, like it was about to explode. She slammed the seal open, and everything changed in an instant, right where it shouldn't have. Unfolded the document, and read out every word like it mattered. Kai, the 27th head, reads the writing himself. Then he orders his brother Luku to take the role of the "You've got to be the next head of the family, nothing more." Everyone in the room stared at each other, and Luke snapped, stunned like, "Wait, are you serious?" Luke rose, spun to Satsuki, and was moments away from shutting down the offer for the appointed position. But the woman cut him off softly, telling him she understood every bit of it. If he wanted, he could keep living as. Just like before, she pressed her hand to the protagonist's shoulder and snapped in a stern voice, only for the tension to keep rising. They wouldn't care at all, so long as his son took over as head after the night was through. Then it hit. MC's feet slipped and the floor crumbled under him, and for a split second he couldn't even process it, while Luke was still stuck replaying what she just said, completely frozen. He was furious. How could he possibly be the head when plenty of other candidates were standing right there? Gotsuki leaned in and told him, "Goku chose you, now take it with honor." After scanning the will, the man snapped with irritation. "So Luke doesn't even have a knight title, does he?" And the woman broke into a smile. They told him, "Don't sweat it. Kingdom already gave the special go-ahead, so the head can stand there without the whole knight's title. Still, it wouldn't take much for him to grab the title. Everything he needs is right there in the records. He just needs a little time to gather them, then he'll get it." She said the Hao family's territory is way out past the. He's from the Kirihina kingdom and rules over a stunning slice of untouched nature. Yet after that brutal, endless war, their warriors are worn down to the bone, and Yuri can't help but notice. And then that's why this meeting is packed with old men. Normally nobody expects an elderly guy to become the head, but with young men dropping left and right, there's basically no one else left, so Siamese. These people have always crowned women as rulers, while the men throw themselves into the army, but it looks like she's about to break that mold and use. She's planning to seize the Ho family's power for herself, and then fire them into battle to defend the front lines. The capital, whoa, this is about to get wild. He never expected it to be settled like this before anyone even said a word, because him and his father had already dragged themselves into a huge mess. Man, his uncle's family was something else. Then, Luke snapped, pulled Yuri into a hug, and swore he would never, ever turn his son into a knight. Satsuki pressed him. "Do you really think that would happen, not even in someone's wildest dreams?" Then she pointed out the truth. Every boy's dying to become a knight, and Luke only started to speak. Even if it's true, he's just 7. Don't saddle him with a job that heavy, Satsuki snapped, insisting he be kept out of that fight even if he wasn't ready for the role. After he graduated from the Knight Academy, he'd still be stuck in the same position with his head. Luke stared at her, completely thrown, like, "Wait, am I still supposed to be welcomed as Siam's son-in-law? Is that so? This woman's already mapped out everything." So far ahead Luke could barely breathe. With a heavy sigh, he let his father have a moment to think. Then the protagonist stared back, pity burning in his eyes. And that meant it was basically a deal. He'd stay as head right up until he graduated from the academy. Luke clenched his head swam with questions, and he realized this mess was tangled up beyond belief. He had no clue how to escape, while Yuri was stuck wondering if this was real at all, and what would happen next. So how does this even get settled? Does his father step forward and speak, or do the elders all cast their votes? So yeah, if he wants any peace, he'd better come out swinging with his absolute worst side, because he's about to test this move and find out what it really does. Right when he was about to finally tell his father, Rikunu smashed into the room like a firestorm. He shoved the poor maid so violently she blasted backward through the air and snapped at her in pure rage, yelling, "Move out of the way." Everyone stared at him, utterly baffled. Then the man strode right up to them, stormed up to the table and snarled out an angry shout. How dare they call that meeting without him? This is gonna get ugly, and it feels like it's only the beginning of the outrage. The protagonist stared at the man in shock, and pure rage blazed off him like a wildfire. Katsuki huffed in pure irritation and snapped. Turns out, he really did come after all. He growled through clenched teeth that it was true, and the protagonist immediately started to think. The head of the Ekrukuna family, the name rings a bell, doesn't it? Yeah, he's the one who got wiped out as a participant in that meeting. He was the clear frontrunner, so he snapped to Satsuki, and with irritation blazing, demanded how she could dare twist her husband's final wish. The woman snapped back, all sharp edges. Who's even talking? A coward who bolted from the battlefield. Raku snapped around and roared at everyone in front of him, drowning the room in rage. This is all a lie. He didn't know what she'd already told them, but he demanded they wouldn't buy a single word. The word rang out, then MC just stared, baffled, because this guy was acting downright bizarre. The Ek family's head snatched a look at the order in one elder's hands and demanded answers from him. He blurts out what kind of document it is, and the old man answers, Goku's well, but a raccoon snatches it from his hands and darts off in a flash. He read it in a flash, then rage surged through him as he slammed the paper onto the table. Everyone jerked back, flinching hard. Action, he marched right up to Satsuki, and with a heavy, doom-soaked voice, he started to tell her, "This is a F. Goku's wife, right, except it's a fake," and the rage on this woman screams how treacherous she really is. His wife shot him a look full of irritation, and kept completely silent. He yanked a sealed scroll from beneath his shirt and shouted, "This is the real will." Satsuki just stared at it, utterly baffled, like her brain couldn't click into place. Fusion, she totally didn't expect it to be this. What a crazy twist, right? Luke and the protagonist both stared at the letter in shock, like it just rewired their whole world. Raccoon unfolded the note and stared at the message. Goku was calling him to become the next head of the family, urging him to work with heart and discipline so their people could forge a bright future. After reading it, he spun towards Satsuki and mocked her, demanding what was wrong with her. She just freezes, not knowing what to say. Seriously, someone like that is in their family? That's just impossible. Satsuki snaps, furious and shouting. He barked, "Don't you dare feed me nonsense." How could he scam everyone with a fake? After the head died, he stormed out and quit his job. He quit the job and told everyone straight up that he'd been cut from the candidates, and Raccoon snapped back in rage. Replied, "What's she even talking about?" Lord Goku personally handed him this note. He didn't back down. One trusted Rosk family member swooped in and delivered the will, like they'd done before, since they'd protected it once already, and the man who faced them stood his ground, shouting like he meant it. But that's not the real story. Maybe she'd finally caved, so where was the proof? If she hadn't been tricked, they stared each other down, both ready to sprint. It felt like those glances could burn every single person alive. MC couldn't shake the thought that it was his own choices that had dragged fate down on them. Fake, Satsuki's face twisted with pure rage, and every heartbeat screamed louder than words. Then she shoved that fury into the moment like it was impossible to stop. Stay calm when you look at her. Raccoona feels way more steady, and he can still go toe-to-toe with her and win. Yeah, he'd just like to verify that. Trying to prove the truth of those two documents would have just failed, because Raccoona gets the jackpot out of all this, and he has no reason to stop. He had zero intention of making enemies of the elders, and they knew it, because his father was the one who isn't a knight, and Satsuki too. Compared to Raccoona, they're getting crushed, and he only breathed out those words under his breath. He rushed up to his father and begged, "Can we pause?" Because right then, he desperately needed the bathroom and his father. Father stared at him, totally baffled, and demanded what he'd said, but there was nothing to answer. So there was nothing else to do. Luke sprang to his feet and sheepishly, she asked Satsuki for a break. Her son needed the bathroom, and the protagonist couldn't shake the worry that her father wouldn't have said it. The woman snapped her eyes onto them in shock, caught herself mid-surprise, and blurted out, "So yeah, they were right." Then the protagonist shot out of that meeting room. He leaned into his father and asked, "Are there any empty rooms around here?" "Near me," Luke snapped like, "Wait, what about the toilet?" MCD. He called it out as a lie, and insisted they just needed to sit down and talk. As soon as they stepped into the room, Luke dropped into a chair. He leaned back in the chair and, laughing like it was nothing, asked, "All right, so what were we even talking about in our little mini-meeting?" The protagonist stared him down and asked, point blank, if he was really going to take the head spot. Luke shot back that it all comes down to the elections. He's not exactly thrilled about it, but if his older brother was the one demanding it, he sure wouldn't want to say no. So the protagonist clocked exactly that, and the wills read totally different, so it's obvious one of them is a fake. But with only that, they can't tell which one is real, and if this keeps going, he's got a sinking feeling Raccoon's about to turn into his worst enemy. This isn't just tension anymore, it's a full-blown political war, and if they don't stop it fast, everyone's going to tear each other apart. His father insisted he never thought it would spiral this far, and MC shot back, seriously. I've heard story after story like this. And it all kicked off just like that. His dad's side leaned in and went, "What a mess, huh?" He ruffled his son's hair and told him, "Don't stress like that. At the very least, you better believe he's about to make a move." He frowned in confusion. Yeah, he trusted him, but deep down he couldn't shake the truth. His father was just too careless. When his dad came up to the door and swung it open, the protagonist snapped at him. "Please, just don't start a fight." Luke blurted out, "Yeah, I know," and flinched hard at the shock of it, while Satsuki stood right at the doorway watching. In that room, the protagonist reacted the exact same way when the woman suddenly appeared. She demanded to know why they were here, and they told her they had to keep going. No, they needed to press on because there was more. The MC steadied his breathing, turned to her and asked for 1 minute alone, just so he could talk. He had to tell her something, and she stared at him in shock, but then she nodded and agreed. "Hey, listen." After a while, the protagonist finally shows up. He barreled up to Raccoon's house and greeted the guards like he owned the place. The guards barked his name at him, and when they did, surprise hit them hard. He leaned in and demanded to know what had happened to the protagonist. He told them, "I'm here because my father ordered it," and then he leaned in to ask if Raccoon was here. One of the guards stepped up and told him he wasn't home, so the MC. He leaned in with pleading eyes and begged him, because whatever he was about to ask was absolutely vital. Could he really hold it together until the head of this family finally came back and the guards swapped shifts? They traded shocked looks, then swung the doors open and let him into their guard room. One guy even blurted, "Academy, huh?" He wished he could rewind time. Yuri snapped with surprise, because this place was just ridiculously nice. The boy shot back, "Forget the capital, out here there are tons of territories. And if you've got friends you can train non-stop, as much as you want. Go ahead, yeah, that's what youth looks like." And the protagonist clocks it, right there in his head, like a mental stamp. Youth. Wouldn't touch his past again. Raku couldn't even breathe before the story cut out and left him frozen. Kunu stormed into the room, snapped at the guards and demanded, sharply, what they'd done, the senior. The guard dropped into a bow and said to his master, "They've set their sights on this kid." A raccoon snapped, "Shut up and get to work," like it owned the whole place. Quickly after he shoved the guard away, the man leaned in and barked, "So, what's the?" MC shot an awkward, embarrassed look and blurted out, "The matter?" Then my father leaned in and demanded I spill Satsuki's secret. Raku no. She leaned in, curious, and Yuri couldn't stop thinking about it. Death. That's the only thing that ends every living thing the same way. So does coming back to life hit the same for everyone. Like him breaking out of eternal darkness, clawing his way into the light. He dove headfirst into a brand new life, the last. The last thing he remembered was a drowning child, and then a haunting, half-seen shadow that cut off the rest. That heavy weight on his body didn't scare him. He still had zero regrets, not even with the nasty mess around him. The misery of his old life crushed him. Until these people, his brand new family, swept in and he loved them like they were everything, right up until his world started to shatter. Now Gokyuho, the head of the family, was gone, and his will demanded him to wipe those brutal memories clean. Luke's father was supposed to name him his heir, but at the meeting, an insane twist hit, and then Raccoon showed up, He showed up with a note from Goku, telling him to step in as the new head, plus 2 documents and a choice he had to make, decided by F. With every vote, Raccoon faced the political firestorm that could decide his family's fate. He couldn't bear to lose them, not his beloved ones. So he went for it. Raccoon pushed again, asking him for the secret behind Satsuki's will, and then Luke showed up like, why wasn't he here with him? He admitted he could feel multiple officers watching him, then said he'd been sent in his father's wake. "All right, Dad," the man said. "Tell him to jump down and get straight to business." The protagonist froze for a heartbeat, yanked a letter from his chest, and shoved it straight into Raccoon's hands. Kun told him that Satsuki's will was inked on a paper just like it, and then he leaned in, ready to show him something huge. With those words hanging in the air, the MC dropped down right in front of the fire and stared into the flames. By the fireplace, it started to blaze up and warm the paper, then the how. A crest flashed across it, staring straight at the. You stared back at that drawing, rereading it in pure confusion. Why does this color look so lifeless? It needs a serious upgrade, give it more pop. He leaned in and started warming the paper all over again. It burst into flames and the protagonist blurted out through clenched teeth, and then he dropped. Tossed the sheet into the fire, then he hangs his head, all sheepish. He officially apologized to Raccoon, and that guy shot back irritably, nothing. Then he just left everyone staring like, what the hell does that even mean? The protagonist stared at the scrap of paper, then snapped, there. Something was hidden in that note. Raku snatched it straight out of his hands and started digging into every word. Carefully, there, in the upper right corner, the form for sending information. In the lower right, Sarun's statement. In the upper left, you keep the treatment going exactly like before. And down in the lower left corner. Corner folded. In the upper right, the correct side flashed. Raku no stunned confusion. What's he trying to pull, writing something like this? The MC shot back with an answer. Father refuses the throne. He's an ordinary citizen, and Satsuki is standing right in his way. The man gripped the paper in his fist, burst out laughing and told him, that's why I sent you away. Then he leaned in and asked, is that it? Yep, mark that down because I'm telling you. That's exactly right, no ifs, ands, or maybes. The moment Satsuki pulled it out, he snatched another sheet of paper like he couldn't help himself. He turns back because he's determined to ask him for something. Rikunu guessed it, keep the treatment going. Cool, he promises he will, and then the antagonist bowed with perfect politeness, a bright, happy grin spreading across their face as they thought it. It worked because even if Raccoon wins the vote, his family will be safe. He'd be safe, at least for now. The man snatched one more look at the paper and immediately saw it, right in that right corner. He stared the MC down and cut him off. That's it, they're done. Then he turned away like, you can go. Yuri nodded to the man, flashed a quick goodbye, and then slipped out, leaving him behind. The raccoon let out a smug, satisfied cackle as the protagonist slammed the door shut. The door behind him crept back into safety, but it stared at him from beneath his brows. When the distance finally closed, he let out a shaky sigh of relief. Then his thoughts crashed into one terrifying thought. I don't think I can stand this. Acting like a kid, didn't Raccoon clock how messed up his behavior really looked? And honestly, his father never would have even imagined doing something like that. He just wasn't used to it. He'd gotten too used to solving things his own way, so there's no way he'd try something like this. This time, no way, his father couldn't ever find out. But he was bone tired, and all he wanted was to crash straight into bed. Still, the guards stepped up, slapped him with a quick nod and wished him luck. And then, right as the protagonist burst into the house, and his angry father instantly snapped at him. His father cornered him in the dark and demanded, in a low, angry voice, where he'd been. MC jolted awake and blurted out, I'm not asleep. Luke's screaming tore the room apart. How could he possibly sleep if he wasn't even home at night? Yuri scrambled to explain. Yeah, he was right there beside him. But his father's rage only flared hotter, because Yuri shouldn't be lying, and he knew those places like the back of his hand. So yeah, he didn't even have to lift a finger. The protagonist let out a heavy sigh, apologized right away, and admitted he really had been so busy he could barely breathe, yet Luke still wanted to help. Luke grabbed him by the shoulders and dropped to one knee right in front of him. He stared him straight in the eyes and said, Don't worry, I'll take care of you, and then he promised he'd protect him no matter what. Did he not trust a word he said? The protagonist snapped back, What are you even talking about? He pressed his forehead to hers, staring straight into her eyes, and said, Yeah, he's got real talent, and you're right, he might have just cracked the perfect solution. The problem was finally solved, at least for him and his. He was more important than anything, more important than their lives, more important than the terror itself. He squeezed his son in a fierce hug, held him close, and begged, Please, don't ever let you risk your life like that again. Does he promise it, right now? The MC clenched his fingers behind his back and swore it. After a while, everyone finally packed in to cast their votes, and the tension was about to snap. The tension in the room was so thick you could taste it, and everyone just stood there, waiting like their lives depended on it. Meeting time, Satsuki swept her eyes over everyone, greeted them like clockwork, and then declared, Today. But today, the Howe family's head would have her fate sealed, and she demanded everyone look inward and be brutally honest with themselves. And right now, they'd already handled everything, because the verdict was about to drop. And that's when the elders finally figured out the truth. Everyone stared at her in shock, because there was only one way to tell a fake will from the real one. The woman apologized to everyone for hiding the secret, and because something like this had blown up before, everyone started realizing, right then, that the worst was coming. You just have to hold on to the will like it's burning fire, then the truth will finally show itself. Right here on this table sits the will the previous head of Surin Howe left behind. They'll show everyone how it all works using this as their example. But damn it, they couldn't prove it to them yesterday. She snapped toward Raccoon and said, Yesterday, when we were talking, you swore your document was the real deal. He'd have to pay for every word, yet the man just chuckled, grinning like it was all part of the deal, and said, Yes, please. Satsuko, please, okay, she said. First things first, he's going to grab his document. The maid snatched Goku's note right out of the man's hands. Then he shoved it into Satsuki's hands, and she snapped the moment wide open by showing it to everyone. He flashed it to the whole crowd and leaned in to ask Rakuna if he was. He was dead certain that this was the real deal. Then the man blurted out. "Stop questioning me," he snapped. "This isn't up for debate. Get the process rolling now." The woman's said this time their cook will run the whole thing. The servant wiped his forehead and groaned that it was a mess. Still, anything beats being Rakuna's subordinate. He'll throw everything he's got. Then the protagonist lets out a chuckle, thinking, what a wild choice. The maid slapped 3 wills onto the table, Serune's her own document, and then she started writing. And Rakuna's, Satsuki said they'd kick things off with Seren's will. Even after the flames die out, everything will still be laid bare for anyone to see. The cook shoved his tools into the roaring fireplace and heated them until they practically screamed. "Set the flame alight and get ready, the test is about to begin." Satsuki shot him a command to start, and he surged forward as the flames licked up his moves. It was a key meant to bend Cern's will, yet in the next breath, it was utterly empty. Next, the cook slammed that instrument onto Satsuki's document. Everyone stared in shock because it was spotless too, clean as if it had never been touched. As the cook got close to Rakun's document, the word forgery blazed on the page in plain sight. He blurted it out, totally stunned. How on earth was this even possible? Tatsuki flashed a grin and said they finally figured out exactly who the liar was. Luke shot to his feet and barked through clenched rage. What's going on? The protagonist figured everything was running like clockwork. Then yesterday, right after he left, Rakun went and recreated that exact same document. Satsuki kicked off the meeting the second she confirmed that the man who'd returned had finally gone to the head of the Ekfan's room. Family, then they went all in on special preparations, and the moment the real truth slipped out. Once it was revealed, everyone would finally see the truth. He was not someone they could ever trust with them. Then out of nowhere, a raccoon shot up from the table and barked at the MC, all serious and unshakable. Luke stared at his son, stunned, and blurted, "Did you do this?" "So what did he do?" Yuri marched right up to his father and said, "Everything I told you yesterday. Yeah, that was a lie." So yeah, that's how it all played out. Turns out the whole thing was a bit of a show, because he slipped out halfway through yesterday's meeting just to go make the liquid. Then he made sure everything was set in place, and afterward, he snatched the Hao family seal from Satsuki and wrapped up every last preparation. He locked eyes with Rukuna and asked if he had anything to get off his chest. Like, anything at all. Like, he roared menacingly and forced out an apology. No, he clenched his fist, screamed, "This isn't fake," and insisted he'd caught the thief yesterday, swapping the pay right under his nose. "The papers," the protagonist shot back, "Then it hit me. If he was so certain, why was he showing up here now instead of hunting the thief? And just lately he'd gone and insisted, no question at all, that his will was the real deal." Enough with the delusions, Rakuna slams it down. He slammed his fist on the table and snapped at the protagonist that he wouldn't give up, no matter what. "I didn't forgive him, no chance, not after everything he put me through." MC understood that this guy's original plan was to wipe out the Hu family and his own hand. His hands stayed stained with blood, and even as everything fell apart he refused to stop, he kept killing anyway. If someone like him got to be head of the family, they'd all be done for, because right now, only father was fit to wear that title. The protagonist stared down the raccoon like he owned the place, sneered that this little brat had just wiped his nose, and then asked, in a tone dripping with superiority, if being the head of the family wouldn't be a little too much. Then out of nowhere, his father bellowed his name and snatched. He grabbed his son by the shoulders and snapped, "That's enough." Yuri stared at him with pure terror and begged his father for forgiveness. And just like that, Satsuki slapped her hands together and shouted, "So if raccoons got nothing left to say, they're going. We'll slam their decision on the table." Then she shot a quick look at everyone. Everyone kept watching and going along, while the people who still believed in Luke Horsch kept right on standing their ground. "So who's taking the next head? Raise your hands," the elder. The elders slammed their votes unanimously behind her decision, no one daring to disagree. And the MC shot his hand up right there too. Satsuki's head stood there, his face smeared with rage, and just looking at him was downright terrifying. The woman took one look and declared it was settled. She boldly declared that Luku, Gokuhao's younger brother, would seize the crown and take his place. Then guards burst into the hall, summoned by. Satsuki had ordered the guards to take Rakuna down, and they surged toward him. One of them slapped a hand on the man's shoulder, and pushed him to come along with them. Hakuna screamed through clenched teeth, "No," and he yanked a hidden blade straight out of his sleeve. He slashed the guard's throat in one brutal strike. The protagonist shot forward in pure shock, like the world just yanked the ground out from under him. Rakuna spun to face him, and with pure hatred on his tongue, he's going to murder him. He lifted the bloody blade high and snarled like a beast, growling with raw fury. How dare they insult him like that? Don't they realize who he is? A guard jabbed his spear at him, but Raccoon whipped into action fast. With lightning speed, he spun and pulled it off, clean as a blade. He deflected the blow. Without a second thought, he drove the weapon straight in. Weapon pressed hard against his neck. The elders jerked awake, panic hit them hard, and they started shouting for help, and shouting for security to get over here. Yuri froze in his chair, completely thunderstruck. Rage burned in the man's eyes as the elders snapped at Raccoon. Have you truly lost your mind? What a horrifying sight. The father yanked the protagonist up from his chair, shoved him down onto the floor, and then he reassured him that everything was fine, no need to worry, and swore he'd protect him no matter what. He spins towards Satsuki and demands she step back. Then he swung back into position and kept a sharp eye on his son, and once he shrugged off his cape, he charged straight at his opponent, ready to unleash his martial. Raccoon grinned like a villain and charged at him with his weapon, and Luke snapped his bare hands up to block the hit. Bare hands thrust in and shoved his blade back. Raccoon was pushed back, forced to retreat. Rage ripped out of him as he exhaled, then he launched into an all-out attack, with fresh fire to protect. The protagonist's father snapped into motion again, sidestepping the hit like it was nothing, and blocking it cold. He jammed his weapon, sealing it shut in the worst possible moment. Raccoon clocked it instantly. He was trying to choke the opponent's movements before they even got going. None of it was easy for him, because the opponent suddenly launched forward with a leap toward Luke and lunged with his knife, but Yuri's father slipped the strike again, somehow dodging it like it was nothing, while his opponent tried to pull off a sweeping move, cursed under his breath and then screamed in pure rage, a farmer who hasn't even stepped foot on a battlefield. He charged Luke again, and this time Luke was already set, ready to slam back. The Raccoon lunged at him again, dagger raised, ready to strike. Luke whipped his hand through the air, deflected the attack in a blink, and sent it crashing into a chair. The dagger slammed into the chair, and he shoved it away with a kick. Then he launched straight into the next move. He snapped into a headlock, cinched down hard, and started to choke him, yet he couldn't even fight back. Caught in that brutal headlock, you couldn't do a thing. Then everything went black and you passed out. Yuri snapped his eyes to his father, stunned, and his thoughts raced as he realized that this man was so strong he tore through several guards, and, storming into the hall, they closed in on him and started to speak. Then their words got cut off by the next beat. But they'd better be careful. He was still breathing, so they had to haul him out before it got any worse. He closed in on his father, grabbed him by the edge of his. He kept his sleeve closed and stayed completely silent, holding a tense face fixed on him. Then he gently stroked his head. Papier. He swallowed his pride, apologized, and asked, "Were you scared?" He flat out refused and snapped that everything was. He was fine for a moment, then the words died and he fell silent. She stared at the lifeless guards. Then Satsuki stepped right up to them. They called out his name, thanked him, and admitted they never could have seen that coming. "I didn't expect this at all. It was incredible." He shrugged it off and said it wasn't anything special. He stared at his father's torn sleeve and snapped a warning like, "Don't ignore it," then kept staring at it like it meant something. He grinned and admitted he'd messed up an important suit, so now Mom's gonna get the extra work. Once they're back, he'll cover. So yeah, for him, right. After a bit, they finally slid into their seats at the table and devouring his food. The protagonist stared at his plate, and as the taste hit, he remembered what Raccoon and I just went through it earlier, and I thought that, back then, none of that mattered. Important because if his father lost, then, what would have happened next? Luke slammed his hand on that S***T. He tapped his shoulder and told him he didn't have to drag himself through the food. So he ate slower, told himself he'd get better. Then a little relief hit, and he nodded along, agreeing with him. Satsuki glanced at them with a tiny smile and said, 18 years. Years have slipped by since then, and now he's a master, but he still can't stand fighting, right? He nodded and said, "That's exactly why I quit knighthood. Then I took a totally new path, just like her." She pressed the question right there. "So you want to hand your son over and make him a knight, or what?" And she even made it clear at that meeting, if he wanted to step out halfway through, that was perfectly fine. Of course he'll keep the ranch going. But she didn't even get a chance to finish because he blurted, "So you're saying you will?" She'll take the role as head. She admits it's not exactly right, but she's decided she'll stay out as much as she can. Possible, she demands they swear they'll write if danger strikes, and he nods and agrees. Then a maid shows up. She barreled up to the MC and demanded he let her grab a piece of their cutlery. He nodded in agreement, then opened his mouth to speak, but froze mid-sentence, as if the next word got stuck. Sham swallowed her fear, gathered her courage, and blurted out, "Wouldn't it be wild if they could finally go out and stare up at the stars with her?" He snapped in surprise and asked her, want to go look at the stars, right now? She nodded along and pressed, so you agree, right? She spun around, called for her mom and asked, so you think they can, right? Then Satsuki jabbed at her plate and said, she needs to finish her food first. I saw the nerves wrecking her, so I spun toward her father and he leaned in and asked if he could join, and with a sly grin, he said sure. Grin, what the heck was that supposed to mean? Confused, he just stared, trying to figure out what kind of face even was that, and later, once they both finished. As they ate, Luke blurted out that nobody should leave the mansion. He nodded, then Shams shot a finger to the side and told him, we're going there, right now. Right there, she spotted the perfect vantage point, and then they came running in. They bolted to the stairs and surged upward, until they finally reached where it all started, up on the roof, he blurted out, shocked, that he never even knew a place like this existed. She yanked a blanket from the drawer and asked, do you like it here? This was her secret hideout, and when he muttered, kind of baffled, that he just couldn't read the stars all that well, it made the whole moment feel even stranger. She tossed it onto the floor, then promised, next I'll tell him. They sat side by side, both staring up, then he finally said. She said the sky looked gorgeous, and she nodded, it always settles my heart. He stared at that packed swarm of stars, and swore it looked just like the Milky Way. That means this world isn't empty at all, galaxies exist here, and the people still living are just like us. So yeah, hope isn't gone. She snapped at him with a look of pure disgust, demanding to know if he was even listening, and he immediately apologized. And she said, this is Marora, the third star around Marora. Then she leaned in and added, it's special, there are only a handful left now. About 5, he stared at it and wondered if she really meant a satellite, but then he questioned whether the locals even understand what they're looking at. Under that huge sky, she demanded to know if he understood the signs. He swore he did, but the real truth of astronomy is the way 5 stars form into something bigger. So he wasn't focused on anything else, but he still leaned in and begged the teacher to teach him everything. She just said. He stayed polite, hoping she'd spill the truth, and the signs were split right down the middle. Summer on one side, winter on the other. Now winter signs start showing up, and she points at the sky, naming star after star as they come into view. And he called them the bull, the liar, and the cat. And the dipper, he wouldn't let it. Couldn't understand a thing but his attention. Tension snapped into place when the last constellation finally locked in. And he swore the whole thing was the constellation of. He stared at the Big Dipper, then whipped his eyes the other way and realized it wasn't that at all. It was Orion. Wait, could it really be? Could the exact same constellations even show up in an isekai world too? After all, the stars can't shine the same way in 2 worlds at once. This is way too strange. And what if this really is another world? So if the stars don't match, that means something off right. We've got to dig for the reason, maybe in. And yeah, he's right there on the planet, planted somewhere on the globe. Chuba dropped the words and left it there. Then he asked, like he couldn't believe it himself, do you remember that? Everett, Yuri didn't answer. Panic hit her like a wave, and her heart started racing. He called out to him and shot, hey, are you asleep? He rushed to the exit, apologized, then blurted that he suddenly remembered something urgent, and told them to call it a day. She snapped back, still pissed, saying she could see. It felt like he hated it, but then he snapped back. That's not true, I love everything, and quickly realized he still had to check one thing. Next time he wouldn't bolt, he'd face it. She opened her mouth with a serious look, like something important was about to come out. Oppression pressed in on him, and then he stumbled down the stairs, slamming the hatch shut behind him. Then she flashed a smile and leaned in, asking if he finally got it, then, just a little later. Later on, Satsuki stood right at the table, staring it down like it was about to explode. She slammed her palm onto the table and clutched a letter in her hand. But then, bam, someone knocked on the door, and she snapped to attention, letting him right inside. He burst into her room, blurted out an apology for barging in and asked, quietly, just to be sure, if he could. She stared at the map, then it snapped her fully to attention, and she, just like that, stopped halfway as the words trailed off. She said, yeah, good luck finding anything like that at Luke's, and he just cut in, wait. So if she could do it, she should go for the biggest map possible, the absolute largest one where every border of the territory would be crystal clear. She grabbed a flashlight, led them down the corridor, and told them that the biggest one was a map of the late empire. Then she pushed them forward like, go get it. He walked beside her, and these thoughts clawed at him. Back when the mighty empire of Shantira ruled the land where the kingdom of Silta now stands. They say it had massive wealth, but it crumbled 900 years ago, and the territory that came after still left its mark. Nothing's really changed at all, but man, wouldn't it be wild to finally see this map? They pushed into a room packed with all kinds of collected treasures. She threw a hand over her face and groaned, it's still packed with dust in here. She muttered, it's gotta be around here. then yanked open the closet and pulled out a map. She slid the map onto the table, jabbed her finger at it, and they snapped that their country was out there, just waiting to be found somewhere. He murmured, "It's around here," then scanned the spot like he was hunting for answers. He leaned in even closer, and the thought hit him like a spark. Yeah, this really mattered. It seriously looked like straight-up Scandinavia. The shapes are a bit messy, but you'll get the picture. If you trace the borders, the Chantia Empire sits like this, out in the east. The Ural Mountains sit to the west, Scandinavia's there too, and down south it lines up with about where Ukraine is. So when the capital, Chantinian, is planted right on the Crimean Peninsula, the Black Sea practically screams into view on planet Earth, of course. How could he not clock it in 7 whole years? Satsuki tilted her head and said, "The heart of our country sits closer to the east," meaning their homeland barely shows up on most maps, and her husband keeps a proper map of it right in his office. Then the protagonist leaned in and asked if he could. She could barely believe it. She nodded and promised she'd search. Then they rushed into the office, and he started scanning the place before blurting, "Hey, look at this." There were books stacked everywhere. She sprinted over to the table and blurted, "If you move in here, you can binge books to your heart's content. Read as much as you want." She snatched him up, dropped him onto a massive chair, and shoved him right in front of the map. His eyes widened in shock, and he blurted that the kingdom of Silter and Karakumo has arrived, and the art is so sharp it'll hook you instantly. Grandpa Goku fought right around here. She stared at it like it was begging to be remembered. Locked eyes with him, and that intense look snapped him back to the moment. He'd warned her earlier, he needed a favor, and tomorrow she had to pitch a lie of a proposal. Tomorrow she asked if he wanted to set a paper trap, convinced he'd bite, and she warned him it'd be way too dangerous to go alone, so he asked whether she truly thought she'd win just by doing nothing. She said, voice calm but firm, "I'm not saying that." Then she added, "We've got more allies than you think, so stop worrying so much." He asked, "So what's the point of winning if you don't even get to move forward?" He spun around, and she demanded what he meant. He snapped back that becoming the head. "That doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." He strode up to the spear. He hefted the spear and pressed the question, could it really happen after they won? To keep Rakuna from slipping away and cut him down, he wouldn't even mind if she sent the Ek family overseas, because if she ever ditched him alone and brought him back, he'd snap into revenge mode and start plotting against her. So she thinks those feudal lords will actually come to her rescue. Good luck, he's not that easy to put down. It'll take a brutal, crushing blow to finish him. She thinks he's an easy problem, but honestly, I have no idea, are they jumping the gun? Isn't it way too early for this? He cut in with a grim voice, "Start worrying, and I mean unfortunately." There was no way he believed a man this cunning would just sit there and do nothing. He'd try to trip her up any way you can. Besides, the Howe family wouldn't even need to get involved. In the war, everything meant they couldn't pull off the kind of results that would have been truly great. She's hoping this policy can keep carrying her for 10 whole years, both at home and abroad. So, does she really think she can last that long? She warned that if their plan ever got discovered, things would spiral, worse than anything they'd already survived, 10 whole years from now. She apologized, but she made it crystal clear she wasn't coming. Then he turned. He spun around and demanded, "So you don't believe me?" And she nodded, agreeing with him. He read it and burst out, saying he was still little. Then he cracked up so hard that she grabbed his attention and asked what on earth was making him laugh. She's asking doesn't she think that's weird? She knows damn well her uncle already sent her an invitation before. So yeah, if she can't trust Grandpa Goku, then it all comes down to one thing. The Hu family gets left to him. So why is she going after her late husband's request right now, at the very moment he called? Like time itself is screaming. Satsuki called his name again and again, but her mind was miles away, so when she finally answered, all she could do was apologize. He told her, "I'm done for the day," and you could feel how grateful he was that she'd actually stayed and helped. She grabbed a flashlight, smiled like she meant it, and told him she was thrilled she could help. Then right after that, they stomped down the hallway side by side, and she couldn't help but find him an interesting kid. Then in the end, everything unfolded just like he promised, and somehow it all ended with everyone safe. He called her, told her good night, and made it clear she didn't have to see him. She didn't want him out anymore. She knew he'd make it on his own, and that hope burned in her chest. Wished him the same back, then couldn't stop wondering, what on earth did Goku see in this guy? After a bit of time, the maids slipped into Yuri's room and greeted him with a bright, cheerful good morning. He told them they'd already brought a change of clothes, turned to them, and thanked them like it meant the world. They said Soim Hao was waiting for him, and when he heard it, he froze, then nodded, saying he understood and would give it his best shot. Hurry up, they ditched their clothes on the table, asked permission and bolted out, and he just scratched his head like, "I still can't get used to being CH. They treated him like that, and something inside snapped. He changed, stormed out of the house, and swore 3 whole years had gone by since his father became the head nodded and they surged in. He was 10 now, and his whole life suddenly shifted, so his days looked nothing like before. Not like before, this room's massive, the workforce is huge, and there's always someone to handle the next thing. Taking care of him, and this new life of his, is nothing like the one he used to have, because everything has changed. His father runs night training sessions, and handles all the tough, proper jobs that come with the role. So he's swamped from morning till night, handed the reins with no room to breathe. So he only swung by on weekends, and when Suzuya called him, he leaned in and asked, "Are you free right now?" He said yes, and she immediately pulled him along to show him the. With a bright smile, he pointed at the basket and told her to look at everything she'd collected. Then he insisted, "Let's eat together." Later, he thanked her, grinned, and promised he couldn't wait for it. Then he took off running. And he realized she hadn't changed a bit. He burst into the building and shouted the warning, but someone had already. Out of nowhere, someone swung at him, and he snapped into motion, dodging the strike so cleanly his teeth stayed unshattered. Teacher Soim stepped in, swinging a wooden club in his grip, right there, ready to strike. With the club in his grip, he bragged that his reflexes were sharp, so they should keep rolling. Then the protagonists snatched a wooden pole and raised it like a weapon. Then they dove into training, throwing punches, refining every move, and refusing to stop fighting. The teacher praised him, then snapped his move aside with a razor-sharp parry. He took the hit, then snapped his hand out and seized the hem of his cloak. Clothes got tangled up with him and then, down he went hard onto the floor. Floor sprawled on the ground and he just lay there, like something worse was coming. He shouted his name and told him, at this rate, even in the hospital, they'd still chuckle at him. He has to learn his limits, so listen up, I've got advice for him. He stared at him and realized that at Satsuki's request, he'd been teaching him all kinds of skills. He'd buried both his son and his grandson in the war, and at 90 years old, he still found joy in training with him. He shoved himself upright and barked that if he backed off, they'd pin him to the ground. Then he cackled like he'd already said everything landed perfectly, like a soldier in the middle of a battlefield. He could. Another spear could have clobbered him from the side. Stop this right now. Stop talking, he might strike any second. He threw himself into a fighting stance and nodded along with him. Then later, Satsuki slammed him on the head with a book in hand. She shot her a displeased look and snapped, "So your lesson is really that boring." He shot the claim down, swore he'd do better, and insisted he'd been studying since morning. Then he ate. And of course he wanted to crash and sleep. Then she stepped up to the board and promised she'd explain it all again. Don't forget the lanterns and that winter snow. He was totally lost, and when she said it, he blurted out, "What do you mean?" She said she'd already gone over verb conjugation when the subject is I in the present tense, and then she paused. The object will be it depends on the twist, could be a man, a woman, a foreigner, or even just an object that ends up bringing down the royal family. He kept going, and deep down he just knew she was teaching him some ancient tongue, because the rules she threw at him were so alien, he couldn't even spot the logic behind them, no matter how hard he tried. Logic says every era runs on the same rule. Only the elite can speak that language. No spell, just the old tongue, used long ago. He stared at those old records and asked what's the point of memorizing this? She let out a heavy sigh and told him, if you want to read the classics, you've got to know this first. Why was it so damn hard for him? She dumped a mountain of books in front of him, told him to listen close, and promised she'd make sure he could read every single one. And if you don't know this language, you can't exactly call him cultured. He's just grinding through writing, then forcing himself to memorize every bit. After that, MC, utterly drained, trudged down the corridor and let his thoughts spiral into repentance, or whatever came next. He'd been forced into torture and abuse, so tell me, how much longer is this going to keep happening? He craved that one kind of healing, something that would finally quiet his soul, so he rapped hard on the door and warned, right to the other side, that he was coming in. He swings the door open and barks, "Shem," but when he calls her name she totally ignored him as he closed the distance, and jabbed his finger right into her cheek. She tried to catch her eye, froze when she finally saw him, and he immediately asked what was running through her mind. So she said, she blurts out that she's studying Kepler's law, because once she's got it, she can explain a ton, and for the longest time before that, she couldn't figure anything out. She cracked one model, but then reality hit her, because the moon still circles the Earth, and the sun swings around it too, like it's a second follower. Second moon, Mercury, Venus, and Saturn all spin around it like obedient satellites. Of the sun, it's a bit confusing at first, but then everything clicks, because with this law, she manages to understand it all. Law just couldn't read her, she was so bright and cheerful, and when he threw out his congratulations, He instantly convinced himself she was thrilled about even the tiniest little things. Did he have a fire like this in him before? No way he hadn't. She was already writing it down, and then and told him casually that she could show him if he wanted. Yuri called Sham, and he told her, let's ditch this and go outside. She'd be about to witness something, then they burst outside and he snapped that winter had already slammed into place. She said, he's telling the same thing as Dad, and the second it got compared to some old man, embarrassment hit him hard, and told her he needed her for something. Then she frowned and asked, why is it so cold in here? Isn't it because they're in the north? He asked. Then he hit back with, no, they're on the equator too. Hold up, this country has the same number of sunny days a year as that place. Like, the sun is at its peak, burning bright all the time. It's basically the same as. It's like a stove, hold your hands upright and it burns hot, flip them flat and it turns cold. Because the heat you feel scales with how much of the source you can see, and when the sun sits lower it stretches out more sideways, so the heat hits you less directly, just like when you hold your hands up and one spot cools faster. She leaned in with curious eyes and said it was fascinating, and he plucked a fly from the air like it was nothing. He blurted out flower, then hit the next question. Why? Why did the trees drop their leaves? She wondered out loud and then asked, maybe that's just what they have to do. He nodded and said, yeah, on one hand, it's real. Some plants shed their leaves. If it freezes, new growth can't happen in winter because this puts the plant under serious pressure. But if the chill isn't brutal and you keep the leaf warm, it probably won't drop. Yet that situation is rare, so the leaves still can't handle it there. Further south, where the air stays warm, there are insects that snack on leaves year-round. And she said with that kind of smile, you'd better brace yourself and take precautions. So he agreed, and right away he couldn't shake the feeling that she was incredibly inquisitive. Maybe back then he could have had a daughter like her too, only she said it herself. He was already turning into the kind of man who, like an old grandfather, I just want these days to stretch on forever. After a while, Luke slumped at the table with a face so exhausted it looked like he'd hit his limit. He saw it and snapped that his dad was wiped out. Then Suzia clocked him too and asked if maybe he should go on and hand the job off to someone else. He spun around, shouted for his mom, and demanded if she'd ever dealt with something like this. And she said. She admitted that it felt a bit weird at first, but once she clicked with everyone, they even gave her own spot to garden. And just like that, everything was perfectly fine. He figured he was lucky, his mom's the real deal. She farms for work, so forcing her into military duties now would be wrong. And she's the type who handles social events, so everything was already covered. Luke couldn't help but feel a little uneasy about the heirs' meeting, but somehow it all went smoothly. Yet when he spoke, dissatisfaction dripped from his voice. He definitely didn't expect it to be this easy, but when it drained him this hard, he snapped that he could finally rest for a little tomorrow. He swore it wasn't true, then snapped that a deadly disease was spreading in. In the southern lands, everything flipped. Those plans for tomorrow got shredded when smallpox finally broke out. He froze at what he just heard, convinced he'd never misheard a single detail, until the sheer number of. The world had buried it long ago, but people still whispered about it like a curse. Yet he couldn't stand by while his father walked straight into that deadly place without answers, so he called. He called his father and told him, in no uncertain terms, not to go there. He froze at what he heard, then snapped, I can't do anything else. Because the crowd was completely lost, and the head just keeps pulling the strings. If they kept waiting for a miracle, they'd get nowhere, just stuck in place. He asked with a shaky, worried face, what if he caught the infection? He spoke in this calm voice, but you could still feel it. He was, just like always, consumed by worry, and he kept insisting that getting infected isn't that simple. He said it with iron certainty. He was going, no questions asked. If it's not that easy to get infected, then he won't sweat it. He dropped his head in a bow, begged to come along, and swore he had to see it for himself, right there with his own eyes. Suzuya shot him down on the spot, flat out telling him he was still just a kid. Luke shouted her name to stop her, nodded in agreement, and said. Then he said, straight to the point, that he'd have to obey him, no argument, and the guy agreed without hesitation. Right after this condition hits, the two of them shot through the sky on the back of an eagle, streaking straight toward the village. They touched down by the village, then tied the eagle tight to a tree. Under a tree, an MC snatched out a cloth like it was about to change everything. He pulled the cloth from his bag, shoved it into his father's hands, and blurted out, why do you need this? He clapped the cloth over his mouth and nose, then told them to do the same, because every little bit could slash the risk of infection. He said, his voice tight and his eyes flickering with worry, like he was about to say something, then hesitated, almost cutting the thought in half. Then the manager even had time to speak. He cut him off with a question, just like that, and he wouldn't let him finish. He doesn't want to catch a sickness and get everyone wiped out afterward, does he? Then, boom, they roll into the village. He spun around to take it in and the villagers snapped. It's all happening way too fast. There's no medicine and we don't have anything at all. How is that even possible? They were living peacefully, so how does something this brutal strike them? They can only call it a curse. Yuri swore the name smallpox came from the Kura people, back in the oldest days, because in this world, no one even knows viruses exist, so they're left with nothing but prayer, and when they reach the barn, they're just one step away from what's coming next. And the villager swore they'd rounded up every sick person here, while the healthy stayed close, taking care of them right now. He stalked up to them and snapped, "You're coming inside." The second they stepped in, he shut the moment down, then the story cut. They shut the door behind them, and together they slipped into the barn. They all showed up together, and when they spotted the crowd, their jaws dropped in total shock. A packed crowd of the sick and the suffering crushed in around him. He stared at the crowd with a worried expression, convinced that every single one of them was about to face disaster. That's when he realized it wasn't just bad, it was way worse than he ever imagined. He called his father and told him that under absolutely no circumstances. What happens if they get close to the sick? Luke nodded, agreeing to everything, right down to the things and even the walls, and they pushed forward side by side, scanning every corner, and horror slammed into him like a wave. Shocked to the bone, he watched as one of the infected stepped up and asked to rinse his hands. He grabbed a glass and was seconds away from pouring water into it. Water pooled on the floor, but the protagonist snatched his hand and dragged him toward. He lunged toward the exit, then froze, totally thrown by what he saw, and shouted, "Hey," calling out too. She stormed up to him and demanded to know what was wrong. He had to stop right then, because they had to. Needed water. He ignored him, then snapped loudly that they had. They burst to the door and yanked it open. Then the two of them stepped outside immediately. Then he slid his mask down and demanded answers about what happened, right when they'd just walked in, turning to his father as he said it. They said they couldn't come because they could catch it too, so he shook it off and didn't believe a word. He called him out, pointing out that he always cranked the truth way past the limit. But he figured it out instantly, smallpox, and then the truth hit him. It's caused by a virus. Once it hits, it races straight into the internal organs, and the death rate skyrockets. The culprit is the pus from the patient, and when blisters burst from scratching, his clothes and even the things you'd normally reach for get soaked in it. So don't touch him or anything around him, no exceptions. That room was absolutely drenched with the virus. He shouted for his father, demanding they head back to the mansion. Then his father snapped back, refusing, insisting it was his duty to save them, and vowing he'd help first. They had to rally everyone fast and stock up food, clean water, and a fresh set of clothes. MC told them to hold up, voice deadly serious, warning them that once they started this, seriously, don't touch it. They'd only crank the disaster higher, and even if they managed to save those 100, the infection would just leap to someone else. The villagers heard the rumors and panicked, asking right away, is he planning to leave us behind? Is he really telling them to stand there and watch their families get wiped out in silence? He pushed up to them, threw out a heartfelt apology, and told them to finally cool off. They weren't about to leave them behind. Then an elderly villager stepped up to him. He leaned in and told them, "I've got something to show you," and you could tell he was itching to reveal it. They power-walked right past the village, where the bodies were being gathered up. And he said these were the dead. Like the number was just too much to even believe. It was massive, so massive they couldn't even get the bodies buried right, and then he just stared into the flames, like the fire was swallowing everything he'd lost. The villagers were busy making it, and when they called it a smoke signal, he nodded like he knew exactly what it meant. The villagers snapped, furious that they'd come all this way, and then he showed up with a helpful little kid who was completely useless. An elderly villager grabbed help with shaking hands and warned, "This village isn't the end yet." He flicked his eyes toward them from the side, and right then, his mind started to. His words hit them like a punch to the gut, but they never got how big the whole thing really was. His words bounced off them like nothing mattered, because he was just a kid, and then they shut him down mid-sentence. "If you do as I." His father warned him, that virus will rip through the entire country. The country, village, territory, country, tree, family, and whatever he picked from among them. He clenched his hand into a tight fist, as if he was about to explode. He called his father and blurted out an apology for every harsh word he'd thrown. He grabbed his attention and demanded he listen, and that villager was about to rip into him with a loud objection, but Luke cut him off, nodded along, and then said. He warned that he could say one last thing, and once it was out, that was it. Yuri spoke with a grave voice and swore he had a way to save the villagers. Then the villagers leaned in and asked, "So, you want to go to the foe?" He leans in and checks out the cows. Yeah, they keep herds right nearby. To him, the farmers looked absolutely thriving. They stomped onto the farm, and right away they saw the villagers thriving, healthy, strong, and full of life. And he promised that everything was just like he said. It hit him hard as he stared them down. He leaned in and demanded, "Tell me this is an accident." But he shut it down, denying it cold and swore they'd built up immunities since then. They hustled to the cows, then marched into the barn and stared them down. He spun around, took it all in and said, "Yeah, I knew this place." They finally clocked it, then walked right up to a cow, and he blurted. He said he needed to check if it was chicken pox, a terrifying disease that mirrors smallpox. But cows don't drop dead from it, even when people catch smallpox from them. So for the cows, smallpox isn't deadly at all. They've basically already gotten through it. And it probably felt pretty mild to them, too, Luke asked, completely confused. Tone, so why did everything feel like it was spiraling out of control? He tried to say, "How am I even supposed to explain this?" Because two enemies were battling inside their bodies. They built immunity and came out on top. He even swore cowpox was roaming in Japan, so they used it to forge a vaccine that could beat regular smallpox. People who already couldn't catch cowpox also never caught smallpox, and that's exactly why he's chasing this plan. He'll inject cowpox right into your hand with a needle, then press it until a tiny scratch breaks your skin and draws a little blood. If it works, your body will be ready for smallpox. At least, that's the whole idea driving him. His father yanked him by the head and snapped, "I don't know how you read those books, but I've never even heard of a method like that of." He was finally done with the treatment. Then he tried to speak up, but stopped, shrugging and saying, "I get it. If he refused to back down, then fine. Let's try it their way and see if it works." He threw all his trust behind him. Then something in him cracked, and his emotions surged hard, like "I can't." He thanked him for trusting him. Then time kept moving, and 4 days later, the protagonist finally made it home, then tore the bandage off his wound. He yanked his sleeve up, and those smallpox scars stared back at everyone. He was convinced he and his dad had already given the vaccine, so even if they got infected, and for a second it felt like no big deal, because they vaccinated everyone in the village who hadn't yet. Yet the infection still hadn't gotten in. So the villagers locked down hard, shutting the whole place away until the virus finally vanished for good, and that's when everything changed. When they finally got back to the mansion, it was clear. His plan had paid off, and they washed their bodies with distilled liquor, and his father pulled the exact same move. And right away, they sealed themselves up by insulating their clothes. He can't stop feeling thankful to the person who showed up for him, even in the absolute worst of times. Even in the toughest chaos, he can still trust his son. And that choice matters more than anything. But even with what he remembers from his past life, can he still pull it off? Can he actually keep the people he loves safe when the desert swallows him? Desperation crushed everyone. Then, just a few months later, the whole storm hit the capital of Shibuya. The MC scribbled in the carriage, then glanced around with a sharp little twinge of embarrassment. His parents sat right in front of him, and he demanded they listen, because what he was about to say couldn't wait. He leaned in and said he didn't think both of them should come with him. Was it even really necessary for them to be there? They insisted, of course. Of course it was. This was the inauguration, the one day everyone swore they had to witness in person. He didn't have to stress, because everybody would show up, right on time with their parents, and they were about to go. They'd stand by his side. He promised he'd give it everything he had. Soon after, they finally reached a spot where crowds were already packed in. They were already gathering. Then they stepped out together, and Luke clapped a hand on his shoulder, reminding him, "I warned you. Maybe that's..." Among that crowd, there were even some who would go on to become legends. Eventually, they'd be his friends down the line, so he spun around and scanned the room. He stumbled across them, and once he saw all those kids, his heart instantly went, "No way, this has to be for sure." A whole new chapter in his life was about to kick off. In this academy of knighthood, where the night itself feels like a promise. Then they burst through the door and stepped inside. Then he started scanning the room, eyes darting everywhere. Because deep down, he remembered. He remembered farming with his dad before, so he turned to him and asked, and his father told him there were 2 facilities. One thing was certain. He was going for the Academy of Knighthood too. And there's a liberal arts school too, all packed under the same school umbrella. The Academy of Knighthood takes the boys, and the girls get funneled into the liberal arts side. At the Academy of Knighthood, he asked, "So boys become knights, but what about the liberal arts school?" Then he spun toward him and said, "We study here to become officials. That's why witches mostly flock to this place." He froze at what he heard, blurted out, "What are you talking about?" Because what he'd said didn't match his own story at all. "These are our words for the civil servants who serve the royal family, and the liberal arts school is where they're trained and shaped. Most students there come from knight families, but Satsuki's a wild exception. She grew up in a family of knights, yet still enrolled in an all-girls school, while the Knighthood Academy hones straight-up military skills. And that knight's title is treated like a diploma. Without it, they're not real knights, so they can't step onto the battlefield. Most of the kids coming through are the sons of knights, but hey, some girls choose this path too. If they manage to earn it, they might even get tapped to become knights for royal families. Luke said he'd pick his own path, and if he didn't want to go, he could always refuse right now. Whatever road he picks, he and his mom will stand by him every step of the way, and in this moment, he genuinely thinks he's got it under control. Yuri figured he should pick a path that didn't lock him into anyone's rules. He whipped his gaze to the side, stunned by what was unfolding there. Everyone stared at them like their presence lit up the whole room. Now it's crystal clear, those eyes are on him. His father, the brand new head of the Howe family, because without that knight title, of course, he's about to get swallowed by a storm of rumors. And deep down he knows this is going to turn into a massive headache. It gets brutal the second he starts thinking about what's coming next. Luke strode up to the girl at the counter, flashed a grin, and introduced himself, then dropped his son's name like it mattered. She bowed low, then declared, "I'll lead you, follow me." His parents had to sit tight in another room, so he stayed right there with Susan. Suzuya had their backs too, and they both shouted, "Good luck," right into his face. And when he felt that loud, heartfelt support, he blushed hard, then turned and headed for the worker who guided him, marched him straight to the office. Then he pushed the door open and stared ahead like he was about to witness something huge. He apologized for barging in, and he snapped with surprise the second he saw the students. His face snapped into pure shock. He couldn't stop wondering whether the test had already kicked off without him, with the ones already stepping up and handing in their work. And he could even see the answers, like the rules were falling apart right in front of him, and somehow there wasn't a time limit either. Don't tests all kick off at once. The teacher strode up to his desk, leaned in and faced him, and told him to sit right there. "We'll get everything ready now." And then he cut off the rest, right as the main character dropped into the chair at the table, and right then they slid a wooden tablet straight into his hands. He stared at it, then wondered, were they totally skipping it on paper? He stared at 10 different questions and thought, what kind of assignment is this? Because it felt way too easy. So tell me this, if it's really that easy, why did he spend 3 years studying with Satsuki? He scribbled the answers in a blur, then rushed up to the teacher and confidently said his name. He declared he was done, then double-checked the answers and She told the assistant to bring him to the maximum room, and that command snapped his attention right into focus. And he blurted out, "So, is there going to be another interview?" The teacher grabbed a quill and snapped, "The exam is in the next room." Surprise hit him like a punch. He froze at what he just heard, then his mind screamed, "Wait, what was that?" He insisted it was all about a quick, superficial check of abilities, and only then would the real exam begin, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something bigger was coming. Then it hit him, everything made sense. Here, there's no such thing as elementary school, so the applicant numbers explode, and even kids like him. He studied an ancient language, and anyone who couldn't even handle the basics got left behind, because this step was how they split the students into groups, according to the law. Once he understood what he didn't know, he shot his own apology in the air, asked to leave, and suddenly it all clicked, clear as day. His father never told him about it. He arrived in the classroom and found only a handful of kids already seated, so it hit him right away. There were plenty who didn't even manage to reach the maximum score. Looks like this Academy of Knights doesn't really care about that kind of knowledge. When will the exam finally start? Then the teacher marched into the classroom. A student sat in the classroom while they leaned in and announced, "All right, this is where it starts now." Then the real exam finally began, and he couldn't hide his shock. He froze when he spotted a blonde student, and before he could react, she swept right up to him and he leaned in, asking if she'd slide into the seat beside him. He nodded in agreement, and the moment it hit him, he couldn't shake the feeling that a blonde was seriously unusual. From the royal castle, Carol, she had blonde hair too, could it actually be her? The teacher held up an hourglass and announced that the worksheet giveaway was about to begin, and it would all be over the moment the very last grain of sand hit the bottom. She flipped the clock over with a snap and blared, "The exam begins." He looked genuinely caught off guard when he stared at the test, doubt hit him hard. Those questions could trip up even him. Then the story kicks off with the clan expos, breaking down the military record terms you keep seeing, then diving straight into questions about what the knight's next chosen move looks like in a specific situation. Math and now let's dive into geometric problems that use the Pythagorean theorems, and then, tell me, can you name all 9 of the historical ones? After the Shantira Empire crumbled, the kingdoms had to pick up the pieces, and trust me, these questions aren't meant for a 10-year-old, no matter how you spin it. He finally realized it. Yet this isn't some one-question deal about ancient languages, so if it's not on this test, then maybe he never should have learned it. He felt Satsuki's real motive the moment she taught him, but then, turns out it did him absolutely no good at all, not now. He had to smash through the tasks fast. He finished the test and hauled it. He handed it to the teacher, and her face lit up with shock as she blurted out that. But there was still time left. MC leaned in and asked if it was. They said it was illegal to test early, so she shut it down and denied it, and said, dead set on it, that he'd never be able to come back, his voice staying eerily calm. He brushed it off like there wasn't a single problem, because to him, he'd already done everything right. If that's all it is, then he'll go. Carol was cut off mid-sentence, like the story just hit a snag. Stunned by what she heard, she bit her lip with raw anger, then snapped her tongue in pure disgust. Pleasure. Just a little later, Luke stepped up to the arm wrestling match and locked in. Wrestling called Gal, the one standing across from him, as his opponent, and demanded to know if that was really all he had. He locked eyes with him, flashed a grin, and then leaned in to ask. He fired back, demanding to know if he still called himself a spearmaster, because rage was already burning in him at. The moment he heard it, Yuri cut in and snapped, "What are you doing?" He was on his way, and then this little distraction hit. Boom. He lost the race halfway through the R. He locked eyes with the table, arm wrestling to a win, then burst into joyful laughter and strode up to his son. And they basically blurted, "We haven't seen each other in ages." He said he was thrilled to see him again, because the last time they met was back in the castle. He blinked in shock that he still remembered this, then asked, "Wait, there's still an hour left, right?" And when he passed the exam, he nodded and admitted, "I'm not really sure about the max." He wrote brilliantly, like pure talent at full power, and grinned, saying he'd see his son soon, then begged for a friendship the moment they met. Trouble was, unlike him, his son was a total hooligan, so he asked to be taken under his wing and looked after. He froze, heart pounding over what he just heard, and demanded, "What's your name?" He panicked at the thought that if his son inherited his physique, it would be the end for him, and Gala cut in, saying the boy's name was Dora Godwin. Soon he strode up to his father and told him it was time to head home. Luke's face was already flushed from the alcohol, and he shot back, "So we're going already?" He nodded and agreed. He read it and straight away said it was all finished, totally over. And then his mother erupted in rage. They stared at her, and you could see the rage burning hot, because he ditched her alone and went out drinking. With a shaky grin, he insisted he was right. Now was the moment, and it was time to go. The very next day, the three of them swung onto their rides and took off. He got shoved down the road by carriage, straight for the academy. The antagonist stared out the window and snapped that the road had changed from yesterday. Yesterday, his father pressed him for an answer, didn't he say? The ceremony was happening inside the royal castle, so the queen would be there too, right? He nodded and swore this was a day too important to ignore. He let out a sharp, annoyed sigh, and that sound snapped his attention right to it, so he leaned in and demanded, "Why are you sighing like that?" But she didn't. He never thought he'd actually like it. He swore he didn't want to leave his family, and he never imagined he'd make any friends. He grinned and said making friends would be a breeze, because he had. He'd finally clicked with Sham, but his nerves still wouldn't quit. He even blurted that this was the one exception. Suzia suddenly burst into tears, snapping out that she wouldn't see him for a long time, and Luke just couldn't make sense of it. He pushed that question back, "What's wrong with you?" And she didn't seem stuck there forever. He nodded along with his father and promised that once the chance finally hit, he'd run home. Right away, she steadied her nerves and told him to give it a shot. He nodded instantly, and for the very first time in his life, he actually managed to calm down. Calmed his mother down, then his heart clenched. How could he fail them now? He couldn't, not after that, he just couldn't have. "I totally expected the girl to swing and slap me." Later, they finally reached the royal castle, and he stared up at it, wide-eyed, like something in there was calling his name. He whipped his head around, stunned by what he saw. His father called him over and asked, "Are you nervous?" And he quickly admitted, "Yeah, I am." Then a girl barreled up to them, threw in a heartfelt apology and asked straight up, "Are you from the house?" "Family, yeah," he agreed, and she stepped closer, like something big was about to happen, and quietly told him to step away for a minute, and they headed off for a short. Right there she leaned in and dropped the truth on him, and he froze, then blurted in shock, asking at the top of his lungs if she meant their son. She nodded, he finally got it all, turned to him, and told him they'd be taken somewhere. He should go with her. MC's panic spiked hard, and before he could finish, he told everyone, "It's all good," but you could tell he was dodging the truth, because he should have done something. He had to hurry, then moments later, he burst into the office. He was with the girl, and he couldn't stop wondering where they were dragging him off to. Something felt horribly wrong, then she knocked and warned him. She shoved it into his hands, and told him she'd brought it for him. I swung the door open and motioned him inside. He stepped in right away. Burst into the office, and there, Carol was waiting, flanked by two elderly strangers. People everywhere, then the woman shouted his name, and told him he could finally sit, so he dropped down and sat on the chair right in front of them. He spotted her, and that's when he knew he'd been looking at her the whole time. He had no clue what kind of talk this was about to turn into, but "Tell me, Why was he even dragged here in the first place? The older ones pushed her to start by introducing herself. She was the principal of the humanities school, Isabo Marmozet. Alvaro Rube is the principal of the Knighthood Academy, and he's admiring his students like, wow, those surnames are seriously something. The Marmozet family rules as the boss of the 7 witch houses, and the Rube family is one of the 5 knight families. Families like his clan's territory sits right on the border with another country, so it's seen as at the territory where the first military strikes would kick off, just like Satsuki had told them. Told him because these families are tight like that. He and Carol locked eyes for a second, then she snapped her gaze away like she couldn't handle what she was feeling. Isabao gathered them both and promised that they'd lead the students straight to the queen and get crowned as the head students. He nearly choked on his own shock, blurted out, "Wait, are you seriously going to make him the head?" Head, she said that right before everything began, they'd do a quick rehearsal, because there was a ton to memorize, so he told them to wait and asked what if he would. Alvaro said she wouldn't just be some ordinary student, she'd become the second head student, coming straight from Knighthood Academy, and she'd represent their cause. She represented the humanities school, and for the record, you can't just ask questions without permission. Yuri's nerves were shot, and she kept staring like, wait, didn't I already take the entrance exam for Knighthood Academy? Isabao dropped it like the final word, that's it. Then she shoved them toward rehearsal, and they rushed. They piled into the office, and the tutor bluntly said, first things first, you've got to memorize every phrase she handed you, then you practice them until they stick, and he's already buried in the reading. He scanned the endless list of consequences, jaw tight, eyes blazing as he thought. Carol, wait, there's way too much stuff written here to miss. Hurry. She spoke fast with a steady face, like she'd already memorized every single detail, and then she looked at. He stared at him with a smirk that totally caught him off guard, and he couldn't shake the feeling. Why was she smirking like she knew something he did? There was no way this could be mastered that fast, so what was it? He was like, wait, what's happening? And shot a shaky glance up, lifting his hand and saying, I think I'm ready, right as they started. He kicked off rehearsing, then stormed out of the office, and his thoughts spun wild. He couldn't stop thinking about how awful he felt, like the whole ceremony had gone horribly wrong. He barely even started, and he was already wiped out. Carol spun toward him, grinning like she'd just won, and blurted, turns out you're nothing. Nothing special. Then it hit him. He was stunned. Wait, is she throwing insults right out the gate? What had he even done to deserve this? Still, he kept his voice calm and said he knew all about it. She snapped, furious. What kind of manners is this? Is he trying to make me look dumb just because he scored higher on the test? He remembered that test and blurted out that they were in the same room. So why did she pick the Academy of Knighthood? She grinned, that unstoppable smile stretching wide as if it were daring the world to challenge her. With a self-confident grin, she swore she'd graduate from 2 schools at once. And somehow, she aced 2 exams, talk about a pity. He choked on the exams, but still realized he had to represent the Academy of Knighthood too, and when it clicked, he blurted out that it was downright amazing. He had no idea this could even happen, so he just told her, good luck, and trailed off like he couldn't find the words. He refused to go anywhere, unless a real opening showed up. He would have flat out refused to take the oath. Without warning, she stormed right up to him, and slapped him hard, slammed her palm into his face, right out of nowhere, and his shock hit hard as she was about to. With tears spilling down her face, she asked, voice shaking with seriousness, tell me, does he have even an ounce of honor? And she started. Rattled with insults, he ran down the corridor, and his eyes snapped with something wild, like he'd just seen the impossible. He stared at her completely baffled, and blurted that he didn't understand anything, and right after that, they burst into the... He sprinted into the hall with all the other students. The villain, still sporting a brutal handprint on his face, slid into his seat and sat down. He sighed, already bracing himself for the day a girl might slap him across the face during the entrance ceremony. If his father found out, he'd burst out laughing at him. The guy beside him just sat there, silent and still. He called him and said, it was great meeting you. Miaro Gudenville, that was his name, and he even introduced himself, then asked, shocked, how he knew his name before he stared at him. He stared him down and demanded, what happened to your cheek? Confusion hit him right away as he started to say, I just ran into. He transformed into a girl, then claimed she had the kind of life people would envy, while the MC shot back that he was just an ordinary guy. Then he pointed. He jabbed a finger at the feather on his jacket and said that an ordinary person can. You can't become a representative. You stared at it and realized that was the end of the road. He replayed his last meeting with Carol and realized he'd bruised her pride. So how much had she endured just to stand beside him now? But he was sneaking in tricks he'd learned back in his past life, and honestly, she wasn't just trying, he wasn't even worth half the effort. The moment she saw his attitude, fury hit her like a truck, and she should have put himself in her shoes. Shoes? He blurted something cruel and crushed someone's feelings without a second thought, like he wasn't even the least bit different from the guy he used to be, and proof that smart doesn't always mean successful. Just like you wouldn't call someone great for being mature way past their years. Nero confirmed it, he'd clocked it right the whole time. But they don't know a thing, still kids, still clueless, so he just stared him down. He stared him down and thought, that's right, these guys still have everything waiting for them ahead. The man on the podium snapped, everybody be quiet. So everything finally quiets down, right as they start the entrance ceremony. The reps better get ready, they're about to swear that oath any second. Both of them shot up from their seats at the same time. Suzuya yanked Luke by the shoulder and snapped, you. That he had to see, he grew up so. He gripped her in a tight hug and blurted, that's our son. Then they both marched up to the queen, struck up a conversation, like at a. He booked a rehearsal, told himself not to sweat it, even after realizing he might have left something behind. He could totally make it up on the fly, figuring things out as he went, because that was the whole point. He had to. The goal is to make it through without a single hitch, so he pushed through and finished. He stopped talking and suddenly thought, okay, now it's gonna be Carol's turn. She leaned in and started. It's crazy how being near. She stood nearby, steady and supportive, but then her courage cracked and nerves started crawling in. Repeating just this line, over and over, while Yuri is right there too. Mary whipped her head toward her, worry flashing in her eyes, and started wondering if she'd forgotten the message, if she'd blanked on her speech. So tell me, if she's just speaking, why does she look so self-confident? And on top of that, she was trying to make it work, fast. That's going to break him. She's on the verge of tears, and she turns straight toward him. And he stared back, confused. Why was she looking at him like that? So yeah, now he's reading a bit, and her tech is right there too. He slipped a quiet nudge into her messages, urging her to text back. She suddenly snapped back into every memory, and blurted out that if she backed that act, she promises, straight to the world, that she'll study hard from now on, no shortcuts. He pushed ahead, convinced everything was finally settled. Only, the dust settled and that last chance stayed. He charged straight for the queen, dropped to his knees, and pressed a kiss to her hand like it was the world's most precious thing. She reached out, then lifted him by the chin, and stared right into his eyes. He stared at her face, and the students were. And just like that, it started to scatter and fade away. At the ceremony, Meiro stepped up and said he'd speak. He said, pretty calmly, that's not what I'd call it, even though a little nervousness was already crawling up his spine. He brought it up, then straight up asked if he'd be cool with grabbing lunch together afterward. He accepted the offer, apologized through gritted teeth, and admitted that he'd promised his. He wanted nothing more than to see his family, but the regret hit hard. Then Carol rushed in and approached them, and he screamed at the top of his lungs to yank his attention. And right then, he snapped his head around to face him. She snapped her gaze to him, then grabbed his hand and yanked him along, dragging him with her as she moved. She snapped at her, shouting at the top of her lungs that he should come here. Right then, the protagonist was in. Indignant about this, loudest of all, he told her straight up to stop and insisted she should at least let him say goodbye. She nodded. He spun around and he blurted out an apology. He blurted that he had to go, then flashed a quick smile like, hey, it was good talking to you. Miyaro shot him a warm smile, wished him the best and waved him off like, go on, take care. She flashed him a quick goodbye, yanked his hand like she couldn't wait a second longer, and blurted out loud and clear that so they told them to speed up, and right after that they reached an empty office. She spun her gaze down the hallway, hunting for anyone who might be watching, and slammed the door shut behind her. Then he spun around. He snapped his attention to her right as she was about to speak. But then, without warning, she broke down, tears pouring as her face twisted into pure heartbreak. Her expression was frozen in place. He looked totally lost, like nothing made sense, and he blurted, I don't get it, and asked. She forced herself not to cry and then blurted, what happened? But the tears just kept pouring, and snapped that she was offended, then vowed she'd beat him by jumping straight into the competition. He was lost because of just a single phrase, and that's why he reminds me of him. It hit her like a gut punch. What a tragedy, and he thought it finally made sense, so she tried to outdo him, but the test handed her a lower score than his. She refused to let that loss stand, and then but he can't help thinking she's got way more talent than he ever does. He turned to stare at him, then shot back in a confused voice, wait, did she drag me here just to tell me about? She took a shaky breath, calmed down for a second, and wiped the tears right off her face. Others shut it down and insisted she only wanted to thank him. She managed to push through her speech anyway, and when it was over, she couldn't stop thanking him for holding everything together. She yanked the door open and blurted, that's it, everything I came here to say, I'm done. He was ready to walk out, but he stopped mid-step, He told her to wait and admitted he'd probably acted in an ungracious way too. He didn't want to hurt her feelings, but when he didn't show up with the pride of a knight, she snapped, swearing it wasn't worthy of her. Heck, even the future ruler she wanted to be wasn't worth losing to someone like him, because the MC snapped, if you're the ruler, then the vassals swear allegiance to you. So what was she even fighting for, competing with folks below her rank? Carol shot him a smug little smile and said a ruler should be stronger and smarter. Then he just stared, totally baffled, and admitted he didn't get her logic. So Carol snapped back, furious, yelling that he should realize she has no intention of losing to him, because if she lets him win, she'll end up looking worse than a scoundrel. He said it with a cool, steady voice, like the exams didn't matter at all. So she should try. Those words slammed into her, and with a furious snap in her voice, she demanded, "Does that mean I'll never win?" His nerves rattled as he admitted, "If she fights back, I'm done for." She shouldn't stress, he wasn't about to try, so she slipped right back around him again. Rage burned through her as she blared insults at him, then stormed out. She strode down the hallway and blurted that she regretted thanking him the second the words left her mouth. She finally steadied her breathing, then spun around. She jabbed a finger at him and declared, loud and fearless, that she'd never, ever lose to him. She kept walking, and the moment she did, a small smile flickered across his face. And he said the ceremony turned into a total nightmare. Sam kept fiddling with Yuri's suit, and with a voice full of upset, he blurted, "Wait, are you really leaving?" He said he'd miss her too, then promised, "Starting next year, you'll be studying too, so we'll meet again soon," and he pointed at the distance. If she measures the distance from Earth to the moon and calls it close, then maybe she can breathe, but she's still drowning in sadness. He had an idea and told her, "I'll give you an assignment. While you work it out, you won't." She smiled and swore it, "You won't be alone, okay? Give me a little time and I'll wait for you." One time he burst into the academy, stared at his handful of bags, and blurted out. After packing everything up, he just needed to figure out what to do with it, because there was no way he could keep carrying it. Carry it all at once, maybe he should stash it for a bit. That's what Myro thought, because nobody would dare steal it, and then he noticed him. He snapped his name out loud, and told him it looked like he was lost in thought. He closed the distance, they greeted him with smiles, and he flat out admitted he just couldn't make sense of it. He didn't know where to stand to register, and he had zero clue where to dump his stuff. Offered to walk him home, but then warned him that those things should have been sent in advance. Then the protagonist. He was hit with disbelief by what he heard, let out a harsh sigh, and instantly knew something was seriously wrong with his father. He stepped in right away, offering help, and saying that they could make it. The dorm wasn't even far from here. They hustled over with his bags, right as he found himself lining up at the entrance beside a crowd of students who'd already started winning. One after another, they filed into the dorm. Then it was his turn, and he strode up to the worker and introduced himself, his name dropping like a warning. She paused, then told him, "You're getting the first room. Second floor, perfect." He could stash his personal stuff in the room's safe, and then he received the key. The two of them strode down the hallway, and Mayaro snapped that he had the second room, so that meant they were in. They were neighbors. Then he turned to him with a grin and said, like it was no big deal, that they were insanely lucky. Somehow, they made it all the way to his room. He dropped his huge bag and let out a breath like a weight finally lifted. Then the MC spun around, thanked him with full sincerity, and said that his help had made a massive difference for the. He said this storm only had newcomers, and that he was thrilled to lock in business with him for the next 15 years. They matched his feelings, they exchanged goodbyes, and then boom, he convinced himself he was the heir to one, belonging to one of the 7 great witch families, and he acted like the nicest guy you'd ever meet. Seems like this nice guy could have had it all, like he was just one step away from everything going right. Managed to get along with him, and right after that, he stepped inside. Barreling into the room, he spotted a guy staring at him with a stone-cold serious look. He shot him a look and then greeted him, introduced himself, and went, "Okay, so you're my roommate." But right after that, the hostile tension in the air was screaming, "Where does this shodan come from?" The student blurted, words slipping out in a rush. With a dead serious stare, he basically admitted he'd never heard of the guy. He cracked his knuckles, locked eyes with him, and he hauled his stuff into the closet, then one. He couldn't help wondering who he really was, then his eyes snapped to the closet. He dumped his bags there, then spun around and let the whole thing thaw out. He couldn't even be bothered to talk to him. How much longer could this go on before it all blew up? He stared at him like that, and with Mayaro, everything felt totally different. And he finally let himself believe that everything was finally going right. He decided to slip out and sweep the dorm for clues. Then he checked his bag like it might hold answers. He started shoving his books into the bag, and then it hit him like a sudden thought. This was already his 3rd diary. He wrote in Japanese, so if someone snatched it, they'd probably think they were stumbling onto something suspicious. Something feels off, so you'd better lock the two of them up before he can make a move. He's done, then he swings his closet shut. He tossed his bag onto the bed, then slammed the diary and your writing stuff down on the table. The guy snapped a furious cry out loud and demanded, who dared tell him he was allowed to use this table? He spun toward him and snapped, look, there are two tables. Stuff's already on one, but on the other, it's empty. Why can't we use the empty table? He demanded. And then he said, yeah, it might be possible, but only if they got his okay first. He couldn't figure out why he was acting like that at all. He leaned in and demanded to know his name, then suddenly shot up and bellowed, what did you just say? He begged him to stop shouting, then leaned in and said he couldn't shake the feeling. Maybe this guy was royalty. He stepped closer. He stared him down and said, dead serious, that he had zero right to think he could do every single thing. Yuri felt a jolt of nerves, but even so, he steadied his voice and said, because of course everything had to happen just because he was in charge. He pushed the idea, said they needed to talk, right there at the tables, then settle it for good, and he snapped his head away and said he wanted nothing to do with this. Then he jabbed a finger right at him. He stared straight at himself and declared, my name is Dora Godwin. The moment he heard his last name, it hit him. Turns out he really was Gal's son. He'd heard people calling him a hooligan, but living with him for 15 years later, he blurted, do you know what you know? And the words tangled in his throat. His father stepped in, displeasure twisting his face, and leaned close to demand, so what? Then he threw praise his way, turned right around and acted like he'd smelled something bad. He denied it and in the same breath couldn't stop thinking, what did I just get myself into? He hurled the ink onto the floor with a powerful sweep of his. He shoved a hand out, pointed at him and yelled, nerd, right in front of everyone, and basically bragged that he thought he was way too good for everyone. This is where you sign up to become a knight, and right from the start, you're fighting tooth and nail to protect the whole country. And he's here to learn, because if he wants to take down the enemy, he doesn't need paper. Then he raised a quill, a spear, a sword, and a shield, like he was ready to carve his legend into the world. Shielding himself with strength is what he has to do. He didn't have any right to act like he owned the place, just because he racked up high scores. On the test day, the moment he failed to spot him, he didn't just ignore him. He stared straight back, like he was daring him to prove himself. He leaned in with a grin, waiting on his answer. Then he finally spoke and said, he said he needed to answer, so what's his problem? Is he scared? Scared, he snatched his diary, smirked. Then that grin turned sinister as his finger hit the first page, like he was about to make a move. He leaned in and blurted, what is this? Then he stared at the binding and asked again. He quizzed her about that study book he'd brought, and then he froze, because the cover literally warned him, do not touch. Then she swung the book down on his head and demanded to know who he thought he was, the protagonist, speaking dead serious as she told him, you have to bring it back. And it was something he couldn't afford to lose. Then Dora leaned in and asked, with a smug, arrogant stare, he seemed to be asking himself, was he really in the position now where he could command? He yanked his diary to the floor and started to. Grinning wide, he stomped down on it. Furious beyond words about what just happened, he starts thinking. He thought this was his chance, his full 10 years, and he snapped, asked in a dead serious voice, so if he can't understand words, he's basically a dog, right? Then, all right, he'll treat him like one. Treat him like that and he'll strike too. Because if he's a dog with the power to do more than just bark, then let him go after it. His words set him off, rage surged, and he sprinted at him, trying to punch him. Then, out of nowhere, something caught him completely off guard. The MC snapped his guard into place, then drove a hard strike straight into his stomach. He clutched his stomach, and the pain hit so hard he couldn't even move. The arrow slammed into his back, and he stumbled forward straight at him, like he had no choice but to close the distance, and he drove a brutal blow straight into his stomach. MC sprawled on top of Dora and leaned in close, telling him that he'd asked for. Dora cut him off and told him to shut up, right? Then Yuri snapped him with a hit and barked that he absolutely shouldn't. He shouldn't talk, he should answer the question, so did he start to kick off the fight right then. Dora snapped back with a confident yes. Then MC slammed into him again, driving the hit home. He pressed him for the truth. Was he really ready for this? He answered, steady and sure that it meant everything to him. So, wasn't that his cue to finally respond? Dora nodded and said, yeah, that's exactly what he told me. So right after that, Yuri snatched Dora and demanded, so, he's totally fine with it, so fine that as he strikes, the whole door starts shaking. He showed up all over the place, and still didn't answer after. Right after that, his vision snapped out. he crumpled into unconsciousness, and at that exact moment, the door swung open, and Nata strode inside like she owned the place. She spotted Dora sprawled on the stairs and sprinted over to him. She grabbed him, shook him hard, and barked at him, and told him to snap out of it and get his head back on straight. Then she screamed for someone to run to the infirmary and grab a doctor, while the MC stood right there, trembling like a leaf. Shaking himself off, he snapped that she had no right to grab him like that, then he just trailed off, like there was more he wouldn't admit. Teetered on the edge of losing consciousness, just so I could stop him before I asked what they'd done here. Yuri yanked his tie straight and swore he'd been attacked. Then he just shrugged and let the truth hit. The MC didn't demand a deeper breakdown. He cut it off right there and said, "That's all." After that, there was nothing else to explain. Nations stared at him, and she swore she didn't see an ounce of guilt in his eyes. Yuri shot her a vicious glare too and demanded, "Isn't any of this your business to stay out of?" Ashamed now, she was the one who'd handed out the rooms to the students. And then a dangerous dog in his room cornered him, threatening his life. Then it came at him swinging its fists. If he hadn't fought back, who knows how that would have ended for him. Different vibe, right? She didn't see a single ounce of guilt, so he had no reason to feel bad. Nada said they'd handle him later. For now, he had one job. He had to rush back and tell his family everything. And finally go home. MC grabbed his. He snatched his stuff and bolted out of the office. My arrow shot upward. He stepped right up, shouted his name, pushed through the crush of people, and then threw himself into an apology, because he insisted he had to. He had to go, so he grabbed Yuri's attention and told her, "There's blood on my face. We have to wash it off now." "Scrub it off, this looks awful." The MC quickly throws out an apology. He threw out an apology and told him to ignore it. Then they just stood there outside. By the well, Mayaro was dousing his hands with fresh water, splashing as he worked. Yuri told me they had barely just met him. And just like that, it was already time to say goodbye. He swallowed hard, let out a heavy breath, and said, "I never imagined I'd get expelled." So that's why my arrow cracked into laughter, saying it was impossible for him to get expelled. This was just a fight between. He made the promise between the boys and the MC shot back. Yeah, that's exactly how it was. He figured his words would calm her down. Turns out, Miara's. Moro told Yuri not to worry, and Yuri snapped back that he should stop laughing. Then he convinced himself he was truly a good person, like the Howe family did everything right. Back home, MC stepped in front of his mother and tried to hide his injured hand. Suzia told Luke, "Show me," and Luke snapped back, "It's nothing." A brutal fight erupted, and Suzia screamed at him, demanding he stop this madness before it got worse. She shushed him for now. Then she snapped, "Yuri, did you hit him?" MC stammered out a nervous, "Yes," then immediately slipped away and hid. She snapped his head with a sharp strike, and told him that if the two of them were, if they were the ones throwing punches, then he'd be blamed too. Since he loved throwing hands, they'd click the second he came back, so yeah, he should. Yuri squeezed his head and wondered, what kind of parenting is this? He should have made peace with him after all. Right after that, Suzuya leaned in and demanded an answer, and MC froze, still convinced he couldn't take down his own mom, but Yuri just flashed a confident, yes. The very next day at the dorm, the MC stepped out of the carriage and strode straight into the building, while the driver leaned out and wished him good luck. Yuri thanked him and then it hit him, based on his dad's words. Dora clearly wasn't really listening. Then the MC shot straight toward the entrance. And there, Dora, standing right in front of him. He leaned in and demanded to know why he was just standing there. Yuri closed the distance and boldly pushed to slip past him. But Doris insisted, "No, you didn't lose, get that straight." Lost, the battle raged on. Then the MC turned to him and asked, "Do you have?" He hadn't realized what it meant to lose, until losing hit him like a punch he couldn't dodge. Okay, then he'd swallow the loss and accept it. Dora sprinted up to him and said, "So it's not over, he better get ready and wait for him to show up." Yuri shot back that she didn't want it, because that way he definitely would. Wouldn't put him down. The very next moment, Dora stepped in front of him and snapped, "Are you seriously about to bolt, or what?" The MC shot back that in a real fight, he'd already be lying there, dead and gone. This fight is life or death. And with that kind of mindset, it's about to get real, because it's, man, you can't beat him, especially not him. Dor promised he'd try again once he finished training, so he told himself, "Don't you dare run away." Run away, Yuri snapped that he had to make sure he didn't curb it. He tossed and turned under curse every night, and Dory snapped after him, swearing he wouldn't do that again. So don't underestimate him. MC burst into the office. He stepped into the office, convinced the floor was finally fixed. Then he spotted it right away. The inkwell was still sitting there. And yeah, everything else was still carrying on too. So nope, it wasn't over yet. Then the bell blasted, and everyone bolted toward the dining room. Then everything goes quiet. So fast it feels like the story just hits a wall, not a. He stood there in front of everyone and blurted out, "Claimed you had to graduate from the academy, to make it out alive. They had to snag 300 points, so no mistakes, they better double-check everything on that board. Yuri figured it out fast. Of those 300 points, half were special subjects meant for knights, and the technique. Techniques powered by raw physical strength can chew up a third of that 300, and the real difference comes down to the choice. Like, not everyone can master the. Then it hits, those skill points let him command royal eagles, and the leftover 150 get dumped into languages, math, and history. The same old grind, basically. You can even pick the ancient tongue he studied, the language of Shang, but the one subject that hooks him is the language of Kura, and he's stunned that you might actually learn your enemy's language right here, because if war ever breaks out, the people who know the enemy's wordplay rules everything, and knowing it could save your life. Nada said that today they'd run a test to grant exemptions from the mandatory courses for anyone who felt they didn't need them. They could take the test and still get slammed with 0 grades, and the MC thought he was insanely lucky, like the luck would just drop from the sky and land in his lap. Yuri heard it said starting now, they'd follow the teacher's orders, and that was the whole deal, and Yuri's mind raced as he thought. 3 years with Satsuki hadn't been wasted for a second. He was done for, then he silently thanked her, and right after that, the MC shot to his feet. She buckled down to study, scribbled out her work, and then headed straight into the office. As the night rolled in, Yuri's stomach growled with hunger. He thought those tests had eaten his whole day, until he realized the day was already over. But he'd already been cleared of 40% after. After that, MC suddenly clocked Mai. In the cafeteria, he slid up to him and asked, "Can I?" Miara fired back, "Yeah," and Yuri shot him a grateful look before. Then he blurted that he'd heard about the 300 units and it freaked him out, but MC's like, "Thank goodness they came up with that system." Then MC turned to him and asked. Mayaro nodded right back, didn't he get exempted? And then dropped the bomb, 93%. Yuri lit up and said, "That's awesome." He couldn't believe it. He had no idea he was this good at studying, but yeah, he was smart after all. Then my arrow shot the question, "What about him?" And MC snapped back, "He's got 120% of my." Myro's spoon clattered to the floor, and when he demanded, 120, Yuri hesitated, then nodded yes, all awkward and stiff. Myro said he'd studied too, and if it meant he could graduate faster, then yeah, he was in. He agreed. He'd read all of it, but getting out of the night academy usually took forever, so he grilled him about why, and the answer cut off right there. There were con. So he'd need to grind for about 7 long years, meaning if everything went right, he'd finally graduate at 17. My arrow shot back a hard no, saying they only hand out final classes at 20 because there are so many. Whenever their fresh-faced students get shoved straight onto the battlefield, the MC pauses, thinking it over, and finally says, "So that's it. What about a liberal arts school?" Myro shot back that you can blaze through graduation, and the whole setup is, so the faster you graduate, the better, because this isn't some night academy thing at all. Yuri leaned in and asked him if he really knew all that. Miaro shot back, "Love it or hate it. You don't get to choose how you learn when you grow up in a mage family." MC couldn't stop thinking that his family, one of the 7 great mage families, had been ruling the magical world since the dawn of time. Mages were supposed to be the king's loyal hands and feet, but the truth is, they grabbed real power and started doing whatever they wanted. They'll even push you into crime, like when they hand you the ship work and then quietly hire stevedores to rip apart other people's fleets. There's no stopping it because the ones meant to keep order quietly let the theft happen, then they shove bribe-taking right onto people and fill their own pockets with it. It's the easiest hustle they can find. Steve, the doors, the guys who unload the ship for them. This is just routine, and the fact that they're doing it without even blinking says it all. Dirty deeds in the fields are unforgivable, and yeah, corruption rears its ugly head in every country, but that doesn't mean the whole nation is doomed, because the 7 great families of magicians have been ruling with power since ancient times. The real nightmare is this: history has never delivered a full purge, so they're sunk deep in it. Miyaro said her family is in real estate, but their system doesn't work for real people. Yuri snapped, "Wait, I know his name." A cold, negative attitude. Maybe because he's a guy, and Miyaro straight up said his family is. So if he keeps leveling up, he'll become the head of the family someday, right? MC snapped that he wouldn't want it. Then boom, Miyaro crumpled backward, and Yuri asked if he was okay. Then Miyaro snapped in shock. How could this happen with my family? The family had a legendary past, and he'd already heard the rumor. He even helped his father once before. MC thought. Miyaro cut in, dead serious, asking if he'd even realized he wasn't just. Yuri trained his whole life for one day, being the head of the family, and he was sure he'd finally get. Once his cousins finally snagged partners, he passed the place to them, because farming was the life that fit him best. But the farm owner called the shots, acting like he was born to be the head, and the MC thought his past life sounded calm and peaceful, until he said, if I can just find her. A worthy bride, that's a whole different story. Who knows what the future holds? Maybe he'll climb up and become the head. Myro hesitated, all awkward. Answered with a confident yes. Then Yuri pushed them to look at their schedules, promising they'd lock in a bunch of joint activities together. Mayaro said yes, and after a bit, MC slumped with a tired sigh thinking, guess today's my day off. Taking a day off, he decided to stroll around the capital, and that's when he spotted a crowd. From far away, a tense commotion kept growing, then he looked up and spotted Carol. Yuri stared at herself like, what am I even doing here? And the shocking part was the fact she was wearing a man's uniform. Carol spotted him and then, whoa, she shot him a fierce, no-nonsense glare. The MC thought he was scared, so he swallowed it and decided not to go bother her. After a while, Yuri finally reached the edge of that place, right when he thought he couldn't. He drifted through the city streets, lost in thought about that. Turns out the capital was way more fun than anyone expected, because everyone here was always getting into something, and he figured if he just wore the uniform right, he'd stand out. It was. Good call, he finally decided to switch things up, and MC kept moving right after. He trudged through the capital streets, and then, someone out there was keeping their eyes on him. That year, he snapped his gaze away, and suddenly realized he'd never been here before. The MC spotted 3 men downing alcohol, and the moment he saw how hammered they looked, he knew they'd been drinking for a while. Right after lunch, the men snapped and started swinging. Yuri just watched it spiral out of control. He stood there, stunned by it all. Man, this atmosphere has him rattled, and he still can't get used to it. He can't stay here, he needs to dodge places like this. After that, MC heard a voice and his mind snapped. Was that a woman's scream, or was he imagining it? She wasn't imagining it, something was definitely coming from right nearby, and the next moment, Yuri suddenly spotted someone clutching Carol in their arms, and refusing to let her go. Boone said she should stand. Still, MC stared at her like, what? Carol's screaming. He shrieked for her, demanding she let go. Then she blurted out for help. No one cared anyway. Boone snapped his hand across her face and snarled at her to shut up. A little girl's loud little noise filled the air, so where they should tie her up quickly. Then he turned his gaze right back to her. He leaned in and said, whoa, are you really from the royal family? Royal family? No way. People like that are actually roaming around here like nothing happened, and I can't believe it. And somehow avoid getting himself in trouble, because Yuri was totally peeping. Creeping up to the edge, peeking around the corner at everything, and in that instant I just thought, this idiot, why is she even here? They're totally stalling, like they're scared to move. So what are they after? Are they just trying to kidnap someone? Or is it the girl they want most? And they'd love it if she ran away on her own. The second they dug up her origin, a nasty chill hit him, because deep down, he couldn't ignore the bad feeling about him. Boone whipped his head around and spotted MC, then blasted at him to get out. Right now. Get out of here, Yuri hesitated, just barely, before taking the next step. He said this girl was his servant, so tell me, do you really believe that? Seriously, are you really trying to kidnap her? Boone demanded. Servant, Zuko shot back, eyes blazing. Yeah, but what about the money? MC said he figured her parents would cough up the money, only for it to fall apart when they wouldn't. Yuri panicked, she'd sworn there were only 4 of them. Maybe 3, nothing more than that. Boone barked at him to shut his mouth, and the MC thought, yeah, I get it, our leader is built different. You can clock it just by his face. This guy's a soldier, and you know he's seen that look before. Staring back at him was his family, cold, lifeless, and hauntingly still. Still as death, so terrifying it feels like straight-up horror. Boone marched up to Yuri and put a ruthless threat in his face. Right after that, MCS raised a knife and threatened him, forcing the question into the air. Who is she? The MC told him, if I answer your question, you won't kill me. Kill him, Boone snapped back, saying everything hinged on what he would say next. But Yuri insisted they'd still carry her along with them. He said, so if you really want him, then take him. Wouldn't that get you more money? After Boone finished speaking, he grinned, then he said, they told him they'd see what they could do, and after a bit, someone finally led them forward. Carol was shoved into a room, and when she opened her mouth to speak, a gag slammed over it, silencing her instantly. Zuko snapped that she should shut up, then swung at MC and told him he'd ask again. Who is she? He had to snap back with the truth. Yuri snapped that he didn't know, then admitted he'd totally forgotten, and Zuko cut in, saying he shouldn't. Rooster laughed at them. Boone stepped aside and later said that. Then they had to check both of them. Zuko didn't hesitate as he nodded, ready and all in. He said, I gotta check what they've got, then that key after this, Boone. Soon, the key came into view, and MC's guards snapped, asking if it belonged to the Howe family. Family, right, so she was one of them too, Yuri said they all got it in seconds. Yeah, you heard me, Sham Howe is her name. Holy, she's the headman's daughter. MC mentally shot Sham an apology. But he had no other option. Boone pressed. Sham. He'd heard rumors they had a daughter, sure, but blonde hair screamed royal blood. Yuri claimed her ancestors passed down noble blood, so royal blood runs in her veins too, and the MC immediately feared that if he was wrong, they'd be dead before the sentence even finished. Boone muttered, so that's the truth. And just like that, everything snapped into place in the very next moment. He stalked up to Carol and yanked her hair in his fist, then growled that he shouldn't. Don't underestimate him, make him speak the truth. But tell me, was she really just some bloodline miracle? Yuri snapped that he wasn't lying, and dared him to check for himself. Boone snapped back, don't play me, don't you dare lie, and then he cut her off with, I'll send her to. He dragged her toward the castle, and the MC screamed, it's the absolute truth, she was the former headman's daughter after the. Then Boone burst out laughing, and said he didn't think he would finally get to meet her. Then he turned to him, bowed his head, and apologized, and said that Yuri shouldn't take it to heart, and Yuri couldn't help wondering if it was true. If he really shouldn't be offended. Boone caught the headman's eye, brushed his bangs out of his face, and he admitted his life was never going back to how it used to be. No matter how hard he fought, he still ended up stuck in the shadows. His hunger gnawed at him like an unstoppable beast. Then Boone slammed into Carol and barked, we've got to move, now. To keep it shut, he forced himself to stay quiet. Then he bolted out of the room. In the room, the MC quietly swallowed his pride and apologized. He apologized to Carol for dragging her into it just to get himself up. He'd untie her right then, and right after that, Yuri cut the last knot and freed her. He yanked the rope tight to the thing he had on, then leaned in and told her that she should offer him her hands because he always had it ready for moments like this, and that's exactly why it came in clutch. Then the MC finally shook the ropes off, freed their hands and marched forward. He marched up to the door and Carol snapped, so why if you can just. He just vanished, no way he'd still be sitting there now. Yuri said they weren't strangers, and somehow he hadn't even clocked it. She felt eyes on her and noticed she was being followed. Carol shot back that he could call her by her first name, no formalities at all, and right after that, MC said that she'd been kidnapped, and he kept praying the guards would finally clock her absence and rush in to save her, because he came from a family of warriors, and he understood exactly what that moment demanded. That if everyone found out about the ransom, it would wreck her reputation. Carol snapped back, I'm not doing this for show, I've already decided what happens next. Now she tarnished his family's name, then she apologized, pressed in close and squeezed her hand and swore she could handle it. She'd trained for ages, but then she paused but those screams hit so hard her body stiffened like stone. This was the first time Carol had ever been that terrified, and she thought. The stunning view from the castle hit her like a real-life painting. She never even bothered to look at it from the other side. Then she leaned in and demanded to know how he could keep his cool. She stayed razor calm, then he stammered, weren't you scared? But the sentence died on her lips. She couldn't stop thinking about his eyes. Then, right after that, Carol blurted out that she was terrified. Yuri still felt like a kid in her bones, like he couldn't possibly see her any other way, but he didn't. He was stuck, completely blank on what to say to her, so he frantically tried to dig up something, anything. He'd never managed to calm anyone down before, until his trusty luck, and his father. Then MC strode up to her and laid a hand on her shoulder, telling her that training isn't just. In reality, everybody gets scared the first time, but in his first fight, fear hit him hard, real hard. Yuri felt his fear slam into his chest, like he was standing there making a fool of himself. A former soldier, so the state should have stepped in and handled it. Of him, since that didn't happen, maybe a soldier from the Kirihina kingdom. MC leaned in and told her that there was a ton of guys like that always crowd into places like this, and most of them are still way too naive for what's coming. If she didn't get her act together, the darkness would swallow everything, would consume her, and before she could react, he snatched up. Carol snatched your face between her hands and blurted, what's wrong? Yuri cut him off and snapped back, it's a S, especially since she was a princess, and he knew exactly what she could do. His abilities kept those hits from landing the way they should, yet they still strung just enough to rattle him, right before her next slap. Carol listened to every word, then a smile lit up her face. MC. He shot his hand out toward her and urged her to go back. Carol grabbed his hand and shot back a wholehearted yes, then she spun around and kept going. He demanded an answer, how are they even getting out of here? Then he clenched his teeth and said he'd smash that window. Yuri shot back that it was the second floor, like that alone guaranteed they wouldn't make it. Then MC. Carol circled her car, staring it down, and then asked him, what's wrong? Is there something on it? Then Yuri snatched her from behind and demanded, can I check something? Before he snapped back, sure. She was straight up excellent. Her moves were so dialed and you could bet she'd never, ever fall behind. They beat them in the race, and Carol's face burned with embarrassment. Then she blurted, "What in the world was I thinking?" The guards caught a strange sound and burst into the room. But when they pushed in, the only one they found in that room was Carol. Goo snapped, "Where's the kid?" And MC scrambled into hiding, crouching behind the door, holding his breath in that very moment. The second Zuko stepped inside, Yuri sprang into action, stabbed him through, then slammed him down onto the ground. She ripped the knife out of his grip and drove it into him. Then he drove the blade straight into his leg. Right there, no hesitation. MC sprinted toward the second car. Guard, he handled him with effortless ease. At that moment, the kidnapper was sprinting up the stairs and blurting out that, and then bam, he finally nailed it, and that's when he felt a wave of relief crash through him. Then right then, he lifted his gaze and stared. He snapped his gaze up, and there was Yuri right in front of him standing there, itching to stab him. After MC tore through every last guard, Carol leaned toward the room's window and stared out, locking her gaze on. They all gawked at it in shock. Right then, the kidnapper slipped up behind her and yanked her into his grip. He snapped that they were damn kids. In that exact moment, Carol snapped into focus and drove her foot into him. The kidnapper finally shoved her away and growled that it hurt. Carol winced in pain, then bolted to the side, and then he shoved back and slammed a hit right between his legs, and the kidnapper instantly went down, feeling every bit of it. Carol slammed him down in agony and demanded how he liked it. Then Yuri shoved the knife into her hands and raved about how good she was. Everything was set perfectly, every single thing was right where it should be, and they didn't take a single coin either. Of course, I know this isn't exactly the best spot, but if they hit a busier street, everything will suddenly turn out just fine. They've got to move. Carol locked eyes with him and gave a firm nod. Positively, the MC yanked the door open and they bolted, like they were being chased by the end of the world, sprinted for all they had, and right then, Boone stood right outside the door, clocked them instantly and snapped, "Come in." Yuri's eyes snapped to him. "What?" And she yanked Carol's hand like she'd already made her move. Said they had to run here. Boone snapped into action, sprinting after them in full pursuit, and yelled. Said he'd crush any chance of their escape. Then, after a while, MC as Carol kept sprinting, she whipped her head around, eyes sharp, and started thinking fast. Where am I? Is this really? Yuri leaned in and told her, "Watch closely, don't miss a single detail." She'd never in a million years expect to see something like this. From the castle window, the MC peered out, and in the dark, he realized this wasn't the end. It was the start of something worse. The dark side of the capital. Carol couldn't shake the feeling that she was about to face something terrifying. At that exact moment, you had absolutely no clue. Right then, Boone burst into view and stood right in front of them, saying, "They said they were caught." Then he pointed at his yard like, "This is mine." Tag ended right there in the blink of an eye, and the moment the game was over, everything changed. He wouldn't let a single one of them slip away until he wrung every last coin out of them. Yuri leaned in and told him, "If you want that money so badly, then go ahead, you can." And he could take it, so he snatched the bag and launched it like a rocket. Then the bag of Boone slammed the cash in half, and the money exploded across the room like a storm. The whole neighborhood gasped at what just happened. They stared in shock, then blurted, "That's money," and right after that. So the residents sprinted straight to where the money was splattered everywhere, and they slammed their way in, cutting. Boone slammed into her path to MC and Carol. Yuri snapped that they had to scatter this, and Carol shot back a harder firm. Boone snatched a resident and barked that he had to get out, because the man was in his way. Then Boone turned his eyes like he was about to keep going, saying nothing but looking straight at. He stared ahead and they were already gone. Boone let out a furious curse that echoed off the walls. MC and Carol finally broke free. Now they stood there breathless, right at the edge of safety. They just stood there, wheezing and clutching their breath after that brutal, all-out sprint. Yuri blurted out that he just hoped they were safe now, and Carol spun around, scanning the area like something might still be lurking. And he figured this was just a normal, everyday landscape, until the happy moment hit. Happy people flood the streets of a city, lit up like pure sunshine. This was the capital she'd always known, so how could something this dark be here? Let the darkness hide behind it, because Carol was boiling with anger. An MC caught it, he sucked in a breath, let it out slow and said, "His." Once the fear finally eased, hunger hit him like a truck. "Maybe. Should we really go somewhere?" Carol blurted out, stunned that he was still thinking at all, right in the middle of everything. How was he still so calm, while his brain was locked on food? Dude was seriously weird. Strange, Yuri shot it down, and admitted this was the very first time he'd ever found himself in something like this. And right in that moment, Carol shot back, "That's just how she is. She's still totally immature." She just sobbed, like that was all she could do. MC smirked and told her flat out, "I'm not going to talk about you like that after all," and then he trailed off. She'd hit someone too, and Carol paused for a beat, then snapped back that she'd done the same. Yuri told her she'd better stick to just one slap, because if he took a real hit like that, he'd never make it. Carol snapped back, furious, insisting she never meant to hit him. Enough, and right then Carol's. The servants surged up to them, and one of them snapped, panicked. Where did she get so filthy? What happened to her? Carol answered. She'd just gotten a little lost, then boom, she fell and the servant hurried over to ask, "Are you alone too?" Because yeah, that was the kind of situation you do not want to be in. That's right, she snatched Carol's hand and declared they were going back. And Carol opened her mouth to argue, but his servant shot back that she'd listened to her on the way. Then right then, MC snapped, "Stop, we're letting him go." He tried to say goodbye to her, but the servant shot him a cold stare and answered back in a rude, disrespectful tone. No, after that, Yuri yanked a knife out like it was already waiting in her sleeve. He raised the knife and said, "I get it, but he's the head's son." Then there was Yuri from the Howe family. When the servant caught sight of it, he rushed in and bathed her right away. She nodded back with a bright yes and promised she'd get the carriage ready right away. For now, it was goodbye. Carol leaned in and admitted to MC she'd had to lie to them, while Yuri stayed cool and told MC not to even listen. Carol admitted she'd caused him nothing but trouble, and then she wasted no time apologizing. MC leaned in and said the only thing that mattered was that they were both still alive. Then they clasped hands, sealed the deal, and promised to meet at the academy. I watched Carol hop into the carriage. Then she leaned in and told him she really appreciated everything he did today. Yuri was already back home. He collapsed onto his bed, convinced he'd just stepped into the academy, yet somehow he'd already stumbled across plenty. Endless adventures hammered him until he could barely breathe. Then one roommate still hadn't come back, and the other still hadn't. They still hadn't moved in, even though classes were starting tomorrow. Then the MC remembered Carol thanking him, and his mind started spiraling. Hadn't ever thanked him before, and that small moment yanked him straight back to his grad student days, because that's when he finally learned the truth. And it all started when he found out that. Turns out he got beaten to the punch before he could even pull off his plan, while the tablet flashed news of new solar panel types. Those panels are the real lifesaver in manufacturing, and Yuri was sure this permit meant he finally landed the right job at the right company, until it all went sideways. Turns out someone had already stolen his shot. After a few days off, he marched into the lab, only to find his computer nowhere, and his colleague told him the truth. Water got spilled on it, and his heart sank because he knew it wasn't just broken, it had been stolen. The other workers grabbed that special permit with some stupid excuse, and suddenly it all clicked. That's why the memory wouldn't come back, he couldn't fix it. But luckily something critical got saved on that USB, so he tracked down a lawyer, hunted down the proof, and slammed a lawsuit into court. The lawsuit dragged on until the end. He finally got his money, but they fired him anyway. His girlfriend ripped into him, calling him an idiot, warning that his temper was brutal, and saying he was the most boring guy alive. He stared at nothing but his lab, then just gave up, no work, no studying, and he knew he had to throw it all out. MC cut her off and said, "I just got enough money to live happy, so if she said it, he'd swallow it and keep it locked inside." Then after that his girlfriend blurted, What does all this mean?" And Yuri snapped back that she didn't need to worry anymore. Then she ordered him to stop. Right then MC pushed the door open for her and told her it was time to say goodbye. But when the door creaked open, an abyss yawned behind it. At that exact moment, Yuri shot upright, drenched in cold sweat. He convinced himself it was real, just a dream, and somehow that made it feel good. Carol leaned in and asked, "Are you okay?" But he kept twisting and turning all night like he couldn't find peace. MC's heart slammed, and she blurted, "Why are you even here?" Carol shot back, "It's my bed," while Yuri blinked in shock. He never thought they'd be roommates, not when it's the boys' room. Carol pouted hard and snapped that he talked just like everyone else, so he'd better explain it to her, right now. Was it only a nightmare? MC shot back, "Yeah, it is." And he blurted that his girlfriend had dumped him right there, and that he'd just been fired from his job. Carol said it was a real shame he lost his job, yeah, but the second that girl walked out, he let out this shaky breath like the weight finally lifted from his chest. Relief was all she craved. Then Yuri stared at her with sharp confusion and blurted, "Wait, what do you mean?" What Carol just snapped that the girl was stupid. MC froze in confusion. "I don't get any of this," Carol shot back. He told him to listen up and take it seriously, because in the end it didn't matter what gender someone was. What mattered was whether their material things mattered more than people. And when it hit him, he realized, those people were fools. The kind who always stab others in the back, but a good soul wouldn't just fall apart, even if she lost her title. He swore he'd never betray her. At least that's what her mother drilled into her head, until she realized, somehow, that it's hard to trust a promise that sounds that perfect. Believe it, guys can spit out, "I love you," but deep down they're really just chasing looks, not the person. So yeah, he should ditch that dream. Yuri stared at her in pure shock, convinced she was out of her mind, and while that was happening, Carol sat and it's wild, at that age, how could anyone dream like that? The MC said he was worried about her, so why didn't she just ask them to move? Carol slipped out of bed and declared, everything's fine, then pushed the plan forward. Why even go to the academy if he wasn't going to forge friendships with the future knights? Sure, she could smooth things over later, but making that connection first was the real priority. She needed that to matter, at least for now, so she decided to invite him for a game tonight, and Yuri immediately asked, should we play together? Carol said yes fast, then went, he's strong, right? And MC just froze, not knowing what in the world to say after that. After a while, Carol was locked in training, until her teacher finally said he was. He slotted her into the second squad. Then he snapped his next call, right to the next one. He gave a clear yes and then closed the distance to him. He grinned and told him, I'm so happy I finally got to meet you. The teacher barked at them, shouting that they should. Then it starts, right after that. The MC rockets forward and launches the attack. Attack the teacher, then they were drilling at full throttle, training non-stop. Yuri unleashed everything he had, but right after that, even after MC ate that brutal hit and went flying, he still couldn't beat the teacher, couldn't crack them at all. He let the teacher's words hit him. She told him, straight up, that he'd been trained the right way. He got trained up and pushed toward the first squad. Then he barked for the next person, and Yuri stood there with everyone else. He sank into the moment, exhaled hard, and started thinking. He knew exactly how to move, and he leveled up like a beast. Pairs of idiots who only ever swing brute force to get. Myro pushed through, and sure, there were moments, but deep down, it was crystal clear overall. Myro heard he'd be shoved into the fourth squad, and MC told him to cool off, then get his act together and join. Then join him. Right after that, Dora called Yuri over and stood in front of him, face blazing with pure rage. And she snapped that MCs shouldn't. He shouldn't get cocky, his team was on fire, but he'd better remember that luck isn't a win yet. Remember that, got it. After that, Dora vanished. Yuri stood there, convinced he was about to say one more thing, and then he trailed off. Nonsense again, then he ambushed him too. What the hell was that? Later on, MC ended up at the academy, plopping down in his seat like the story finally caught his breath at his. At his desk, he mulled it over. Practical classes were tomorrow morning, and a math lecture waited in the afternoon. He's got a whole stack of special exceptions, so his schedule runs on its own wild rhythm, nothing like everyone else's. Harold slid over to Yuri and asked, mind if I sit here? And right then it hit. Yuri was still all alone. MC shot back, yeah. Harold slid into the seat beside Yuri and immediately introduced himself. I'm Harold. Harold, MC gave a nod. I'm Yuri, he said. And when Yuri heard that his own name wasn't the real deal and that he was the heir to How, shock hit him hard like, wait, I just met a celebrity. Yuri let out an awkward laugh and shot back, wait, is that true? He stared at the name, Harold, and thought, I've never even heard of it, and honestly, that name feels weird. Harold told him he'd been taking classes at the academy for the past year to run the family business. Then MC snapped, yeah, you missed some, didn't you? So you're a student, right? Wait, haven't I seen you before? Harold grinned. Just call me by my first name. I'm the student auditor, Uriah. Harold pressed him, so he was just some civilian, not an academy kid at all. Harold demanded to know why he didn't get it, since the academy takes civilians of any age. MC said, so that's why there are civilians packed in here, and why right here? Harold shot back, sure, you're here as auditors for the lectures. They say it's cheaper, and the teachers are even better. Plus he's the merchant's son, so if he can't do the math or read and write, his own classmates will label him as dumb. Yuri knew one thing for sure. Unless he got an education, he wouldn't even be able to talk to nobles. And if he ended up with a lousy tutor, that didn't mean the teacher was wrong in what they knew. Yuri just. I thought that was it, until at the institute, he's grabbing the exact same knowledge the aristocrats get, and now he can finally talk to them. He met with his trusted business partners without a single disagreement, and then the MC leaned in and asked, so what do you do for a living? Harold shot back, it's trade, I'm a sailor, and told me he used to haul goods mostly between his ship and the Kirshner King. Kingdom lay in ruins after the war, and every place he once raided for supplies had been smashed to the ground. War's in the air, so we can't just barge into another merchant's turf. It's a fast way to ruin everything, and Yuri thought he finally got it. It felt like seizing control of a company drowning in bankruptcy, with no ceiling in sight. This world runs on a limited liability system, so if you go bankrupt, they don't just take your money, they strip you naked, and you'll do the math real quick. Figuratively, sure, but this was a family business with roots that ran deep, and they weren't about to back down that fast. It'd be amazing if they could finally cook up a new product, but why bother telling the sellers to dream bigger? Right then the MC snapped, something clicked, and he grilled Harold. why won't you learn Kura? He reached for language and trade with them, because sure, they were forbidden to trade with them, but didn't that mean it was allowed back home? Harold just wouldn't answer. Theory claims countries at war/diplomacy and slam their borders shut, but everywhere on Earth, people still find ways around it when money's on the line, and if your citizen crosses just to work or travel, they could get trapped in the middle of a war zone. And if they end up in a war zone, they knew this could end in death or capture, and that was a nightmare waiting to happen. Still, these people would deal with them any way they had to, even if it meant crossing lines, and Harold admitted he hadn't even thought about it. So he went for it, then he thanked the MC and promised he'd do what he could, praying it wouldn't turn into some nightmare. Pirates were causing chaos, and Yuri just nodded like he'd got it all. Then he wished him luck, and a few days later, Mayaro finally put it together. Now it all made sense, and that's why Harold showed up at the corral length. He froze through the language lecture, cold sweat pouring down his face as he answered, no, and Meijero leaned in like, don't hold back. He kept talking like it didn't bother him at all, because of course wasn't he from the Harold Chamber of Commerce? Harold snapped, shocked, so you know. MC muttered, was I really that shaken by a name? Then Yuri leaned in and whispered to my arrow that this was a fairly famous trading house. He gave an immediate yes, and that's when MC realized it wasn't just some average operation, but he'd heard the whisper going around. Mama set one of the 7 great witch houses in motion, and now the whole thing was on the brink of bankruptcy. Mayaro snapped that they were out there hunting down merchants who wouldn't cough up bribes, so Yuri figured, they're criminals, right? Harold tends to stay pretty quiet around folks like that. Harold leaned in and asked what they were talking about. Mayaro snapped back that he'd already told them how his shop got hit by a full-on racket. MC basically tossed out the idea like, trading, that's all it is, just a thought. Did he really think that would work? Myro nodded hard and said that if behavioral issues start popping up, the job will still involve going. They headed straight into Kerr territory to hunt for trading partners, because if they were slaughtering people, even in the softer parts of town, if they ever relied on their own private army for self-defense, it could spill into outright piracy. Pretty unlikely, but if it's judged piracy, they're looking at the death penalty. A penalty? Yuri's eyes narrowed as she wondered if this kind of thing was even illegal, because what he was doing looked exactly like declaring a private war on her. Myaro said, if we pull off something they can't get in this country, the payout will be massive, and just like that, ambitious young merchants were fired up to gamble everything on a job this risky. Harold clenched his fists, then Myaro cut in, saying there was teaching Kura at the academy. A Kura defector. Esther flashed a bright smile and wished everyone a good day, and she bragged that the academy owes her that teaching job, courtesy of her sheer grace. Her Majesty the Queen, Esther Vino, so you could tell right away who she was. From the shape of her ears, it had to be Akura, and seeing her was a total delight, all the way up to the point where I just wanted to meet everyone, and MC figured it was the same girl, until Mayaro cut in and said, she confessed she was deeply religious, like her faith had her wrapped up tight, right down, left for dead as a heretic 3 years ago. So what in the world did she do to run and hide here? Yuri couldn't believe how weird the story was, the shape of those. He'd heard the rumors, Kea and Sean couldn't have children, and now he was desperate to know if it was really their biology that made them so different. So yeah, he'd braced himself for them to look completely unlike anyone else. But they looked more human than Shan ever did, back in the Shan Empire. Even when the Shan traded with the whole world, nobody could spot a real difference, so the Kerr wouldn't have noticed them either, because in their eyes the Shan were just long-eared, hairy aliens living off in their own corner. Esther told me today kicked off with an intro lecture, and the language she taught was called Terran. Terran, yeah, the MC was convinced of this, straight from his teacher, that Terran wasn't the language the whole coronation was speaking. But outside Sharta, the kingdom they're stuck in right now, and next door in Kirshner, there are a whole bunch of others. Many other countries and states, so naturally, there wasn't one language everyone could understand across the entire. Across Eurasia, Terran was the official language in most of Europe. So his teacher told him it was the only choice that made sense. And here's the real kicker. Mastering this language is brutal. Since the course only runs for a single year, there's just no way you'd learn a foreign tongue in that short a time. Starting from zero made the whole course feel like a slog, so students weren't exactly jumping at the chance to enroll. Then the teacher finally zeroed in on what made the program truly special. The quirks of the Terran language. She swore it's nothing like Shan, basically the gap between Japanese and English. Yet he just can't stand it, and right after that, Yuri stared at Harold and couldn't believe it. He looked totally carefree, like he'd been through this before, maybe he has experience. Esther said this is where she'll wrap up the lecture, and then she smiled like she can't wait to work with them next. For the rest of the year, MC stared at Myro and demanded, what happened? My arrow shot back, I don't know if I can do this, and honestly, it sounded like some crazy octopus just talking nonsense. Yuri mumbled an awkward, "I get it," but the truth hit hard. There's still a long, brutal road ahead for them. "Way to go, now calm down." Mayuro burst into a nervous laugh, and then the MC turned to Harold and asked, "So, how are you feeling?" Harold shot back that he finally understood how he'd set up the deal with Kaya, and that he'd have to treat the whole thing with absolute seriousness. When they met, he should have told his teacher. Yuri promised he'd go with him, and deep down he was desperate to learn everything about it. A few days later, Esther leaned in and demanded, "Trade with the people of Kaya." She warned that it was insanely dangerous, but she still believed it wasn't impossible if you were willing to go for it. She wanted to kick things off, so she pointed her straight at the Republic of Albion, and even admitted she'd never been there herself. She said it was some island nation floating off the continent's coast. "So tell me, why even bother going there?" She just shrugged and said she'd heard wild rumors about the people who live there. Live there, no hostility toward the Shan. Their faith is Etoshan, and they go by Karlug and their teachings won't shut the doors on the Shan, but sadly, most people in the world still judge them. Itis is a monotheistic religion, and in Terran culture it sits at the very center of everything. Its doctrine is law. They spit out brutal doctrines, cursing the Shan as demons, right there, directly blamed for the fall and ruin of the great kingdom of Chantal, and yet he'd never run into so many wild teachings and faiths in his life. Yuri shot a question at Esther about whether those two sects followed different scriptures, and Esther shook her head. She said that, from day one, their scriptures never once tossed a single bad word at the Shin. They just blurted that the Shan were northern pagans, hair and all, even on their ears. Back then, nobody split the Kur and the Shan into different races. MC just sat there staring, and couldn't help wondering what. Remember what that meant? Were the Itis people really looking at the Shan like targets to wipe out? So they banded together and formed a confederation called the Crusaders, and it was those Crusaders who stormed Kirchner's kingdom, the shield on this side, during the war 3 years ago. The war declaration blasted loud and clear. They were the sons of God's army, sent to tear into the demons that kept desecrating their sacred land, and if the devils felt shame and wanted to wash away their filth gets their heads chopped off. Then God, in all his mercy, might hand them a slice of his favor if they truly repent, over and over again. The Crusaders marched to war on a doctrine that blesses plunder and slave hunting. And his own uncle, he died right there, fighting the very kind of people doing it. Yuri called his teacher and demanded, "Wait, aren't we living the exact opposite of what everyone out there believes?" Believed, then the teacher nodded yes and admitted that, sadly, stuff like that can happen. Those Itis original texts were carved into the past. 2000 years ago, and somehow they're still here today, just written in an ancient, long-forgotten tongue. The latest version rewrites the scriptures in Terran tongue, and someone deliberately botched key translations, twisting the Shan from pagans into demons, like a full-on act of blasphemy. That language is so tangled only the clergy are allowed to speak it, and the MC immediately thought, so this is how they twist the doctrine to suit themselves. Then he learned the official Catholic Holy Scripture is the King James Version. So the Shans get discriminated against, because it's said that not even 1 in 10,000 can read the original, and even when translations are done perfectly, believers can't cross-check them against the true scriptures. The medieval Europeans he knew swore they belonged to God's world, and they called outsiders infidels. Yet racism, prejudice, and discrimination still crawl into every realm, so what happens to those people? They pull the same move. Right then, Harold slid up beside Yuri and told her he wouldn't cut into their talk. But MC was like, "Hold up, where's the Republic of Albion?" and immediately called the teacher to ask if he could snag the board for a minute. For a minute, then the teacher nodded and said, yes, he could be her guest. Yuri grabbed the chalk and drew the whole world on the board, while the teacher stared on. He said it was a razor-sharp, beautifully drawn map, and pointed out that the two islands are called Albion, with the southern half of the larger. The Albion Islands are under the grip of the UFO's Confederation, a country that's taken them over lock, stock, and barrel. And they've been fighting tooth and nail for a while now to take these lands back, while the Karlugi sect, who split off from them before their teachings were ever finished, still stands in their way. Their faces were twisted, so don't label the Shans as demons. They're just feared pirates, and getting too close is asking for trouble. At least it's still way safer than messing with the Kaya. Catholicism follows its own agenda, twisting scripture to win the Pope's approval, and MC called it out. He didn't see it as a real sect, but a faction. He also slammed the idea that the Shan's distorted interpretation wasn't even part of the Catholic Church's history. It's straight-up early Catholic doctrine, so Yuri suddenly flips it and asks, "By the way, what sect are you from?" Esther shot back that she was trained in the Vitash school. It's a group that clings to the early Catholics' teachings and sharpens them through research. Then right after, she nearly died. Trying to drag everyone toward her faith, she may end up with nothing left but her religion. Harold and the MC were stunned. They thought she was dead, yet she still risked her life just to preach. Yuri said it was a real shame, and Esther shot back, "Wait," before the rest of her sentence cut off. What a tragedy, because faith doesn't get handed to you. It sparks from deep inside your soul. It's that restlessness where you just can't sit there quietly. You've got to share your faith with people. And yeah, pretending it's optional doesn't make any sense. It was that grim obsession born from human weakness. So all it took was faith, the kind that simmers inside you, and Harold asked. MC leaned in and asked, "Do you want to hear about religion?" Esther answered, and then he admitted he was curious about this school. Answered yes, and soon after, Mayaro and Yuri. Yuri was locked in playing a game. Then Mayaro came up with what he swore was a genius idea. He shouted to the MC, but Yuri didn't so much as blink. She never answered. Back when he was just a simple researcher in his past life, he felt faith ignite inside him. He clung to the very ideas he was chasing and wouldn't let go, and he kept chasing only that dream, until someone snatched it away, and everything he hoped for collapsed. Now he trusts nobody, expects nothing from anyone, and he doesn't care. After all that, he didn't just move on, he changed from the inside out. Now he clings to love, and he actually dares to trust people again. And if he makes his move right now, he can tip the world's story, even if it's only by a little. Maybe he has the strength to protect everyone he holds dear. Miara was still trying to reach MC, and then Yuri heard him and burst into apologies. He asked, "Is it my turn yet?" And then boom, he marched the king forward. He bragged, saying he was insanely strong, and the MC shot back, "Is that actually true?" But the odds of winning were about. It was basically a dead even split, so Mayaro leaned in and asked what was haunting him. Then Yuri admitted he'd been thinking. What the heck he's supposed to do once he steps into the academy. He grilled the guy for the truth. Then the MC shrugged and admitted he had basically 0 credit. He's swimming in credits and way too much free time, so he scrambles to stay busy. Living off his internship and studies is the plan, and he's sticking to it. And starting something brand new hits even harder, especially Harold's plan. He's been mulling over a business idea for so long, he's about to snap it into action, like right now. For a long time he dreamed of it, but right now, starting a business is something he can't do. He started plotting the business side and building a brand new product. And Mayaro said it totally sounded like something he'd do. Him? All right, then we'll talk about it tomorrow, I said. My arrow shot back, totally ready and right then. Right as Carol locked onto them, she stormed over and blurted out that she wanted. Yuri couldn't believe it for a second. Then she asked him right there, but he'd already set his mind to start going. Carol crashed into bed, and the very next day she was striding down the academy corridor. Everyone chimed, "Good morning," as if the whole place was cheering for her, and she flashed right back with the same bright grin. Then she noticed Sham, standing there right on cue, waiting for her. She beckoned her over and pulled her right into the night, welcoming her like it was the start of something unforgettable. Carol said at her brother's request, she'd escort her right to the door. At the dorms, she finally had someone she could count on. After that, they finally said a heartfelt thanks to her. Then MC and Mayara dove right back into the game, playing again. A game, Carol slid up to Yuri and demanded why he wouldn't host it himself, and MC shot back that he'd be more than happy. But girls' dorms won't let boys in, so how the heck did it go? He introduced her to her roommate and told her she could go meet her. Her name was Lily, and this woman cared like it was her superpower. She grinned and waved at her, and Carol told Yuri that her cousin wasn't the only one with manners. Sham was genuinely kind, and those words hit the MC like a punch as he blurted, Those words cut deep. Mayato snapped to his feet and admitted defeat. And then the real fear hit him. Was he actually dating the princess? He better hurry because he needed time with her. Yuri stared at him, stunned, and blurted out, "What did Mayaro ask you if we're on a date?" The date rolled around, and the MC shot down the idea. So Mayara insisted it looked like a date, but Carol and Yuri basically blurted, "Nope," at the same time. After a while, MC stood right beside. Yuri reached out and gently petted the eagle, grinning as she said it felt like a huge honor. Earned the right to carry a princess on his back. No arguing, only obedience, Carol. Carol strapped in and rode the eagle, grinning as she said the seatbelt was locked tight. MC said, "I'll have to play nice with this eagle," because its attitude was vicious, and she warned herself to stay sharp. Careful, Carol slipped on her glasses and told him, "I get you." After that, Yuri blurted out that she finally understood. Then with those words hanging in the air, Carol should rocket forward. The eagle shot up into the sky, wings beating like a war drum, and the MC stared at them, stunned, like his mind couldn't catch up. He couldn't stop smiling. This was perfect, and the whole team kept soaring forward like they'd never lose momentum. Star wasn't snapping at Carol at all. He was praying this piece would last. They soared up high, and then Yuri finally gave in. he flopped down and rested for a bit, thinking the weather felt just perfect, like he could stay there forever. He finally tried to drift off for a bit, then slammed the brakes, because in this world winter doesn't play around, and somehow he wasn't allowed to sleep at all. As Carla sprinted toward him, she shouted his name and told him that he needs to wake up, then she gasps for air all by herself. MC peered closer and asked if he'd spotted her older sister. He stared at her like she'd just stepped into his world, like he was seeing her for the first time. New student. Her hair was blonde, and then everything changed. After that, Yuri admitted he didn't even know who she was, so he had no way of having ever met her sister. Carla leaned in and grinned. My name's Carla, and yeah, my hair's clear enough. Then she said she was on the hunt for her older sister, Carol. MC assumed she meant Carol was her sister too, because lookalike sisters like that don't just show up every day. After that, then Yuri blurts out, I'm Yuri Hao, the eldest son of the Hao family, and adds that Carol is his roommate. They've been close friends for years, and now her sister is about to take off and fly. It rides on an eagle, plain and simple, Carla shot back, and suddenly it made total sense. That's the Hao family way. She sat right in front of him and worry hit him hard. He snatched the dagger and demanded to know what she was up to. Right out of the blue, she looked at him and said it like they were best friends. That friendly smile felt like an open invitation to be best friends, and he just froze, totally confused, blurting out, wait, why? Why did she want him so bad? He asked her straight out, and when she said yes, he practically beamed, agreeing that being friends with someone like her was a huge honor. So you're into her, right? He warned you he'd probably turn her down. Carol was already enough for him. Then you straight up asked if he was, by any chance, dating her sister. He could barely believe her words, because she turned the whole thing around and offered to date him. Unless he wanted to fall apart right then, he was completely lost in what was even happening. He fired back, asking why she'd even bother, because he wasn't planning to date or marry any of them, not even a little. On a whim, she shot up, grabbed her things like she meant to bolt, and told me, when your sister gets back, tell her He'd been hunting for her because he had to say something important. So she told him goodbye and walked off, and he couldn't stop wondering why. Why was she acting so weird? Was it just a mood swing hitting her out of nowhere? A little later in the cafeteria, Carol spotted Yuri and asked if he knew her sister. Then Yuri snapped his head toward her. He rushed up to her and said yes, then totally failed to mention that she was searching for him just to talk, and her anger erupted as she snapped. So you only remember this now? She leaned in close, her voice dropping to a whisper as she demanded, was he in love with her sister? He snapped that she needed to shut up with all that nonsense. Then he only spoke to her once, the day she took off on the eagle. She blurted out that her sister tells everyone he loved was staring right at them. He said she was probably telling. She spilled what she'd been dreaming about, then looked at me and asked, so that means what? He wasn't in love with her, he flat out denied it, so she let out a slow breath and said, good. Then the tension finally drained from her and she went calm again. He kept going. He kept eating, then snapped that he never imagined she'd start spreading those rumors. Her sister isn't dumb, so why would she do something like this? She slid onto the seat beside him, looked him in the eye and admitted, straight up, that she tries to be better than Carla at everything. She loves Carla a ton, but something about her not being happy with her starts hanging in the air, like it's about to snap. Sham helped her because earlier she stormed up to Carol, blared, what is this? And demanded to know why she was the one being forced to accompany her. The dorm director usually rolls out tour for every newcomer, and she can't wrap her head around it. Her older sister actually helped this girl. She whirled around. He leaned in and told her, I'm your friend's cousin, then added, now breathes because you're royal. Family, don't you dare badmouth her when she's not here. She deserves dignity, so she didn't whisper. She shouted her sister's name and demanded, why did you? She was doing it to her, and the second she said, this is what happened, panic lit up her face. She just prayed Carla wouldn't go and do something to Sham, and he admitted he might have been way too stupid to ask her for help. Then Dora came up to them. She shot him a glare and snapped that he needed to shut up while she was talking. Or he'd kill him. Then he shoved past, talking like it was no big deal, sprinting so hard his stomach clenched, and he slammed straight into. He slipped into the girl's restroom, and panic hit him so hard he sprinted up to her. No hesitation, just pure worry. He shoved himself up to him, shouted idiot in his face, and demanded loudly that he go right there. S***T told him to shut up, and the protagonist snatched a tray, loaded it with empty plates, and shot forward like he couldn't wait another second, and warned him to scram. If he hadn't eaten yet, he could stay with her a bit longer. His company. Then he spun around, eyes wide, and asked if she was okay with. Yeah, do that, she nodded, and they both locked in the plan, deciding they would to eat together. He glanced at them, and there it was again, just as expected. Turns out that was exactly what they'd expected. they were still laughing, and right after, they plunged right back into their studies. For 4 long years, he stayed cooped up in his room, and he scratched a wild confession into his diary, like he couldn't hold it in any longer. Until a sudden knock rattled the door. Carol burst into the room, snapped his name out loud, and told him he'd gotten. Her mother's letter hit her hands, and a moment later, the carriage finally rolled in at the academy. She rapped on the door again, snapped his name into the air, and she told him she'd come for him. So did he finally fit? He wrapped up everything he needed, then somehow still nodded and agreed. He straightened his tie, leaned in and asked, "So, is he really going to meet Her Highness?" Then he frowned, and wouldn't it be rude to show up wearing the... She brushed the dust off his shoulder in her academy uniform, and told him not to worry, because that wasn't an official meeting. Her mom only wanted to thank him, so he had to slow down, breathe, and talk her through it calmly, because now they had to go. A nervous flicker crossed his face, as he realized he'd never once imagined someone like him would get invited to something this strange. Her Majesty's letter hit like thunder. Thanks to the memories he carried from the past, he managed to slam the brakes on an infectious disease spreading through their territory, and her father even told him exactly what to do next. The damage barely scratched them, and the two of them shoved into the very same carriage together. And she said it still felt unreal. Meanwhile, his worry about proper etiquette hadn't faded a bit, and he agreed. He nodded and said, of course, he's headed to meet Her Majesty. And yeah, it made total sense he'd care, because the idea that he was even thinking that just totally blew her mind. He was stuck on one thought. I have no clue what she's about to ask me, so he clenched his resolve and pushed himself to make sure everything turned out right. After that, they finally hit Ojo Island, and right when they got there, they were staring at the... Inside the castle, the MC dropped to his knees and blurted out that he told her he was genuinely grateful for the chance to meet her. He burst into joy the second he saw her, Her Majesty. The Queen sat there in front of him on a chair, smiling like she owned the world, and she told him that she was over the moon to meet him, and they both settled in. Then they bowed together and he asked for forgiveness. She told her that just like the rumors claimed, he was a sweet, well-mannered kid, and he nodded along, so Carol called. He snapped that he was a liar and demanded who she thought she was fooling. Then he turned to her politely, only for her to shoot back with a sharp, displeased tone. The tone was so intense that it made him stop dead, and she even broke out in goosebumps. She flashed them a bright smile, burst into laughter and told them, "You're seriously the best of friends." A servant slid in with a tray of cups and tea things. Then she stood up from her chair like the moment had shifted. She nodded, thanked her and promised, "I'll handle the rest." The lady agreed, and then, without wasting a second, she started making tea for everyone. Then the Queen took a sip, lit up, and said the tea tasted incredible. She started brewing it even better right on the spot. Carol thanked her for the praise, and she admitted she finally cooled off a little. So now they could pick up their conversation again. Then she called him over and told him, straight from the heart, that his smart method against smallpox saved countless lives, and she couldn't thank him enough. He told me he'd wrestled with it for ages, then finally heard this method from a shepherd, something his whole flock talks about like it happens all the time, basically a forgotten again discovery for them. She couldn't believe this still hadn't hit the public. She snapped, "I can't thank you enough." Then she leaned in and asked, "So, what does he?" He mulled it over and asked, "Do we give her something or cash?" And she replied, "Money." He told her she could pick anything she wanted, just keep it within common sense. He told her he wanted her to hand over a patent, so if he cooked up something new down the road, his money and his rights would be locked down tight. From theft, like if he invented a watch, he could cash in big by selling it, but if someone snatched the designs and copied it, the inventor would end. If invention got you nowhere, nobody would risk trying something new, so he pushes for a system where the people who use inventions have to pay up. If you're taking money from sales, you should still make sure it doesn't turn into a never-ending property monopoly. So we'd set a 20 to 30-year window, then the invention opens up to everyone, and the whole country benefits when everyone can use it. She admitted, almost under her breath, that it wasn't like a typical patent at all, and she knew she had to take it to the right people. She's convinced this same kind of system could help not just him, but everyone across the country. He nodded and said, "As long as I'm kept safe and my opinion actually matters, I've got no complaints." Carol froze, shocked, and snapped, "Hey, what are you doing?" Then blurted his name before she could stop herself. "He's just a schoolboy." He threw himself into the knight's duty, and when the protagonist spoke up, he basically said, "Money's money," even though for knights it was never, ever going to be enough. This left him even more lost, so he blurted out, "Wait, what are you talking about?" Because for knights, training and studies are supposed to come first. The Queen summoned her and told her to listen. She might not have to grind for money, but she couldn't forget. Not everyone can buy that kind of comfort. Most people in this world have to work just to survive, but she's not about to quit her studies, especially since he's a brilliant student who ranks first in school. So what excuse could she even have to drop out, unless she's saying people should start earning money? Their country was about to get richer, and honestly, that part wasn't shocking. She tried to speak, but her words died, and she went dead silent, ready to break into tears. But he clocked it, clammed up, and quietly told her to stop letting it all get to her head. Then her temper flared, she snapped back loud, and he could feel her angrily deciding to mock him. Right, the queen snapped, blew her top, and shouted her name so loud it echoed. Then, some time later, in the dormitory at night, MC sat. He stumbled into the table, looked worn out, and snapped that once he'd gotten tangled up in all this, so many problems had slammed down on him that he couldn't face it anymore. Mayro told him it was only natural they'd have to deal with witches just to trade. He nodded, giving in. In the heart of economic life, right in Sibiak's capital, the market was run by witches, and if you got your hands on one legendary thing from them, they'd churn out thousands more just like it. And anyone who tried to challenge their grip didn't just get blocked, they got poisoned. They were wrecking every market, and even grabbing the goods for themselves. And that's why nobody dared stock anything new again, because it always felt hopeless, no matter how hard they fought. He snarled that if they dared start selling, they'd get crushed like bugs, period. And then he just left it there, like a patent was somehow supposed to feel calmer. Carol stormed up to them, pointed at him, and shouted that a letter from her mother had finally arrived. He tore open the letter, and there it was. His invention had been chosen as the country's very first patented breakthrough. She shoved a bag of money into his hands and said, "There's one last thing, a reward." Then it hit him, there was something else. There were about 30,000 in it, and she said the 7 great witches had already started filing complaints. They hounded him with complaints, not getting a thing, this whole deal where he had to cough up money just to use the patent, and it looked like they weren't going to stop there either. Like being stuck in the family's debt. Yeah, this, of course, was the beginning of that trouble. It was only a little, so he had to spend it like gold. Then she walked out. Miaro stared at the numbers, agreed it was barely anything, and Yuri immediately figured he was struggling to make ends meet. Then they headed back to the table and he said, "Now we can finally save." They pushed their trading plan forward without a hitch. He nodded, and then said, "All right, now we've got to find work." Workers stared back and he demanded straight up, what kind of people were they hunting for? He made it clear they weren't just tossing around items they found somewhere else. They had to bring in people who actually knew their stuff, more than just selling, because they needed someone who could adapt to whatever curveballs came next. So when things got like this, he'd usually go straight to the merchant guild. But in the capital, every single guild was under the thumb of the 7 great witches, and that meant they probably wouldn't back him up. They couldn't even fathom him swapping the capital, so he snapped, voice full of irritation, saying those 7 witches were barging in again, blocking everything, and that's when the trouble really hit. They couldn't pull workers from the capital, so Myro leaned in with an idea. He already had someone picked out. Cuff Want, the one he had in mind, and he belonged. He headed back to the guild his family always shopped at, but the witches snapped into furious wrath, so he got forced out. Then, after they finally talked it out, he let them hear his disgust for the whole rotten scheme tying witches to merchant guilds, and in that moment, it looked like they could trust him. He mulled it over for a second, then like it slipped out, he asked, by the way, what product did he end up getting a patent for? The protagonist yanked out a letter and blurted out. And he said it was for a product that would smash and completely rewrite the whole idea of. After a while, he finally pushed past the parchment and kept going. He grabbed his stuff, then headed straight to the farthest part. He slipped into the part of the city and rushed into the building, then slammed his fist on the door and knocked. On the door, the man inside snapped, "So that's the door." The door swung wide, he bolted inside, and he swallowed his pride, apologized. And inside, he caught a man sound asleep sprawled on the couch, while empty bottles littered the floor, way too many to ignore. There were tons of objects piled around the room, and he leaned in, introduced himself, and said he tracked him down on a tip from a friend. Unless he's wrong, that's Mr. Calf Onet. Right, then that last name snapped his attention, and he demanded to know who sent that young man over in the first place. He didn't have time to mess around with him, not even for a second, so he started thinking. He swore it was only noon, but he was already smashed. No way he believed Myro was lying about his power. He even insisted he'd mailed him a letter already, saying the new product was about to be sold. He shouted that the product in the capital was a lost cause, said it was pointless, because no matter what he tried, those cursed witches would swoop in and steal it anyway, so he'd better forget it. This is how. These days, everything just works in the country, and then he started rummaging through his bag, saying there was nothing to worry about. Her Majesty Shimon just dropped a decree to wipe this out completely. The system crumbled into the background as he pulled out a letter and shoved it into the other guy's hands. He grinned, calling it the proof, then tore open the letter and read every word, and asked what kind of fresh product he had brought in. MC took her. He pulled out a tiny box from his pocket. Inside was a sliver of it. He pulled out the parchment and blurted, "Look, here it is. A sample of paper, CR. They forged it out of the scraps they scraped up from the spinning wheels of their victims." He grabbed it and admitted it's still rough around the edges, but it's way better than that old parchment. And then he said, "For now, it's just a prototype." After tons of trial and error, he's finally sure they can build a real, full-fledged product. He kept staring at it, then leaned in and demanded to know what he was supposed to do. He promised he'd handle the product's production and sales himself, basically taking on the very work that only existed, in theory, so far. So this is what he should have been doing. Did he seriously carve out an opening in his schedule for this, like it was no big deal? He told everyone he was still studying, so he couldn't work during class, yet he was only at the very start of building the paper-making tech he needed. Koff shoved the letter and the sample into his hands, then shot back. "So, what about the money?" He took everything, muttered that it wasn't much, but it was steady, and if sales kicked off, they'd talk about a raise. Then he sighed, stared him down, and asked, "Do you really think he'd make it happen?" He swore that if they could lock down the product's development and production, then in just 10 years, parchment would vanish from today's market completely. But the moment he said it, he clutched his head like it hurt, and admitted, "I guess I don't really get it." The Parchment Guild answered to one of the 7 witches, Laclamats, and she didn't just block him, she threatened him, then smashed his manufactories too, because every new product threatens the market that's already making money. So yeah, he doesn't have to stress about the market anymore. He's saying that one day all those endless trees will get chopped to make paper, and if they can set up a proper production system, paper will cost half of parchment, even though parchment is still made from animal skin, no matter how powerful the. If witches get involved, they'll be booted out of the economy for good. Calf swung the bottle open, poured himself a drink, and laughed that he was way too sure of himself, then shot the question. How was he going to prove he'd actually pull it off? Yuri leaned in and asked if he wanted a guarantee that his plan would actually come true. He nodded along, but deep down he knew this was a disaster. So Miara was completely wrong. Then he marched off too. He bolted toward the exit and snapped that if he still didn't trust him, he'd ditch this merchant and go find a new one. Even peasants scraping by in the fields still have to bet on luck, and he demands that he track down proof that it is real. You could strike gold by driving those witches out of the capital. He's got a huge goal staring him in the face, and to pull it off he needs a partner, a sharp, capable merchant by his side. Be real, how do you even call someone a merchant if he won't gamble even once? You'll never rake in real money if you stick with someone like that. Let the merchant stay terrified of risk and stuck doing dirty work. He worked for measly coin under the witches' wing, and they told him he ditched the guild only because he couldn't stand. Rage in him wouldn't let go. He cooked up this rotten system, but turns out he had it all backward. He told him goodbye, shut the moment down, slipped out of his room and headed out. Cav slammed into step with him, shouted for him to wait, and he spun around too. He blurted it to him, a little shaken as he asked. He'd heard it from a friend, but could this guy guess who? He named him Myro and declared that he was his classmate. He froze at what he'd just heard, blurted out an apology, and then said, and admitted he was right. But it sure looked like life had been shaving off his brain with every passing year. But then she begged for permission to jump in and help him after it all started to fall apart. After some time, the protagonist tore back to his workshop, clutching a bag like it held everything he needed. With something heavy on his back, he pounded on the door and warned him, "It's me." He waved him in, then told him everything was ready, the raw material he'd prepared. He hunted down the materials for paper, then ripped the scraps of fabric he'd gathered into tiny pieces. He lined everything up, then split the pieces straight back according to the original material. Yeah, it's just how it's done. It's totally normal for the basin to be this huge, right? He marched up to that massive pool of water. They nodded and declared it was time to throw caution aside and start experimenting. He dropped the tool that caught his eye right onto the floor, and she told him Lily had made it just for him. She was seriously a master at her craft. Calf demanded to know what they'd use as a starting point, and he admitted that at first, he'd planned to boil the crushed wood in alkaline. They mix that lime water and spin it into fiber, but it all gets pushed forward as part of those brutal experiments. Today, they were about to test their luck, using their toes for the job. He stumbled to the basin, checked the waste, and then he poured it straight into the water, then yanked off his. He tugged his jacket up, rolled his sleeves tight, and grabbed the tool like he meant business. He yanked the tool down and plunged it into the water, then rattled it again and again. Occasionally, he figured that with this tool in hand, long strands drift on the water, then sink to the bottom, until they knit together into one solid weave. And the darkness keeps getting thicker. Then later, the MC yanks the tool out of the. He wrung the water out and slapped the wet cloth down. Then he leaned in and paused, like something was about to happen. He asked, voice a little shaky, what he thought, and when he looked at it, a grin lit up his face. I'm right-handed. It got handed over, and the right side bulged thicker. Because somehow things were already turning out okay, all that was left was. He wrung out the water, set the paper to dry, and boom, everything was ready. But it was only a test, I've got to run it again. That did it, he snapped to attention, demanded he be allowed to try, and when they finally agreed, he watched his cough. He went over everything he'd done and what he was thinking, freaking out about whether he could even handle it, until it turned out that without alcohol, he was bursting with energy, so he trusted him completely. Then he called him by name and said. He told him he couldn't keep speaking to him with respect anymore, and honestly, it felt weird to see a boss talk to his subordinates like that. Nothing left to do, he couldn't stand it, so he gave a quick nod and agreed. A month later, Yuri strode down the corridor, and you could feel something big coming. At the night academy, someone leaned in and patted him on the shoulder. He spun around, and his jaw dropped in pure shock. Harold caught his eye, waved him over, and said that they hadn't crossed paths in ages. With a voice full of shock, he nodded, and blurted out how long it had been since his trading run with the people of Kea. Teacher Esther was scared out of her mind for him. He begged for forgiveness, felt the rage drain out of him, inhaled one deep breath, and then promised that he'd expect souvenirs from him. He agreed to it, leaned in, and asked what was new around here, and then he said that he was gearing up to sell a brand new product in the capital, and right now he was still building it, until what he saw caught him completely off guard. He heard the buzz and demanded what product it was, then the protagonist thrust over his development, only for him to take it. He snatched it up, peered at it, and blurted, "Is this paper, not parchment?" He said he's calling it like it is. This is just a sample, it's made of two, and he's certain that real soon he'll roll out a full-fledged product. He shot back in total shock, asking if he'd really show him where this thing gets made, and the man laughed, saying he was only about to head over and visit so he'd let him tag along for the new workshop. Sure, it's a haul, but he's insanely proud of the place. Then they headed straight for the bird workshop, stopped right in their tracks, and went. He bolted downstairs, and there, Harold, wiped out and exhausted, muttered through heavy breaths as he spoke, saying, he said this was his very first ride on a bird, then quickly asked, "Hey, are you okay? There used to be a barn right here, so he could spot the water wheel that gathers the power. They'll haul water straight from the river for the cattle, and they'll need a mountain of it, because making paper takes gallons upon gallons. Thanks to the river running high up in the upper reaches of the Sibiak. The water here is crystal clear, like someone bottled perfection just for them." He shoved the door open and waved them in, then they stepped inside together, and when he stumbled onto this workshop, shock hit him, and then he started praising the place on the spot. When they finally reached the place, the MC thanked him, then promptly coughed like his throat just got punched. He rushed right up to them, shouted his name and urged, "Take a look." Take a look, he boosted their sample, Harold, and when he did, the two of them finally recognized each other. With a face twisted in pure disgust, he spat out his name and called him. He barked out his last name and demanded, "What are you doing here?" He jabbed a finger at him and barked, "What are you doing here?" Then he grumbled that he was the one asking, before the sentence even finished. He stepped right between them, wearing a tense, uneasy look, and told them, "I'm his business partner. Wait, do you two even know each other?" Grinding his teeth in rage, he snapped that this guy was his trade rival. How many times had he gone out of his way to mess with him? Him using his dirty tricks, and with a grim, annoyed glare, he shot back that he was just doing his. He said it with his whole job on the line, yet he's still the same guy, right? Those words hit him hard. Offense flashed across his face, and he snapped, "So when was the last time I got punched in the face?" Time, he asked whether it looked like he actually enjoyed throwing punches, then going quiet, sitting down and crying. Turns out he was just a kid, putting on an act. Pretending to be a sailor, Harold went full rage mode. He screamed at the top of his lungs and bolted forward. Yuri got blasted with surprise when he lunged at him, toppled the attacker with a quick trip, and hauled him down, catching him mid-chaos. He grabbed him by the collar the second he started to crumple. He snapped his name, then warned him point blank. He wouldn't let them kick off a fight. "Wait here," he shouted at them to stop holding him, trying to pull away with all his might, and he yelled, "Don't grip me." He called Kafka a freak, and the words he was about to spit next hung in the air. He shouted his name at the top of his lungs, then leaned in with a stone-cold serious voice and said, "Right there." He cut off mid-sentence. No matter what they'd been through, he still had to remember, this was his workshop, and after years of grinding, he owned every inch of it. Years of grinding just to stack enough money, so he could finally hire his own workers, and then this barn. He even leaned in to ask Lily to invent a brand new tool nobody had ever seen before. Every piece of that fiber he spots is worth a fortune if he's going to pull this off and get what he wants. Scrap all of this over some petty fight. Now get out of here, right this second. He finally cooled off, begged for forgiveness, and then jumped in to help him. I saw him get up, I called his name, and I told him, this also concerns you. If they're begging for a fight, take it outside. Then they locked eyes, staring like they were about to explode, and the moment just cut off mid-sentence. Dissatisfied faces stared back, but nobody dared speak, until the protagonist finally cut in. So now these SH. Alright, ditch the old topic, switch gears and check out the sample. Korf slapped the sample onto the table and demanded. He asked what he thought, then grabbed it, felt it with his hands, and right as the moment hit, his excitement cut him off mid-half. That grin on his face practically screamed, I nailed it. The best part, selling that ridiculously smooth surface didn't feel embarrassing anymore, with barely any fabric bits showing at all. He said the trick was to flip the whole process, turn the water squeezing method on its head, because the rough wooden panel under pressure drags lint right onto the paper, so he polished that top panel smooth and then covered it with water. With waterproof wax in hand, he hailed the genius of the idea, then promised that once they start raking in profit, they'll boost the staff and upgrade the gear, and right after that, he said he'll have Lily improve the tools, making sure his plan stays locked in. Harold heard all of that, stunned, and then, without missing a beat, he said they were taking a seriously intense approach, using what they had for now, then hunting down raw material suppliers next. Calf smirked and said they weren't just talking, they were ready to seize power and wipe out the Parchment Guild, and he leaned in asking whether a witch would even stand for it. C told him, don't stress, I've got a patent. The second they start churning the paper into mass production, everything will happen fast, like, immediately. So they can't get their next invention patented yet. They immediately pivot and start cranking out another product. At the convention, he can't exactly spill the truth, but he can at least promise them that he's got everything under control. 2 more great ideas are already buzzing in my head, because once paper starts producing, production is all he needs. He's not against it at all, not even a little. He ripped off his headband, thrust his hand toward him, and shouted. He cut straight through the air and told him, point blank, that it was time to move on, if he was ready. He was ready to hand over his talent. He clenched his fist, threw his words out like a punch, and swore that it would be done then. He'd lean on him for everything. Then just a few months later, the students showed up. He rushed into the shop to grab the paper they were cranking out. In the northern corner of the capital, right by the witch forest, a maid burst into the office, knocked sharply on the door, then slipped inside like she belonged there. She leaned in and warned her, that's Lady Luida, then cut straight to the heart of it. She showed up with that exact product in hand, then shot her arm forward and extended it. Then the servant shoved a sheet of paper into her hands, and told her it was this paper is all the rage in the capital's stationery shops, cheap as dirt compared to parchment, even when it comes decked out with all the fancy stuff. She darts through the market, then the how air hawks it, gliding her hand over a sheet of paper as her breath catches, and he said the son of the Halthium's current head. Then it hits Maero's classmate Snaps, throws it straight into the fire. He leaned over the fireplace, and told him that even the head of his family had to be invited to the upcoming event. Something big is about to go down at the royal palace, time to teach him a painful little lesson. Later, noble families swarmed the island of the royal, every voice, every gaze locked on what was about to happen. At the royal castle, Gala swooped in on Luke and called out to him. He shoved his voice into the moment, and admitted they hadn't seen each other in ages. For a long time, he finally saw him, and a huge wave of relief hit him as he drew closer, almost unable to believe it. He leaned in, apologized to the girl he'd been talking to, then slid into the spot beside him and blurted that he looked swamped, like he had no breathing room. As always, he snapped, who did this? And right then he didn't even have time to grab a drink with him. He just brushed it off and said he didn't need to worry. It didn't seem like a big deal. Then the person beside them slammed their cane like they were making a point and demanded, so how they? They finally looked back, and there was Luida, shouting for the head of the Howe family. They both bowed, and then he snapped her attention, telling her he was so relieved to see her in perfect health. Gala spun toward him, murmured an apology, and told him he had to go. Then he faced him, and everything that came next hung in the air. And with a low voice, admitted he was relieved to see him healthy. Then he bowed. She tried to explain it one more time, then stormed off and left them behind, saying, as far as she could tell, his son and her grandson, Maero, were both living in the same dorm. Luke nodded and said his own son was. He was barely ever home, so she never got the chance to talk to him. She flipped her fan upright and asked, and then he probably has no clue about the business he just opened, does he? Because he's out here making an alternative to parchment. She sells that paper for a low price, raking in a fortune, and when she talks, her voice goes stone cold serious. So he really wants to shake up the parchment market, huh? Doesn't he realize that's way too much for a kid's pocket? Pocket money is starting to feel like a problem they can't just brush off anymore. Because if this keeps going as witches, they'll have to face the truth. And she began. He tried to leave, then stopped and asked if he could talk to his son about it. After all, it's totally possible he's playing with fire. Then he suddenly snaps into panic the moment he hears this dialogue and rushes off, going, and kept wondering what his son was up to. Later on, at the How Villa, Yuri burst through the door and wrapped Suzuya in a tight hug. Zuya lit up when he saw him, and they greeted each other with pure joy. They met up and smiled at each other. Then she slid a little farther away from him. He kept it short and told me he'd grown a lot since we last met. Then laughed and said at the academy, the classmates were so ridiculously huge that he didn't even notice his own difference. She told her to look, his father was waiting in the living room, and now he had to go talk to him. She dial him up the moment dinner was ready. He burst into the living room, shouted for his father, and then he blurted that he'd finally made it back home. Luke spun toward him and said it felt like they'd been apart for an eternity. He strode up to the chair, threw out a quick apology, and said he'd been swamped, then dropped into the seat right in front of him, and told him we need to talk about this. He waved him to a seat and leaned in like, I heard you dropped a fortune, so why didn't you say it? He told him everything, then watched as he bowed his head and apologized, saying he didn't want to trouble him, but this was business. He kicked it off with his own money, and he wanted it run separately from his family. He looked at him with pure worry and said, you're just a student. Then he called him a. He leaned in and said he'd already nailed 90% of his grades. Classes only ran in the mornings, but even so, he still had 5 brutal years of studying left. And when he finally had free time, he had nothing to do anyway, so was it even against the law? He nodded along, then snapped, hold on, can I object to this? And asked if something was truly wrong. When the answer came, he brushed it off hard, saying he'd just forget it. Yeah, he was totally fine with it. He asked if that's what he meant, and the moment it came up, he snapped, denying it hard, and admitted he wasn't fine at all. So he got a warning from the witches, didn't he? They straight up told him he'd built a terrible name in trade. The other day, they snagged him an invite to a reception at the royal castle, and everyone just had to talk about it, didn't they? He's trying to keep it under wraps, really trying. His name out of business. Now the witch family can sniff out exactly what's happening. He sets out to take this business. He takes business seriously, but what if it blows up into a mess for his family? If trouble hits, he'll tell him right away. Right away, Luke exhaled, shrugged like it was nothing and told him, I'm good. He trusted him completely and nothing could change that. As long as he didn't mess up, he'd be fine. But if he planned to take on the witch family and make enemies, he better be ready, because in this capital, even good virtues don't always shield you. So yeah, he better remember the stakes. And he'd also heard he's basically right on top of Her Highness Carol. The witch family hinted, in their roundabout way, that he should not get too friendly. He felt a wave of embarrassment crash down on him, and he couldn't help wondering if he should have complained about it too. He said he approved of him becoming friends with Her Highness, but since she's the future queen, he'd better start paying a lot more attention. He blinked in shock and asked, are you really going to become queen? Then he pointed out that Princess Carla, Her Highness, is right there. She denied it, and he cut her off fast. He claimed he'd heard she never planned to become queen, and he admitted, straight up, that he really didn't want it to happen. Queen, he didn't get him at all, so he blurted out what was wrong, and to his father's shock, he said that she. Then she straight up asked him out on a date, because everyone was already hearing her around the dorm, bragging that they were dating. And she was his fiancée, yet that little fact was starting to grind on his nerves, and he politely shot him down, then cut in fast, his expression flickering with worry as he asked, are you sure it'll all be fine? They agreed to talk about the Shirakawa festival. The Devil's Cave, everything suddenly got heavy. MC snapped that he'd heard about it after he went to grill an upperclassman from the Shirakawa dorm about a brand new project. Then he spotted it, some ridiculously overhyped book they were selling, and guess what? Luke was in it too, glaring at him with a wary look. So what did that even mean, and had he ever read it? Read it all, then he gave a shaky nod, convinced it was a love triangle story between him, Miyaro, and Dora, because there was no way he could ever tell his father about. So yeah, Liberal Arts Academy runs on that classic magazine writing style, and he marched right up to a famous author to demand a publication that would fit the How newspaper, but he didn't think the content was a BL. In that novel, his father had once been the star of a tragedy, because in that doujinshi, it was forbidden to write romance where the author shows up and hooks up with a famous boy. The author who shattered the taboo and turned his own father into a main character got bullied and harassed non-stop, and it pushed him into a brutal persecution, until when his father rejected him, he snapped and took his own life. Then his brother stepped in, challenged him to a duel, and that's when everything detonated. He got kicked out of school for the murder. Raised in a respected family, he'd been a standout with a bright future, but after that killing, he felt the knightly life wasn't for him, so he married his mother, a lowly commoner aiming to rise as a farm owner by breeding living creatures. Then he snapped that it was probably best he didn't even try to read what that book said, because all he needed was to remember the trouble he'd already lived through, and he said. He shot her a mildly annoyed look and admitted he'd already heard about it. So yeah, he needs to be careful, because even when you think you understand a woman's heart, it still refuses to make sense. A sharp knock slammed the door, and before anyone could react, a girl barged in like she owned the place and said, "Your food's ready." Luke went. He came right up to her and declared she was right on time. Yuri stared at her and couldn't shake the feeling he'd never seen her before. So this was the new maid. He swept up to her, planted his hand on her shoulder, and blurted out what she needed to hear, right then. Her name was Barry, his mother's younger sister's daughter, his cousin. He blinked in shock at what he heard, then shouted, "Why would you become a maid?" Because he insisted she only wanted to work for herself. With her own bold initiative, she bowed and beamed, saying she was thrilled to meet him. And he matched that warmth right back. Then his father told them to talk later, and he basically begged, "Can you please just leave us alone?" For a little while she finally gave in, then promised she'd leave them alone, right as soon as she slipped away. She stormed out, and just like that, Luke called him over and hit him with a serious question. "How's it fair when my close relative has to work as a servant in this house?" He didn't argue, he agreed. Then he leaned in with a scary, dead serious tone, and told him he'd heard the business was pulling in serious money. He knew exactly where this was headed, glanced off like it wasn't his problem, tried to deny it, then snapped, "This ain't," but he cut himself off at the worst possible moment. They were bleeding money, but they shoved that fear aside, planning to crank up production and aim straight for the future, because he didn't have time to finish anything. He stopped because he'd asked for help, and they couldn't just ignore that, right? He was shaking with nerves, but still managed to say that it could be. I guess that was how it came out. He waved his hand, shouted it like a verdict. Borea was officially his new employee, starting now. He was betting everything on him for the family. He tried to yank him back, but nothing could reach him. And after some time, the hero showed up at the workshop with Borea in tow, and then, right on cue, he started coughing. He said this was weird, because today a girl showed up with him and he told me her name. He introduced himself, then asked right away if he could hire her. She bowed, a bright smile in her voice, and said she couldn't wait for the chance to work with him. He shot up off the sofa and warned that he'd never survive mixing business with women, because it would land him in trouble. Then he made it crystal clear he wasn't being misunderstood. She was his maternal cousin. She served as a maid for a bit, but everything went sideways, so he brought her in and asked, "Okay, but where are we going to live?" He said he'd been thinking about putting someone in a spare room here, but warned her this area isn't safe for a girl, then calmly told them to move, change where they live. They say they've been cashing in big lately, and now he's eyeing a move, because staying here just isn't safe. So if he's really going to hire her, he'll treat it like his own duty to look after her and train her. He dropped into a chair and promised it'd be awesome, but his father found out the moment he heard about it. Maybe this is the perfect opening from here on out. From this moment on, they're officially the How Company, so he immediately appoints him as president. She shot him a congratulatory grin, and he leaned in and promised that he'd be the chairman of the board with those control functions in hand. They'll talk salary later. Koff dropped into a respectful bow and said, with a bright grin, that he'd be honored to serve him. Then he leaned in, thanked him, and admitted he'd totally overreacted. He smiled and told everyone, "I'm good, nothing's wrong," even though it was his mood that was clearly off. After a while, Mayado finally barreled up to his grandma's place. Her grandmother called out to him and demanded to know exactly what she wanted him to do. Gaida told her flat out that her help got him into Night Academy, so does he really understand she's not just some blogger? He's forced to pay for his education, so he has to hand that letter to the boy from the... They pulled him in from the Howe family and barked, "Come here," because this wasn't a request, it was an order. If he's not satisfied, she'll yank his support right out from under him. And after a while, he won't be able to stay at the academy anymore. At the academy, he suddenly called MC over, his voice shaking with pure worry. A worried look hit his face, like he knew a letter was coming just for him. Hooked him in seconds, then he shot his arm out, reaching for him, but before anything could happen, he yanked his hands back and clutched that letter. He shrugged it off and muttered that there was nothing in the world. He didn't even see the point of it, like he didn't need it at all. He finally got it, and he shot a look so shocked it practically lit up his whole face. He shot his finger sideways, bellowed that Harold was running around naked, and whipped his head around to look. He looked around and didn't see a thing, then snapped that he couldn't find him anywhere. My arrow snapped its aim back, but it was too late. He'd already ripped open the letter. He scanned it and snapped, "That looks like a total disaster of a letter. Then his thoughts drifted straight to Lita, the Gowdenville family's head, and one of the great witch houses, received a letter sent by his grandmother. She pulled him in with an invitation to her place, and if he said no, her money taps would shut off cold. It sounded like she was trying to offer him a way to take a piece of his business. She laid down conditions he couldn't dodge, so he finally brought it to him, even though he still couldn't quite grasp how it would. How could someone who hated his family hand him this letter so calmly? Still, that so-called childish threat hits like a punch. Academy fee or not, he feels targeted, and she threatens the kid with expulsion from the academy and keeps him under control. Yet if it ever gets that bad, he steps in and takes care of him. Yuri dialed him up in a calm voice and told him, right after reading the letter, that he could leave. Mayato ripped his hand toward her and shouted his name with pure worry, then grabbed his hand and told him don't stress about it. His fight rages on. Then, after a while, he finally barrels into the training ground. He slammed the earth and barked, "Soim," then whipped around yelling, "Young master," and admitted they hadn't seen each other in forever. Then he spun around, scanning the room like he expected something any second, and asked whether he trained the guards, and when he said yes, he told everyone he'd be back at the main house tomorrow, and right then, they pushed him into their training like it was his job. Training, he shot him an apology and asked, straight up, if he could tag along. He wanted him dressed as a butler, not a regular warrior. He's heading into the Goudenville mansion to fight, and he needs your help right now. Help, he waited all over, nodded, agreed, and told them, yeah, we can handle this. He stayed with them and promised he'd join back up with him after a little while. Time raced on as the two of them bounced through the gardens in a carriage, headed straight for her mansion. And the guard shouted at the top of his lungs for them to stop. Then he came running. He closed in and dropped the bomb. This is Goudenville's residence. Then he stared like, so what are you even looking for here? And the protagonist yanked the curtain open, introduced himself, and declared that the head of this family had sent for him. They have to verify the details and then rip the gates wide open. The guard stared at him, completely baffled, and he blurted out, hurry up, before he snapped, don't. And he refused to keep the guests waiting, so he threw the gates open. A servant rushed up, greeted them with a bow, then beckoned them inside. They stormed into the hall, and there was Luida, already seated in her chair, like she'd been waiting the whole time. She jumped in to greet them, waved him to a seat, and he slid the servant grabbed his coat and swore that even if she hadn't told him, if he was being honest, he'd have sat down anyway. He stared at Soim and demanded, so you're the house butler? And Soim. He snapped that he hadn't come to talk about the servants, so what the heck did she want from her? From him, she snapped, you're so impatient. And he shot back that he just wanted to be home for dinner, and she told him they'd just cook it themselves. He said that it was a terrible idea to eat at the house of someone who'd weaponize her own grandchildren for blackmail. She said it was even dumber to send the HAL family's son, the heir, out there. He said, either way, you can't call the food here good, and she fired back, so what should we eat with our grandchildren instead? Kids, MC nodded and said, of course everything tastes better when you're eating with your best friend, and that hit her so hard that she turned and asked him. She leaned in with a smirk and asked, all right, enough games. Did you finally figure everything out? Because this business of yours. She says, if you join me, I'll protect you. Even though she knows it might crush his pride. Because the capital runs on its own customs and rules, and he can't shake the thought that these so-called customs are just what they call power. They don't follow any laws at all, just shove their greedy demands on everyone, then slap the label custom on it to make it sound harmless. And me. He sure as hell isn't about to pay bandits protection money. He despised those rotten customs, and then he demanded, how much do you want me to pay? Right then, she called him straight. With a sharp, sly grin, he said. She told him, since your grandson's fate rests on your shoulders, I'm handing you 20%. It'll shield your business. Sounds like a bargain. He gave the business a green light just so his friend could graduate from the academy. He really thought he was here to guard my arrow, but that old woman was absolutely rotten. He smirked and snapped that she should shut down all this pointless talk, because he had a better way. He smirked, crossed his legs, and promised 30 sheets of paper a month were hers if she wanted them, like it was his grand generosity. She demanded total control over it, rage blazing in her eyes, then leaned in with a serious voice. So, have you come? You've lost your mind completely. Around here, that reckless, baseless confidence can drag you straight into serious trouble. He spoke with quiet confidence, fully convinced his strength matched his belief, and he wasn't doubting it for a second. She had no time for a lecture, she just clapped her hands and he snapped, "With your age, people aren't supposed to talk to others so rudely. You only saw 2 of them, yeah, just 2 for the band." Bandits burst into the hall and shouted that there were nowhere near enough of them to talk to him like that. She slammed him as reckless, and even the bandits nodded like she was right. Charged straight at Soim and lunged to attack him with his. He clashed his fist, slid it aside like it was nothing, and snapped back with a vicious counter. Then he snapped into a counterattack, punching the bandit's nose with a sharp hit, right as another bandit pulled out. He pulled out a knife and lunged to strike, but the other guy snapped his swing to a halt. Then he swung his hand straight into the man's face, and the other bandits started closing in too. Also tried to attack him, but he ended it in an instant and crushed the. Luida watched them all in dead silence, like she was waiting for the moment everything would explode. Yuri leaned in with a serious stare and told him point blank not to overthink. I think she could take them down with street bugs, because they were right there on a whole new level. The Who weren't just good, they were some of the best in the game. Were one of the 5 legendary military families. War was their job, and that's exactly what made them stronger than her. While deep in the night, everything went quiet. In the dead of night inside the dorm, Miara sat at the table, bracing for whatever came next. Then Carol called his name. He waved him over and demanded to know why he was standing there all alone. She begged to play chess with Yuri, but then she had nothing. She hadn't spotted him all day, so she blurted, "Do you know where you are?" and called out his name. He squinted in confusion, called out his name, and then hesitated, like he was seconds from blurting something important. Meanwhile, Luida wore a calm smile and said, "He's." That courage was blazing in his chest, because the protagonists were ready to go all in. He said her composure in that moment absolutely blew him away, and honestly that was wild. She then asked if she could. She understood it, right down to the end of the line. Negotiations were done. He snapped that he wasn't going to bargain with a crowd of murderers who had the nerve to threaten the money for their grandson's tuition, and then he barreled into what would happen if they still didn't manage to graduate from the. In this country, if you're not born right, the academy won't treat you like a noble at all. Because in a witch's family, women get first pick and men get shut out of the career ladder. So Miyaro was shoved into the Night Academy, aiming to become an officer of the Royal Guard. You don't get to wreck a noble man's life just because he's not the one she needs. He said her grandson is a good man, and he handles every duty perfectly. No one deserves this. She stared in shock at how stubbornly strong he is, but honestly she doesn't care how good he is. They're not obligated to pay for his. He insisted it was she who pulled him into the academy. Like that alone explains everything. She said it straight, like a warning, cold and serious, insisting she wouldn't do something so selfish. He didn't force it, this was 100% his own idea, straight from the start. Carol said, "I get it, he went to the witches." Why did his grandmother fork over the money for his education? Because she was ashamed and couldn't say it out loud. Harris shot her an apology and told her it wasn't her business, and then he kept his cool, saying it was nothing at all and that everything was perfectly fine. Fine, he still couldn't swallow what his grandmother had done, and the truth was, he never should have ended up studying here, especially not after he pulled that trick on his. Grandma pushed for it, telling him, "If you don't mind, I want to hear your story." So why did he decide? He went to insane lengths just to get into that academy. That was the whole point he was trying to explain before the cutoff. To explain it, he had to lay his whole life on the table. Starting from the day his mother was a student. She was tied to his father, while his mom came from a bloodline of witches, and his dad was a full-on knight. Knight settled in hard, then everything flipped, their relationship ended, and she soon found out she was pregnant with their first child. Only then did it hit him. His mother had been lying to him all along, and the fallout turned into a disgrace that tainted both families. The heiress of one of the 7 great witch families got pregnant while still trapped at the academy, absolute chaos, and her tiny frame barely seemed big enough for the secret she was carrying. He couldn't pull the wool over anyone's eyes, and then his father stepped up, married her right after school, but tragedy struck. Their first child never came, and after that his own family turned their backs on him. They shoved him out of his knightly life, and the witch family gave him no work, so he drifted around while their marriage slowly froze over. 15 years later, she finally gave birth to him, and his father was. He was over the moon after his first child was born, loving that little guy with his whole heart. But his mother barely seemed to care about him at all. So his father stayed right beside him, teaching him how to read and write, while his grandmother and the rest of the family chipped in too. No one saw it coming. A baby was born to a doomed couple, and when luck ran out, they dumped him and left him to whatever fate had in store. When his grandmother realized he had a gift, she shut his father out and started training him to become the heir. Because that day, on the way to at the party, the carriage carrying his parents got ambushed by robbers, and his father fought like a storm to shield his mother, until the guards finally showed up. By then, he was badly wounded, and he was the only one still caring for him when he finally confessed that he'd always treasured his title of knight, but if he died without fighting to protect, but defend it, would that really be a knight's worthy end? What a damn shame. Shame swallowed him, but he never regretted a single thing. With those words, he drew his final breath, and then his father didn't. He tried to guard his mother with everything he had, even as the knight swallowed his honor. Then, crushed after losing his father, despair tore through him until he finally died. He shut himself in his room, broke down in tears, and then his mother barged in, coming straight for him. He stumbled into his room drunk, spat that he was never his real child, and said she'd had plenty of men, then somehow conceived him and this idiot was totally sterile. Yeah, the person who loved him wasn't his real father, but he never left his side, and even now he still calls him his. His father's betrayal still haunted him, and he couldn't ever forgive his mother for what she did to both of them, until rage swallowed his heart and he vowed to expose her atrocities. So he told his grandmother, and she cut through the whole mess fast, saying it didn't matter who his father really was. Don't obsess over the dead, she said. Focus on your studies and rise to become a worthy heir of their bloodline. Lineage, and it shattered him. He couldn't swallow the truth. His mother kept him in the dark, then turned around and tossed the father who loved him without a second thought. He loved him, then rage crawled in as he started loathing his family's way of thinking. And when he finally dug into the real nature of witchcraft, he became. By then, doubts kept piling up, and by age 10, he'd officially stopped caring about the family inheritance. He wanted a life exactly like his dad had always dreamed. So he forged his documents and conned his own family into enrolling him in a knight academy instead of. At a liberal arts academy, he crossed paths with him on exam day and learned the shocking truth. He was the heir of the Howe family. He swore he'd lain on his family's name to dodge the witches' reach, but then he was. He always treated him with warmth, and honestly, he couldn't get enough of the academy. He loved every minute there with everyone. He refused to let it go, and he wouldn't even dare burn his grandmother's letter to get himself to leave. Then Carol slipped her hand into his. He pressed his hand, thanked him for everything, and told him to keep that secret locked between them, and keep it burning in their hearts. He shouldn't worry, and he's watching him like a. As a classmate, she refuses to believe he'd ever take advantage of him, and she keeps replaying that thought in her head. And just like that, MC said, no matter what, even if Mayro made the call, she doesn't get to decide. He has no right to hand her that power. They choose his school path for him, because if he's that gifted, then the future will make him into. You should train to be an elite royal guard, but treating someone coldly just because he's a man is petty in the worst way. Luida erupted into loud, unstoppable laughter, and then he shot back, confused. What's so funny about that? And she said that. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Why were their words hitting so weirdly, like the conversation had gone off script? Myro had always been a girl, so when he heard it, shock hit him like lightning, and he blurted, wait, what? Is this even real? He's slim, weak as paper. There's no way that's true, unless her granddaughter, the heiress too, stormed into the academy against her will. He said her stubborn attitude didn't matter. He'd come just because she asked, and now it was finally time for him to go. She told him to go home, praising him for rushing back fast, but she clearly wasn't on board with extending it. To finish his studies, he yanked on his coat and snapped that he didn't care. If she refused, he'd march straight to his father and beg him to adopt her, making it happen just like that. So she wouldn't get fully cut off from him. He told her to really think it through. If this happens, Miara would light up with pure joy. He tore himself away, said goodbye to her, and they both bolted for the exit, after what felt like forever. After a while, he came roaring back to the night dormitory. He caught Yuri right as he was about to blurt something out. He slapped a hand onto his shoulder and leaned in, saying that he's back safe and sound, so you can finally drop the worry because everything went perfectly. And yeah, just like always, they'd be together. Right up until graduation from the academy, he kept finding the courage to apologize. Carol barged in and said she'd been waiting all day to play chess with him, and he just stood there, completely thrown off. He shot back, honestly saying, I'm starving, then marched down the corridor like he had one mission, go ask. He asked if there was anything left in the cafeteria, and they showed up, right then, before the next part of the story even started. He swallowed his pride, apologized, and admitted they'd only got bread with. All the salt and butter were left behind. She grinned and asked anyway, that's not bad, right? Is it? Just sit down for a meal with the people you trust most, and suddenly every bite tastes like pure magic. If you eat with the people who truly matter to you. He nodded, then said it was. That it was absolutely delicious. She grinned and said cheerfully. Once he finished eating, they all kicked back and headed straight out to play chess. Later, while he was buried in the workshop, Cuff bolted toward him and yelled his name in pure, bubbling joy. He grabbed the mic and swore it all happened. New raw material, fresh and real. He turned scraps into paper made from genuine leather material, and the whole time he wore a joyful grin. He said this was all he ever wanted, and now the burden would finally be lifted off him. They finally cracked the problem. Once the threads were handled, the need to collect lint was taken care of, and the raw material issue was solved. He finally solved it, then a weird smell hit his nose and he snapped, "What are you doing here?" The guy swallowed hard, apologized, and admitted, "I just won." He wanted to refine crude oil, but then he froze. Wait, is this strange black liquid what I'm looking at? He'd never laid eyes on anything like it before. What was it even good for? He snapped that if he could refine it perfectly, and once he did, it could serve a dozen purposes. Then he fired off the question, is this part of the arsenal of a new? He jumped on the new business idea and swore he needed it to grind borax into books, then pulled in Lily, the Academy's senior, and told her to help him forge the tools, because in this world every book is handwritten and copied painstakingly by copyists. So he decided to unleash mimeograph tech to mass-produce the books, and that's where his plan started to blaze. He mass-produces and sells books, using wax paper carved with an iron brush into letters, then rolling ink over it so it never smears. Yeah, it's a ridiculous contraption, but he knows Lily's a genius who understands exactly what he's aiming for and recreates it flawlessly. Koff swore every instrument she crafts is top tier, and if it wasn't for her, this whole job wouldn't even exist, so he better thank her the right way. MC told her, if this is about payment, I've already put enough money in your hands, so there's nothing to worry about. He clutched his head and snapped, I'm not talking about that, she's still a student. Then he ranted about how she's buried in her studies, and still he expects her to do his work, like he should just balance it out with occasional favors instead. He nodded, accepted the advice, and thanked him like it just saved the day. After a while, back at the academy, he settled in beside Lily. Lily sat at the same table, and basically told him she was here because he'd convinced her, and he couldn't stop thanking her for saying yes. He's genuinely grateful for what she's done, so she can finally eat without a shred of embarrassment. She nodded with a bright smile, and he leaned in to tell her he'd rented a private room inside the cafe. She leaned in and promised she'd treat him to a cup of tea and something sweet. Sweets, she was about to blurt something out, then she froze because she froze in her tracks, glanced at Sham beside her scribbling something, and blurted out, "Do you really think we sh? Wait, shouldn't he be alone then? So didn't he think that?" And he apologized. And she told him, "No need to apologize, I was just messing with you." Joking, they were roommates, so it didn't even matter. Meanwhile, the two of them kept yapping about math and astronomy non-stop. All day, and I can't stop wondering, why was she here and what did he in? He cooked up yet another bizarre contraption, and you could tell he was jittery about it as he said. He basically said she was a lightning-quick thinker, then pulled out a blueprint and told her to build something for him, like right now, so she shot her hand up and started. Wait, can I? She paused and snapped that she couldn't ditch her schoolwork. Plus, she'd just made Fortsu Kaijutsu, and He built a printing press, then he bowed his head in guilt, and he shot back that she was right, then admitted he had no choice but to trust her completely. Her cheeks blazing, she snapped, I can't do anything, because the most popular guy in the whole academy was down in the dumps. She couldn't possibly say no. He shoved a drawing into her hands and blurted that he wanted her to. He demanded she make it, because he had to get a device for Celestial. That snapped their focus, and he fired back with a reply. He said that to stay on course in the endless ocean, where land vanishes from sight, you've got to use celestial navigation to guide yourself. Navigation means using the stars and the sky as your road signs to figure out where you are. Because sailing ships ride the wind, they can't always hold a perfect straight line, and once you're out on the open sea, there's nothing to guide you but the heavens. Using pure experience and gut instinct can send them off course fast, so they lean on sectarians and pimpant watches to lock in where they are, because the spot a celestial body sits in the sky at a specific date and time over a specific patch of Earth never changes, and astronomy tells them exactly how to calculate it, letting them check the date and time on their watches and use a sextant to measure their position. If someone turned these calculations into a nautical almanac, the navigator wouldn't wrestle with messy math anymore. They'd just spot their position and line it up, match the stars to where they are, and confirm everything at a glance. He wants Sham to write down the sun's time to Syzygy. Agreed, Lily glanced at the sketch and snapped. That's gonna be a problem, because the case itself is solid, but they'll need a workaround. Workshop of glass and mirrors, she ripped her gaze away and asked, what is this? Then he shot back a small smile and said that he'd always assumed she had terrible eyesight, even though she clearly saw things others couldn't. Everything blurred because it was meant for her. She ripped open the case, and he swore it was just a pair of glasses a merchant had snagged in another country. She slipped them on, and he immediately told her they fit her perfectly. But since everyone sees differently, the lenses have to be custom-made. She can even tell the glass factory to shape her lenses when they build the instruments. Sham waved him over and demanded to know if he had anything for her. He nodded and swore he'd bring her something next time. Lily stared at the glasses, mouthed a silent thank you to him and thought. She figured this whole thing was just for her, and yeah, he wouldn't get it right later that night, she was out in the room with her tools, grinding through the work like her life depended on it. At the table, when she finally woke up, he called her over and asked her. He asked if she was still awake, and she chuckled, apologized, and said she was finished for the night. Some dorm students cornered her and peppered her with questions, because pocket watch maintenance is never ending, and she just let out a little chuckle, and said she seemed like she genuinely loved making things. Then she asked with her. She flashed a smile and leaned into it like, yeah, I really believe that. Then she dropped the real plan. She started all of this just to rake in money, even though her family are knights, and yeah, the costs are brutal. They crammed in taxes for the lords just to keep everyone out of fighting and wars, and the lords still left them barely scraping by, watchmaking day after day, because they couldn't afford to do it the normal way. And then, since she was a kid, they chained her to watchmaking, and somehow that torture turned her into a genius on machines. So when fate shoved her in here, she already knew how to break it all down. She knew her family couldn't cough up the money for training, so she steps up and pays herself. And the moment she starts, she's hit with the sight of those ladies in. She watches the accessories fall into place on her clothes, and she tells Yuri, thanks for all your work, like she's finally letting go of that worry. She frets about money, sure, but that's not what really matters right now. The real win is seeing people genuinely satisfied with what she's made. She got the job offer, and that mattered, so she picked up the phone, told her she had to go for it, and basically made her trust the plan. She told him she'd asked him something earlier, so why was he grinding away like his life depended on it, never getting even a second to breathe? Lily snapped her head toward him and demanded, is that true? So what did he say? She swore his words were clear, this land would be gone soon. She replayed his earlier words. He didn't know if it would hit in 5 years or sooner, and somehow it all felt unavoidable, like it was creeping up right around the corner. She asked. She basically said, with the Kirchner kingdom standing guard, we're safe for now, right? But then he snapped back. 6 of the 9 Shorn states were already wiped out, so yeah, chances were bleak. And the Kirchner kingdom, it was already falling apart. Bloodied soldiers and desperate refugees poured into this country, leaving the crushing darkness behind and turning their backs on it, eyes set on something better. They shut their eyes and cling to one desperate thought. If only someone could spark a revolution, hope might still live, but in this country, the conservatives are too strong. This country's fatal weakness is brutal. Its royal family holds 0 real power, and the military force is the only thing that runs the show. A split between the 5 great generals and the 7 great witches, and yet they still pack more power than the royals ever could. Family, because even if Carol claws her way to the throne and tries to rebuild the country, that old fort will still slam the brakes on her plans. So yeah, no other forces can make this work, and that leaves one obvious answer. Who else but the royal family can step into that role? With the exception of. So every general is scared stiff and knows they can't pull off a coup, and even his own family is already rebuilding the core again, since the expedition shoved it past its limits until it cracked and burned out. And it still isn't strong enough. Then there are the witches too, the kind people call conservative and right-wing, and if they end up running the country, it'll land in the hands of corrupt witches. They'll toss them down to the bottom. Lily shot back, so what's he gonna do? And the protagonist? The protagonist jabbed at the sketch and swore they'd tear through to a brand new world. Because once their country falls, the only escape left is to sell themselves into slavery. Once the world's gone, there's a real shot to slip away to a whole new land. Doesn't she realize those are wildly different? Right now though, Sham has dropped off to sleep. She stared at her and muttered that it was all for their family's sake. Because even if this whole country crumbles with everything he knows, he can flee to a land where no one cares about discrimination, but he grinds non-stop first, clawing for tools and boats, and then storms off to a new place to guard his family and the people he loves. But if they dare to attack Carol, the next queen won't even be able to. He ditched his country, bolted into the unknown, and yeah, his father too, plus Dor's school friend was tangled in it all, who would also jump at the chance to fight, because he'd never ditch them, not even to chase some new land. Lily jabbed her finger into her cheek, torn between bolting right now or staying put. So what was she gonna choose? Meanwhile, inside the 7th year Night Academy dorm, right as at a doubles chess tournament, this guy cracked it. Whoever won would represent their dorm at the huge university-wide Dookie tournament, so everyone just rolled the dice and went all in. Mayaro snapped his way to the protagonist and promised him, straight to his face, that he'd never lose this game. The game began, he flexed his arms like a powerhouse, then grinned and shot back. Excellent. They've got to put on a killer show, and when the friends rolled the dice, Mayaro crushed the score, and that guy right there just started announcing it. Mayaro strikes first, right as the round kicks off. Again, everyone huddled over the game, gripping the edge of their seats, staring like the next move could shatter everything. Time was slipping away, and then it hit. He just turned 16, right when the Night Academy's demonstration was about to begin. And the university-wide doubles tournament, an annual tradition at the academy, where Night Academy's performance is proven to be, determines who's the strongest fighter in the tournament, right alongside the Night Academy and the Liberal Arch. Arts Academy teams up to play Dookie, pure rivalry in the air, and he got knocked out of his spot by the Knight. An academy rep made it to my door, but he couldn't resist. He started playing anyway, laughing because he was the dorm's undisputed king that year, until the end when he got forced to play against. Miyaro's insanely skilled. Then comes Dookie, a board game like the Shankai, and the whole table turns into a battlefield where two armies clash across a river, with each side represented by a royal eagle and a water bird. In shogi, the royal eagle can jump over both allies and enemies, then it rockets straight for the king. There's zero plan to trap the king, so how does he even fall in a way that screams fair? If he tries to pull some wild stunt, it'll look unnatural from a mile away. He's forced to make cold, calculated moves. And if he loses, he has to make it look like nothing's wrong. No one can even suspect a thing, because it's. But pulling off something like that is insanely hard, so the protagonist just locked eyes on the stage, staring like his life depended on it. Playing field, the whole game hit dead silence, no voices at all, just the sharp click of pieces sliding into place, like the world was holding its breath. Before he even had time to breathe, MC realized he hadn't escaped at all. He cursed under his breath and got dragged into making the final. He landed the final winning move, right then, like it was inevitable. My arrow let out a soft, heartbreaking sigh and whispered, "I'm done, he's gone." Lost, and somehow the guy straight up called Yuri the winner. He froze, stunned, thinking, how on earth did that happen? Mayaro must have been playing 2 moves ahead of him. Carol blurted, awestruck. This game was wild, and even she couldn't make heads or tails of it. My arrow had just fired. He told him, just like everyone predicted, that he'd won, and right after the words left his mouth, the protagonist coughed hard and admitted he suddenly felt sick. Mayado grabbed his hand and said, "I can't wait for the palace final, please let him make it there, so you can crush him in front of Her Majesty the Queen." The protagonist blinked in shock. Well. His opponent knew he had zero interest in winning, yet still chose to throw the match right at him. If they were really heading into a fight with the academy, they'd be walking straight into witches. And somehow, Mayaru clearly didn't want any part of that chaos. Because his family mattered most, then the very next day, the main event finally kicks off. The main event exploded in the grand auditorium of the Wang Palace. The secretary slammed the room into action by announcing the start of the 2-3-1-6. The 16th All-Academy Dookie tournament kicked off, and the hall was packed to the brim. And there they stood on the stage, shaking with nerves, waiting for the game to finally begin. Game because the protagonist was right there in the mix, and the secretary grilled every single one of them. Everyone in the room showed up ready to cheer for the 16 chosen players, and they all happily backed her request. And then a thunderstorm of applause erupted through the hall as the MC took a breath, because the players lined up in turns, men and women, and the very first round always kicked off between the Night Academy and the Academy of Arts and Sciences. This is a tournament match, miss once and you're gone for good. The teams split into 2 blocks and they only get their turn in the second one. He showed up, acting like. The dorm rep had to take it seriously, and when it was his turn, he politely told his opponent he couldn't wait to face her. Then he clutched the first round victory for himself, and she just looked devastated as she admitted she lost. In the second round, Yuri struck back and won again. Then his opponent, another girl, couldn't hold it together when she blurted out that she'd lost. The secretary declared that he was moving on to the semifinals, and the protagonist's mind lit up. Finally, someone worth fighting, because this place hadn't had any real opponents for him. Then the secretary kept going, right into the semifinals of Block 2. Yuri Hao versus Lilika Kurson. Lilika's eyes narrowed like a blade, daring Yuri to blink first. His eyes locked on theirs, and he practically dared them to start the game. After a bit, she leaned in and blurted, "Whoa, this game is flying." Yeah, the protagonist shot back, and his father had taught him, telling him he couldn't keep the girls waiting, because once he made that decisive move, there was no turning back. He slammed the word out and insisted, everything, in his view. Everything ends right here. Lilika stared him down, and he caught him off guard, then broke into a grin and fired off a counter move. To Yuri's shock, the protagonist muttered curses under his breath, unlike his last opponent. Opponents who stayed cool even after his attack, She was strong, but Miara was a different beast. Then he flashed his chip and went for the kill with his final move. As Lilica moved, she snapped her fan open, and then sealed it with a smile she thought she'd lost. And she shot him a hopeful smile and wished him luck for the finals. Then the secretary ripped into the announcement, the win. Yuri Hao took the win in the second block finals, and the MC couldn't help but let out her. Miara's relief hit like a wave. Then, out of nowhere, her voice snapped back nearby. Shocked, the protagonist blurts out a congratulation, then fires off the question at him, stunned. Guys, yeah, he'd been here the whole time, his comrade shot back, because he'd wanted, actually, it all makes sense. Wanted to see him in the finals. Carol sprinted over, grinning the whole way, and happily. She congratulated the protagonist, and right then, MC's eyes went wide in shock. Wait, she's here too. He figured it was coming. He had to show up before the next queen, Yuri. He dropped to one knee and called out to her, Your Highness. He bowed his head and thanked her, and she lit up with a bright smile as she accepted it. She shot out her hand, aiming to reach him, like a clear signal that he should stand, yet his next move snatched Carol right out of his grip, both. She froze, shocked and totally baffled. Then before she could even stand, the protagonist grabbed her hand, pressed a kiss to the back of it like a faithful subject, she mumbled through her confusion. Then eventually she yanked her hand free, bolted into the distance, and called out a wish for him to make it. Like she was handing him the luck he needed. Mayara let out a quiet laugh, and the protagonist blinked in confusion, then asked if she'd somehow messed up. She was wiping tears of laughter when she shook her head. She was seconds away from touching his shoulder, but his sudden move totally blindsided her. MC scratched the back of his head, totally baffled, thinking, what did I do to make her like this? To Her Highness. Meanwhile, Carol stood outside the door and her thoughts started racing. Thought of him with aching warmth, convinced he was so sensitive it almost hurt. Though that's where her line of thought finally cut off. Too sensitive. Then, a bit later, Mayaru finally made it back to the dorm. Barrow leaned in and told the protagonist that today's semi-final opponent is one of the best players of his class, of his generation, and the protagonist couldn't hide it. Of course he was that strong. Wrong still, he couldn't outmuscle him. Mayaro mumbled, a little embarrassed, but deep down he was honestly thrilled to be praised. Oh, and by the way, tomorrow's finals are up against one of the 7 great witch families. Shaw Lakrama's of the Lakramana's house sat there while the MC's mind churned. Lakamani's, yeah, sure it. Nora's the current head of the family's granddaughter. She's 22, and her mom runs the Parchment Makers Guild. People whisper that she's been slipping rotten fish into the paper shops of Bauer, like it's her favorite little sabotage. She even hires people to mess up the shop merchandise on purpose, wrecking sales, and turning the whole place upside down with that sneaky stocking setup. Barrow snapped him out of his daze, barking that the finals hit tomorrow. Sure, that girl could cheat to steal the win, but he still believed. If Yuri thought victory would be his, he'd say yes, then throw everything he had into making it happen. Before he could head back to the dorm, he had to swing by Hao and catch up with his friend. With a friend's shocked stare on him, he smirked and said it wouldn't take long. He shot back, no worries, I'll wait for you in the carriage. The protagonist strode up to Kaf's house, kicked the door open, and froze. There was a man sitting in a chair, back turned to the entrance, with a bottle of. He had a glass of wine poured and waiting on the table, and the moment the guy was within reach, the protagonist called out his name and demanded to know what was happening to him. Then his thoughts stalled. He'd totally forgotten about the drink. Koff snapped back that he'd only poured it, not drank a drop, and MC leaned in for a closer look at. He stared at him and snapped, what happened? The boys fumed, witches, they'd carved bloody. He's seen bloody threats on his door before, but this time, they didn't just show up, they came for him. They dumped black liquid into the river that fed their workshop, choking it with pollution. He gestured at the buckets of pitch black liquid and said, yeah, I think that's crude oil. It looks like it's exactly what he's refining, and the workshop is packed. Only a handful of people are inside. So yeah, it's safe for the moment, but they're coming to snatch it away. Right as those words hit, Kafka jolted up from his chair. The stool's legs screeched across the floor, and when he clocked the pensive protagonist, he leaned in and asked, so, what do we do next? The protagonist had no answer ready, at least not yet, and the very next day, everything turned into full-on preparation. On the final day of the tournament, everything was in full throttle. Spectators and guests started rolling in, one by one, until the place felt alive. Servants were sprinting in every direction, frantically trying to keep up with the chaos, and rushing to line up seats for crowned royals. Right up front, their chairs lined the gaming table, and on the judge's desk sat an hourglass and a neat spread of writing utensils, ready for whatever came next. MC marched up to the costume designer again and demanded, do I really have to swap outfits? Can't I just keep wearing this uniform? The guy shot back, sure, maybe it's only a little warning. Worn down and filthy, he'd still heard one wild rumor. Yuri came from a top-tier, prestigious family, and the thought hit him like a hook in his chest as he started. So he tells him he should let him do his hair, and the costume designer snaps into action, quickly seating the protagonist right there. Staring at the mirror, the protagonist froze, then blurted out, totally baffled, "So, what are you actually putting in your hair?" That guy shot back with a playful grin, "Yes, hair oil, but don't worry, it won't last," before trailing off. Only the ends mattered, so they pushed to the farthest points, and after a while the MCM. He burst out of his office in a brand new, sharp, elegant suit, and his hairstyle, and strode down the hallway like he meant it. "Sure, you just wanted to end this fast and get out of here." He bolted into the gaming room as fast as he could. A maid swept a hand toward his seat and commanded him to sit right there. He planted himself in place, then snapped his gaze toward the throne area. Then he spotted the royals he fell to his knees for. As Shura dropped into his chair, Shura snapped into view across from him and stared him down, like she could see straight through his thoughts. As the servant yanked out a chair for her, the protagonist's thoughts instantly started racing. With that smile on her face, did she really dress up that fast just to grab the throne right away? Shimin grinned and told the game to start. MC couldn't help but think, yeah, let's go. So yeah, they've kicked things off, and the board's already full of pieces, but they still can't agree on who's going to strike first, but have they really? The judge snaps everyone's focus. Then he declared it was Shaw's turn, and the whole hall erupted in a stunned murmur. The protagonist stared at the laughing Shaw, and the grin in it made him. Don't they even let the judge talk things over with the players? The girl happily launched the very first move. He stared at her like his life depended on it, and then the truth hit him hard. She tried to bribe the judge, but he didn't budge for a second. She wasn't just dabbling, magic ran through her bones, pure and unstoppable. So she wasn't even planning to hit her peak from the very first second. Good, this time he finally had the perfect shot to beat her. His teammates erupted into cheers for him, and after a beat, the secretary slapped the game results onto the screen, and Shaha snapped. MC stared at the situation and knew it. She was gone, and this loss felt like it crushed his whole world. The judge slammed the decision and crowned Yuri Hao as the winner, and in that instant, it finally clicked for him why he'd earned his spot in the next round. The hype just exploded. Right then, the referee slammed the call. "All right, game 2, players begin." At that exact moment, Lily jabbed her finger onto my arrow, tapped him on the shoulder and blurted her name, Yuri's friend. He answered with his name too and then went like it was nothing. "Yeah, we know each other." She blurted, "I'm not exactly great at shogi," and told him, "If you want, you can teach me because I thought you." Yuri's edge dulled hard right after the second game. Or was her mind just playing tricks on her? Because that look seemed haughty, almost like it knew her thoughts. His opponent, then the protagonist, threw his hands up and admitted, "I lost." Maero's jaw dropped as the referee's voice cut through the arena. "I've got bad news." Shora Lakramas snatches the win in the second round. After the second match, they'd finally catch their breath. Then everyone would have to march on and get ready for the third. Miyaro sits in the waiting room, eyes locked on the protagonist as he sleeps. He stormed out of the room, staring into the silence, wondering if he'd truly decided to give up. He finally caught up to his friend and shot, "Are you really about to throw this away and lose?" So he's really choosing to fail again. Like, is he doing this on purpose? The MC spun around and snapped, "Yes." The boy blurted out in pure confusion, then demanded, "But why?" She leaned in and told him the enemy was the Lakramas, those Parchment Guild puppeteers, and said there was nothing to win by picking a fight with them. Mayaro stared at him, completely baffled. Are these witches really terrifying to him? His grandmother, and somehow he managed to. So he was willing to stand up to her, huh? And it wasn't because he feared the business fallout. They were dead even. Then the protagonist looked him in the eye and told him exactly why, for him. To him, this match was just a warm-up, nothing compared to the bigger trouble waiting right around the corner. He might have seen him as a hero, but he had zero plans to step into that role himself. Mayero stared at him, completely baffled, and his mind went, "Wait, what?" So none of it matters to him. He blurts it out like a dare, and yeah, he's been doing nothing but bad things. All this time, the protagonist finally snapped, "What are you even talking about?" Because he'd always been there, watching, showing up and giving. He takes the advice, nods like it hits the spot, and honestly, it doesn't even bother him, but he's still not that kind of person. So he wants that person asterisk, right? Does he get it? No way he'll follow someone who's just using him, playing his cards and doing whatever they please. Does he get you? Mayato blurted, embarrassed. Yeah, he understands. Just then, the allies finally. I heard a maid's terrified shout, telling someone, "You can't be here." And then, like a warning bell, a worried cough crept into the distance, answering the question in the worst way. And that maid, chasing him down like it was urgent. He couldn't stop thanking her for pointing the way, because he just had to. To find Yuri, he scanned the crowd, then spotted the MC and blurted, "There he is," Yuri asked. "Whoa, why the rush? What's going on?" The boy blurted, out of breath from his walk. He sprinted along like he could feel it. This was the middle of something huge. At this massive tournament, bad news hit him like a punch to the gut. Right in the middle of their talk, Myro vanished behind the wall. Then, after Kaf finished, the protagonist spoke up. "Yeah, I get what's happening. He needs to get back to the workshop, because he's gotta make sure that Guy does exactly what he's told." Korf nodded like he got it, then quickly asked, "Are you okay?" The antagonist shot back, "I'm fine. Everything else rides on who ends up winning." He rushed back into the game room, and Shora was already there, grinning like she knew exactly what he'd do next. A mug-wearing grin spread across the MC's face the moment he finally settled in at the gaming table. On the table, the referee slammed the call and declared the third match underway. Again, the girl seized the first strike, fanning herself as she smirked straight at him, while Yuri just stood there, saying nothing, giving him zero reaction. Lily stared, confused out of her mind, and tried to explain what was happening, only to trail off like, wait, he was supposed to go first, so why wasn't he staying quiet? The opponents kicked things off, and the girl leaned in to ask him how he was doing. The protagonist stayed cool and told her, without any drama, not to. "Don't worry about me," he insisted. Then the secretary sprang into action and arranged the ships. The spectator board suddenly filled with those same ships, just like they had on the playing field. Shaw kept staring, his mind racing. Asterisk had something happened to him. He just smiled and told him, cool as ice, "I'm fine." She gasped like she'd just seen a ghost and shot back. "And what about that little shop he runs? He sprints, wait, is it called? How, right? He could be in some huge trouble in the air right now, like a wildfire that's about to blow." The protagonist clenched his fist under the table like he was ready to explode. He knew the workers were actually battling the flames right this very moment. Fire raged inside him, yet he stayed stone still, clenching his fists until they ached. Shimin half rose from her seat, baffled, like, did Yuri's workshop just catch fire? The moment he felt it, something screamed, wrong, and then it hit him. Was that girl, his rival, cheating right now? Carol snapped around to her mother, panic pouring out of her, and begged her to stop the game, because something felt horribly wrong. "Something's wrong with her," Shimin snapped. "No, let her watch closely. She'll only get an." MC shoved his way through, slapped his hand to his forehead, and Shaw met his gaze with a vicious glare. Suddenly, the protagonist leaned in and told her the worst. News had hit him about a fire. 4 houses went up in flames, nobody got hurt, and the damage stayed relatively minor. Shaw jolted up in pure confusion. Wait, what did he just say? No way, right? He kept going, shocked she'd drag him down in front of everyone. Right here, right now, while I just leaned back. She slid back into her chair and shot back at him, because she absolutely hadn't said anything like that. Those were his words. The protagonist just shrugged and said, "Nah, I'm not reporting this damage anyway." Everyone leaned in and listened to their conversation. Then he kept going. She completely embarrassed herself in front of everyone. The girl gaped at him, totally lost, like she couldn't figure out what he was doing. He basically admitted it, if she hadn't realized yet. He tossed the second match on purpose, ready to hand her the championship, because he thought he could drag out the showdown just a little longer. He tried to win over the local witches to survive the trouble, only for it to backfire when he made peace with the very ones who set the workshops on fire. She's downright despicable, pure cruelty, and he'd be a fool to waste another handout on her. Shora stormed up to the judge, furious, and warned her, making it crystal clear she was not toying around as she urged her. She demanded Yuri restore order, and with her head bowed, the woman snapped, "Keep your mouth shut." She said that for punishment, he wouldn't get a single more second. Then the protagonist flashed a smirk straight in Shora's face and said, "He doesn't care at all, does she really think this will help?" She snaps a few furious words, fighting to get them out. Clearly, the protagonist shot his hand up, his piece held high for everyone to see. He sucked in a breath and snapped that he was done with this, then slammed the piece onto the board, watching the others jolt like they'd been hit. Shora stared for a second, picturing how one jump could send everything spiraling out of control. She pictured herself springing out of her seat and landing on the board like a pawn. The board, and Yuri swore he'd do everything in his power to crush her, because if she ended up losing, it would only be as. Like a cowardly pest, he swarmed. Then the girl bolted, trying to sprint out of the hall. But the guards slammed their way in front of her, and Kaf snapped that she could. She couldn't break free. Shora snapped at him with rage. What the hell is this? What the hell is he even talking about? So she waved her guards away and watched. As the two factions finally collided, the protagonist sighed one, he snatched a pike and he plunged the knife into the guard beside her, blood splattering as it hits the floor. Blood splattered across her face as she yanked the hem of her clothing up, fighting for every inch of space. Shora whipped around, dress flaring behind her, and sprinted off like her life depended on it. Raced forward with all her might, not daring to even glance where she was headed, so the protagonist locked in on her as she moved, eyes glued to every step. She sped toward the roof's edge and reached the brink of the building. She almost went down, but she snapped herself back at the last second. She snapped around in time. Shora and the protagonist met each other's eyes. He lunged and drove his pike straight into her throat. Rattled by that vision, she tore her eyes from it, stared at the playing field and said, he muttered, voice cracking, I've lost those joyful, emerald green gifts. Yuri got her greeting as the winner, and the moment Shimin shot up from her chair, she swung around to face her. He leaned in with an ice-cold voice and warned her that she'd talk to him in a separate room about her inappropriate behavior during the match. Queen told them that whatever she decided to say would decide what punishment they'd get. The girl might have to go along with it, because the Queen's assistant leaned in and ordered her to follow right now. She was led away, and the MC let out a huge breath, then leaned back in his. His chair sat there while Carol stormed up and questioned him with sharp reproach. When would he finally learn to act right? Because once again he was making a huge scene. He told her there was nothing he could do, because problems don't ask permission, they just crash in out of nowhere. Then she burst into laughter and snapped, what a fool, he won, as she stretched it out. He took her hand and told her with pure excitement that it was a magnificent game. The antagonist smirked, leapt out of his chair, and dropped to his knees before the prince. Princess leaned in and kissed the back of her hand again, and the crowd's roar just exploded, cutting off with. As the crowd erupted in applause and wild cheers, the MC slipped out the door, and me. Myro clutched the bird's reins and shouted to him, like every word could spark him into action. I said, look, he's begging for it with every move. Yuri thanked his friend, grabbed the reins and took off, while Myro bowed low and blurted out a heartfelt apology. The boy said, eyes down, that he never even considered it, and he didn't want any of this. The moment finally hit. Then the protagonist wrapped his arms around him and whispered, don't stress, he's not down that far, not the kind of person who'd ever think of. They're blaming him for it all, even though he's just owned up to the mistakes he made. After that, he didn't hold a single grudge against him. The protagonist lunged onto the bird, then turned to the boy and blurted out a huge thank you for the good he'd brought. Gagakudori, he's off, gone in a flash. Then right at that moment, Lily called. They shouted at him like, hey, tell us, you're headed to the workshop, right? Then the real question hits. Can he actually take her with him, right where her job is waiting for her? Right there, he stared at her in shock, and then he nodded and agreed. He tossed his warm cape aside and snapped, we've got to move, now, let her put this on. Then the bird shot forward, grabbing its rider and tearing through the air so fast that Mayara was absolutely stunned by how effortlessly MC handled that animal. Meanwhile, Korf barked orders to the firefighters. Then the flames surged hotter as the charred buildings started crumbling, and he screamed at everyone to retreat. Now, he backed off to a safe distance. There was no way they could risk putting the fire out any further. They had to grab their tools. Then the protagonist showed up at the scene with Lily right by his side. He leapt off the bird Medea, tossed the reins to a worker, and he closed in on the calf, and with Lily spinning her head left and right, she blurted out, those bad bastards. The calf threw out an apology to the protagonist and admitted they'd only just met him. Nothing more. He finally stamped out the flames, but the damage was already done. Watermill, buildings, every tool they'd used, everything turned to ash. The MC leaned in, smiling, and told him it didn't matter, as long as everyone kept their head up. Everyone was safe, and the guy nodded along like he finally believed him. Because yeah, it was real, the buildings standing, the tools ready, no danger in sight. Tools could be brought back, sure, but no one could undo a life, and Lily made that brutally clear. They were right. She was wrecked about how everything went down. Everything was falling apart, until she realized at least the buildings and the tools she built hadn't been wrecked. She finally exhaled, grinned, and she nailed it to her allies with pure encouragement. Then Yuri's attention snapped, like something about to explode. Heart racing, he tore toward the burned-out workshop, coughing hard as he pushed inside. Yelled at him to stay out, but the protagonist shrugged it off and marched right in. Cough got ignored as he slipped into the building. Then Cough snapped, hey, and called out to him. And then, right when he looked back, the whole building came crashing down on him. Lily screamed in terror, coughing as the cold bit into her, and then she bolted straight to the ruins, where it all began. Screaming the protagonist's name at the top of their lungs, begging him to answer. Then the MC finally made it out safely. Bursting out of the ruins, he clutched something wrapped tight in his. In tatters, he stood there, and the allies surged toward him while Calf panicked and shouted, what are you doing? Yuri flashed an apology, shoved the wrapped item into Lily's hands, and blurted that she'd forged it for them, the very first Suchaikta, when she stared at the. Lily's work left the protagonist staring in shock, because he realized it was the prototype behind the very tools they were using. They shoved them into basement storage for any similar emergencies, but in the end, most of them still got burned to ashes. He said he was thankful at least one of them made it out alive, and Lily clutched the object to her chest like it was her lifeline. She lunged in, drove a fist into the protagonist's chest, and barked at him. He was a total fool. Why on earth did he gamble his life like that? But thank him, MC stared at her like his brain had just short-circuited, totally baffled. A brotherly arm clamped around his shoulders, and the guy grinned. Good, now we can mass-produce tools again. Yuri shot back. He shot back, that's right. They'll build the next workshop somewhere the witches can't even read. Reach it, seriously, they'll crank out a whole water wheel from scratch, like it's nothing. Lily, still gripping that wrapped bundle, blurted, "Wait," then she finally let them go. She steps in to help them, and she's begging to join the house company, like she'll do anything to get in. The guys shot each other a look, then nodded like, "Yeah, always work with them." "All right, of course, welcome back to house company." Now, a while later, the protagonist put the Royal Eagle, Stardust, to the test and tried it out for real. Down below, the workers snapped into action, readying everything for the bird's landing. He waved the protagonist and the eagle down, shouting for them to descend. MC. The ship hit the sea in one piece, and right on landing, he sprang off Stardust like it owed him answers. He yanked off his helmet and gave the bird a quick, proud pat on the neck. He squeezed her neck like a last goodbye and swore he'd be back soon. Then, after a while, he finally vanished. 6 months later, he finally crashed into the port city of Swarmy, still carrying the weight of every passing day. Ever since the Dookie tournament, his workshop had been nothing but ashes after it went up in flames. The brand new workshop just opened on the Hal family's property. They weren't recognized as witches, so after he checked everything, he headed straight for the city of Swalmy, right next to the workshop. This city had been Harold's playground, used by him as a... It started off thriving, growing rich through trade with other cities, until it became the Republic of Albion's stepping stone for commerce. In a city where shipbuilding and every other trade was booming, everything changes the moment Lily's sextant finally takes shape. He trekked all the way here to hunt down the perfect ship for ocean voyages. On the ocean shore, he suddenly spotted Harold sprawled on the ground, mumbling that if he ended up in the sea he should swim back, and if he found himself in the mountains, well, he should go back there too. He should head back to the mountains, because if he refuses to stray from the road to Yoth, the place he came from, then the protagonist's thoughts snapped in shock. Horror, you say? This Tushan script is straight up terrifying. Is this guy even from Kea? Really? I mean, he's already got his blade out and ready to strike. Blade at the ready, just in case the protagonist came charging in. Slipped up to him and demanded to know who he was, then stared, straight at the overgrown. With messy hair and a thick beard, he blurted in pure confusion, "Just let me look at myself and don't let him say it's you, Harold, because the second that man locks eyes with him, he clocks what's going on and fires back, 'What do you want?' They hadn't crossed paths in ages. 'All right, so long, what's wrong?' MC grabbed the man off the ground and demanded why he was just lying there, and the guy snapped back, 'Shut up and leave him alone.' Then the protagonist yanked him up to his feet. He grabbed his feet and ordered him to follow, then led him straight to a coastal tavern, where the antagonist ordered a bottle of wine, smirked that today was his day for peace, and made it clear he was doing the treating. Harold flagged down the waitress and demanded another mug of sake. MC slid some dried meat her way, and told the girl to ring it up on his tab. Then he spun to Harold and pressed, "So what happened to the man? What happened to him?" He tried to choke down his feelings and blurted, "My boat capsized, the wood split, and they all got flung into the sea." The protagonist's gut sank. Did Harold mean the ship was gone for good? The crew had mutinied, then chaos ripped them overboard, and now they were racing across the open sea with. It's like sprinting toward your dream, but you've got zero clue where that destination even is. The crew starts to panic, turns on the captain and the navigator, and that's how they ended up stranded out at sea and left behind. Yuri pressed Harold on how they even made it, and Harold snapped back that they were hucked overboard from the boat with the spear, surviving because of that somehow. Then the protagonist couldn't stop wondering, was Harold even alive? And if he wasn't, did that dead, old man somehow know where land was? The first boat never found land, and it just kept drifting across the open ocean like a haunted ghost ship, deadly weapons still on board. He insisted hard work was the answer, and then he snapped, why couldn't he end up with a woman too? Harold protested, steam rising in his voice, "I'm an eye." He didn't keep women for fun. He blew every last cent on boat supplies, and he couldn't restart, it was all over. Yuri's mind spun in confusion as he realized what he'd stepped into. He was finished. MC clutched his faith like it was everything. Then a waitress swooped in, apologized for making them wait, set the dishes down, and vanished, and MC immediately offered Harold a drink and some food. He needed a plate and a shot at forgetting everything. If he didn't eat, he'd have to take the blame on this. The man stared at the spread and blurted, "Whoa, is this all his?" After a while, once Harold had been drinking, he crashed out right at the table, and the waitress leaned over to say she could clearly tell his companion had fallen asleep. The protagonist shot her an apology, and she said she'd have to leave him there until morning. Right after that, he stood up, yanked his blade, and stared down Harold. The girl gasped for a second, thinking she thought he was about to kill him, but the MC jumped in and told her it was okay. He just wanted his companion to look human. Let her grab a broom and a dustpan, if she can, right after that. After he was done, he and the waitress shot Harold a proud, approving look. The man muttered something in his sleep, and the girl stared at his shiny bald head and spotless, clean-shaven face, then leaned in and demanded Yuri swear everything was really okay. The protagonist leaned in and told her there's no reason at all to worry. Nas, things were already getting better, and that look fit him like it was made for him. He told her he'd swing by in the morning and check how everything was going. Then Beatrice told him, whatever you say, and when the protagonist showed up at the tavern the next day, Harold stood there, utterly confused, rubbing his bald head. Then the MC grinned and said his head was hilarious, but somehow perfect for him. Rage boiled in the man as he stared at it all, absolutely furious. How in the world did this even happen? Whoever he was, the second he spotted them, he'd rip them apart. Yuri admitted it was just one disaster after another, and he couldn't believe it all worked out. Harold was finally okay, and that was a huge relief. With those words hanging in the air, he spun to go. He shot the man a wave, and Harold called out, asking if he could spare some cash. Then the protagonist hit him back with a question of his own. Where did he get so much? So much extra money. He was already plotting a brand new ship for himself. And yeah, he still had to deal with the rest he needed. Harold realized he needed an emergency fund in case he drowned. There was no way he could risk lending money to anyone, and he blurted it out. Let him. He took him aboard like a pro. This wasn't some rookie. It was a veteran who'd hit Albion Island around 6 times. The protagonist pressed him for the secret behind that title, and the veteran snapped that he couldn't gamble his ship on a sailor who'd been drinking and drugged. Then he pointed to the real payoff. The new ship, packed with fresh equipment, would let them pinpoint where they were out in that unforgiving high. The high seas weren't just some backdrop. They were the escape route, powered by that tech, to get royal families to safety when the whole nation crumbled. And if you let him knock back drinks and start blurting secrets, that's it, they're finished. The Cur would soak up the tech in a flash, then unleash pure terror on the lands they'd been running from. He swore by his sailor's experience. But right now, reality hit him hard, and he wasn't ready. He had to lock this secret in tight, and he'd make his whole crew remember it too, because if anyone blabbed, he'd kill them. Anyone about it, was he really still agreeing to this under those rules? Harold still remains. He stayed silent, then the MC spun around to go, saying he was heading back to the capital. Maybe he'd hand over some silver to him. Let him figure out how he wants to live, while the 7th year lies dormant for a few more days. At the night academy, the commandant stormed up to Yuri and barked. Totally confused, there was a man named Harold waiting by the door to meet him. The shocked protagonist blurted that he got it, then promised he'd be gone soon. Soon, he couldn't help but wonder why Harold was even out there, stepping outside like he had a mission. The protagonist spotted Harold walking side by side with a younger guy, and to make it even clearer, Harold wore the exact same kind of hat as his companion. Yuri leaned in and demanded, "So tell me, how can I help?" Help him, the man tipped off his hat and blurted out a sincere apology. He finally stepped up that night, announced his choice, and told MC to hire him as their sailor. The protagonist snapped and demanded who was following him, and Harold answered, "It's Gora Beniam." At just 16, he was already a fully fledged navigator, like he was born ready to set sail. And honestly, it might mean something huge. He may be young, but that seal says the big guys already approve. With the fallen comrade's approval in his chest, the protagonist locked eyes on them, staring like he was daring fate itself. He said, "Okay, but don't get it twisted." He wouldn't trust them that easily. He'd demand they swear it, right there, before Master Isa. They burst into the room and found Esther on the floor, locked in prayer. She spotted them and shot MC a warm greeting. She spotted the herald and fixed her eyes on Gora, curious as ever. And when he told her his name, a big smile hit his face as he said he was thrilled to meet her. To meet her, the girl swung the door open, ushered them inside, and told Harold he'd left a massive impression on her, and he went all shy as he asked her, "Please, Don." She cracked up and teased that he was seriously good-looking, and Gora shot a sideways glance at her companion with a grin. His companion stood there, awkwardly gripping his hat, and after a while they finally readied themselves for the ritual. Then all three sat down on chairs facing Esther as she started to say, "So that's why they'd come, right here to seal their vows." In Etruscan belief, a sacrament is a holy rite, and the vow one is special. A priest stands in God's place to witness the oath. The girl turns. He came back to Harold and warned him that once you swear an oath, breaking it is basically spitting in God's face. And this isn't some casual ceremony you brush off. did he get it? The boy looked down sheepish and said, yeah, of course. Esther flashed a grin and went, all right, then let him warn them exactly what they're stepping into. The protagonist leaned in and demanded to know if he really had to spill every single thing to her. Everything, she snapped, and without that she couldn't carry out the ritual responsibly, not after repentance. Everything would be locked up tight in the strictest confidence. Even if it shredded her faith, Yuri still said she understood. Harold stood there staring, and after what felt like forever, Esther finally thanked them and said she'd heard. She'd already heard every word of their vows. Now it was time to start the ritual. The girl strode up to the stand, where a glass vessel of shimmering liquid sat waiting. She tipped the liquid into a glass, then took one sharp sip. Dip it, she snapped, then thrust it into Harold's hands and ordered him to drink. Drink it, then he did, and Esther folded her hands like the moment had sealed itself. With palms pressed in prayer, he whispered, now that their lips are sanctified, don't you dare. He didn't let a single lie slip. He handed her the glass, then dropped down and sat on the floor. She dropped her weight onto the floor by her knees, then reached up, cupped his head in her hand, and said, like it meant everything, then, Harold named from the start, now I lift the sacrament of vows. Does he stand there and solemnly promise God that? Harold snapped back, agreeing, so his words are true, and the girl immediately swore she wouldn't betray Lord Yuri Hao. And after Yuri Hao taught him the art of sea crossing, he'd vow to guard that secret and take full responsibility for it. How he risked his life, and third, how he swore he'd stay in Lord Yuri Hao's service while using that technique. And after he walks away from this service, he's left with one brutal order: forget every technique and never use them again. He says all that in front of the head of the order, Isekazalinka Wichita. So does he truly claim the next thing is real? Breaking that oath wouldn't just lie to himself, it would slam the door on the from the love of God, Harold shot back, and he said he fully accepted it, because if not, their piety would get wrecked for real. And with trembling resolve, he swore his vow to God. Esther nodded and said, all right, your words have reached him. Then she lifted the cross, poured out a roar of praise in prayer, and thanked him because of his hard work. At last, she warned Harold, be careful and don't break your oath, or he'd be thrown into serious trouble. The protagonist leaned in and demanded, so tell me, what happens next? And the girl shot back her answer. She grinned and answered, smile back or she'll die, and the three of them froze, staring in shock. What kind of brutal oath was that? Stunned, the protagonist blurted out what she meant. Esther snapped back, it's a trap. If Harold breaks his oath, I'll be stuck meditating in the forest for a whole month, living on nothing but water, and praying to God to witness it. The vow sacrament is basically a shared promise that students keep their vows, pushed forward by the master's duty, built from the tale of Apostle Sahar's beloved disciple, who committed. He'd gone and committed the ultimate betrayal, apostasy, and got dragged into a vow-bound sacrament. Then before a cemetery, he sat in silence and begged God for the strength to shoulder the teacher's role, just like she would have to do too. This is how the Kasorika school was born. School, shocked, the protagonist blurted, wait, tell me I don't have to watch this, right? She declared, from now on, Kasorika only gets paid for it, and she stuck to the old rules. Harold bowed his head and snapped, no, I won't let her get in trouble, because the last thing they could do was pretend they didn't say what they just said. Mr. snapped his gaze to him and said, listen, if I made a vow, I don't have to fear what comes after I break it, right? Then all that matters is the choice he makes. She stared them down and demanded, so you'll keep your vow, right? Harold blurted out, stunned, of course not. And MC figured even Esther could take offense. Then the girl kept going. Just keep going, then none of it matters. She gets it and she'll accept everything, so don't even bring up refusing. Harold answered that he'd keep it in mind next time, no matter what. Once the allies walked off and left Esther behind, the sailor leaned in and told the protagonist, I never thought I'd end up dragging her into this. The antagonist smirked and snapped, why not? If I don't teach him how to navigate, then that vow is nothing but empty words. Harold shook his head, straight up no. But if he'd even promised he'd do it, then it was happening, no questions asked. Look at him, he's really just a man. The MC slid his hand onto his shoulder and said, he's over the moon that it worked out. Now he's got every ounce of faith riding on him. And him plus Gora too. He's got a whole plan, because he's going to teach them brand new ways to sail. A month later, Yuri rented a ship in Swarmy, and after Harold's advice, he plunged into the idea of buying his own vessel in the Republic of Albion, a country with cutting-edge shipbuilding tech. The ship slid into the sea, and as the protagonist watched it sail off, he yelled at him, I'll hold you. So when they demanded an answer, did he get it? Harold grinned and said, yeah, give me time. I'll come back once I've mastered these new tools. And then, how did companies set the sale prices in the first place? After what felt like forever, Yuri finally drifted into a dream, one he hadn't had in ages. He fell asleep and dreamt of his grandfather, working away as if the whole world depended on it. The vegetables started talking to him, and when they did, they basically called him an economist. And honestly, I knew next to nothing about it, until physics dropped the uncertainty principle on me, and it hit me hard. You can actually witness what's going on inside the tiniest subatomic particles, with total precision, so absolutely nothing can go wrong, and it's impossible to get. So you can finally see the world the right way, because if they can't even track the tiniest subatomic particle, then nothing else they claim holds up. They can't even accurately see what they're made of. Same deal in economics. He was building a razor-precise model that tracks the pulse of human society down to every move. The economy's tiniest piece is a single person, and every one of them is totally different. Want to track how the biggest society moves? Then you've got to understand every person. How can he think this is possible? The protagonist says nothing, just stares, while the grandfather presses on, talking like there are still answers out there. The stuff he still has no clue about. The woman he's shared his whole life with. Because no matter how long you stay, you can't truly crack another person wide open. A person handed his grandson a spoiled vegetable. He snapped at him to toss it out, then kept the conversation rolling, yet he still never truly understood his wife, so he could never truly grasp what a society made of. Out of 8 billion people, he still made one fatal mistake as a scientist, because what he was trying to crack wasn't facts, it was the terrifying darkness of the unknown. And even the best minds couldn't reach them. Those were the last words the MC ever heard from him. Then he dropped dead, right after that. Clutching her legacy in his heart, he stepped forward, opening his eyes wide to protect what mattered. The protagonist stared up at the sky and told his grandfather, straight-faced, that I hadn't dreamed about him in forever. Carla leaned over him, startled, and blurted, "Grandpa," the protagonist. The antagonist caught sight of her face right up close, then sprang back with a terrifying scream. So loud it startled her, she shot up and bolted, book still clutched in her hands. She kept reading to him and then he blurted out, "She's scared." Scared the life out of him, because she'd been watching him the entire time, right? Didn't she know? Getting that close felt downright indecent, so the girl snapped back at him. For around 30 minutes she'd been quietly studying him, and then the truth hit. This protagonist was furious, and she wasn't just watching, she was royalty. She shouldn't have had a second to spare, yet the princess snapped, "I'm bored," and waited, just itching to ask him out on a date. MC snapped, "Why is she acting so reckless? While I was asleep, she didn't do anything weird, right?" Then Carla's scream tore through the air, and no. Indignantly, she didn't do a thing, and she wasn't stupid enough to mess up like that. He pushed himself up off the ground, sprinted over to apologize, but he didn't have a second to waste. He had to eat and sprint right back to work, and Carla launched into motion. She shot up too and said, "Then you can go eat with her. She's in the same dorm, just like her sister." "Why not with her?" he demanded. "He always slips off with her sister, and that's just not fair." So Yuri stared her down and said. He snapped that he couldn't bring her along without permission, especially since she stood right around his height. "Highness," he barked that they'd meet again later, then tore off running. He bolted out of this place, and out of her life. She scrambled to stop him, but it was already was useless. Then the protagonist froze, thinking about his grandfather, and he finally snapped to the truth. He couldn't wrap his head around how anyone could feel like that. After a while, he finally tore into the port city of Swami. The pier was packed to the brim as workers rushed to unload incoming ships. Staring up at those floating structures, the protagonist realized it had already been a year since Harold jumped into the Howe Company and started trading. Trading is rolling. 2 ships bought from the Republic of Albion are already flying missions, and a third one is under construction, while the royal capital's port is run by a witch. Which family runs a place people can't stop staring at, because in Swami, merchants come here and buy all those imported goods too, and the traders handle the rides to the cities. Right then, a sharp female voice cut through the air and called out for. Right from behind him, someone demanded, "What's your name?" And the MC ripped his blade out and whipped around hard toward the voice. He aimed his weapon straight at the girl, but she just stared back, unmoved, like she didn't care. Right now, he pushed that question back, and demanded to know why he was acting so cautious. He answered, and as his words hit the air, the wooden planks on the pier groaned and creaked beneath him. But he couldn't catch a single footstep. Then he heard her voice. "Who was she?" the girl answered. "Her Majesty the Queen sent her after him, so he'd better follow her, right now." "Make her answer me right now, who is she?" She whipped out her weapon, pointed it at him and declared, "I'm the royal sword." The protagonist clenched his sword and cursed under his breath, letting the curse burn in silence. The royal sword is the Queen's special unit, but it's locked out of the chain of command. Only the Queen gets the final say. He could command it, and this unit sits inside the first royal guard, while the royal sword's mission is simple: guard the royal family and run the intelligence game. When they finally reached their post, the Queen slipped them a black dagger that vanished in the dark, and told them to start playing dirty with subversive hits, even assassinations. The protagonist blurted out, "Yeah, it looks real as can be, but if they even bothered to send the royals then. He's using that sword like a messenger, so what?" Carol pulled a move. "Something," she growled, pure menace in her voice, because this was Highness's command and no one was about to question it. "Order!" MC snapped her hands up and demanded. He begged her to cool off, then promised he'd go with her if she would just calm down, and the girls snapped around in an instant. He turned and strode off and then, right out of nowhere, he yanked her by the shoulder. But she slammed his hand away and yanked it into a brutal twist. She snapped, "Do it in 2 counts," and her irritation hit like a slap. "What's he even doing, you idiot? Does he want to get himself killed?" He shot back that if she truly was the Queen's royal sword, then she would have. She could have handled his attack. He wasn't trying to hurt her at all. He was just sizing her up, demanding she let go. She let out a sharp breath, freed him and snapped, "Come with me, follow." Follow her. Once they hit the royal island, she didn't hesitate and led the way. She steered him straight to the waiting room, and right on cue Shimoni showed up, breathless, and apologized for making him wait. She left him hanging and right then, said she was praying he'd finally made it. He arrived without a hitch. Yuri bowed to greet her, then said he'd got some free time to spare, and she shut the door behind her. And Shimoni told him, smiling, that it was incredibly kind of him to sit down. The protagonist snapped that nobody had ever told him why he was brought there. The Queen leaned in and ordered him to let her make him tea first. As she worked on it, Shimoni leaned in and told her, long ago there was a culture. Noble women brewed tea with trembling hands, right before the next move. He did it by hand to personally thank the men for their hospitality. This whole culture crumbled the moment the Chantilly Empire fell. Long ago, knights and witches who ran the war didn't just cooperate, they trusted each other completely. The protagonist snapped that the knights didn't defend the country, and that was the real reason. The great empire was about to got utterly crushed in that battle. Then a massive army from across the continent stormed in and struck down the great king, a knight so fast it felt unreal. When he died, the Crusaders swooped in, seized his spot, and grabbed every last scrap of the spoils. After the war, the knights who lost were blamed for everything, so both kings and witches turned on them, hurling stones as they were driven into exile. The knights swaggered into pride and started craving their own victory, and Shimon just kept pouring tea into mugs, one steady cup at a time. He said, "Come on, isn't he a good student?" And when the woman heard that, she tossed him a cup of rich tea like, "You could say so, too." She smiled, wished him bon appetit, and after a moment she snapped, "All right, now we're getting down to business." The talk spun straight into Kirchner, and Shimon leaned in like he was about to drop a bomb. He said, he declared he'd overthrown his brother, seized the throne, and crowned himself by promise alone. He hooked the electors with a massive bribe, and then put his trust in his next move. He turned his heavenly status into one last bribe, because if he could. If he refused to pay, they wouldn't just threaten him. They'd slice away his lands and force him to sell them to the royals, because they were about to take everything. Possessions, so right after he sent the throne, he wheeled toward the Papal States, determined to kick off a full-blown crusade. He grabbed everything he could, then sold the captives he'd taken for gold to line his pockets. Gold. The coronation happened the July before, and before long the Pope dropped the announcement that the crusade was about to begin. Kirchner must have felt the nation's armies massing in the north, and the protagonist realized this warning had to be coming straight from the House of Hao to the royal palace, while the Queen just stared and said, "I wonder where they got that idea." She picked up that his info couldn't be trusted and understood his point, but that wasn't why she called him here today. Once they dispatch reinforcements to Kirchner, she wants to pull the academy students together and build her own observation team. He froze, staring at her in shock. What was she about to say? She studied him for a beat, then dropped it. "That's my daughter." MC snapped to attention. Wait, was this really Carol's idea to create? They set up an observation team, but why was this even coming up in the first place? He told her he didn't want to think about it, but his mind kept racing. What was going to happen when Kilhinna, still blocking the peninsula, finally moved? Fell and their country snapped right into the spotlight as the next target. Meanwhile, a woman calmly sipped her tea. "So if that's the deal," he said, "just 5 generals would run the entire defense. Wait, who are they?" "The Edo family's territory is blank, a totally cut-off island with 0 outside help, so nobody could possibly come to their rescue. So yeah, basically they could only bet on 4 great houses, and right now Carol's stuck studying at the academy, alongside the heirs of the Hao and Rube houses, because if Kilhinna went down, then everything would collapse. The 3 of them would have to step up and lead the country into battle," and he leaned in, hanging on every word she said. Focused, Shimon kept going. "House Rebake's current head Lord Keen is unbelievably old, and his father Luke isn't even a knight, which leaves off. He couldn't command an army, but in just a few years, Yuri and Lord Kyan's son Ryo will step into leadership, so what happens to the? Yuri snapped that putting inexperienced young men in charge only turns your nerves into a full-blown panic. So she's demanding he heads to the battlefield. Just for show, the queen snapped. And yeah, even if he only goes to watch, he can. The protagonist said, "If I can, I want you to cancel this," and the woman shot back, "I want you to do it for Carol's sake, but the choice is yours." He muttered, "I get it. Carol was behind all of this. She'd set up that audience and grilled him because she wanted him to watch over her." And then he said it out loud. Maybe you can't truly picture what a real battlefield feels like. Right then, he felt her eyes lock onto him like a spark. He stared at her, convinced she was terrifying him. Then the queen demanded an answer. MC leaned in and said, "Fine, then I'm done stopping you. The battlefield is packed." Staring at sights so horrendous, they practically made your stomach flip. So bad they can't even finish the sentence. Unbearable massacres, terrifying kidnappings, and the brutal torture of. The girls got mocked and everyone looked away. If Carol ever saw something like that, could she, as a mother, even begin to guess how much it would wreck her? Carol is a noble, honest girl at the Noble Academy, full of ideal qualities, and tons of students worship her. And that's exactly why everything is about to get dangerous. She won't be able to brush it off once she lays eyes on the battlefield and feels those tragedies hit her face first. If it goes down like that, the soldiers who worship her will get wiped out. And even if the surviving knights of the academy manage to come back, if they didn't return, they'd probably spend the rest of their lives getting mocked, dragged, and shamed for walking away from the. Even if they dragged Carol back by force, there was still no promise she'd come willingly, especially after she'd already ignored the brutal atrocities, would still get to live like nothing happened. Doesn't that feel way too cruel to you? The queen shot back that he was right because this was war and nothing less would do. He realized even with zero promise that anyone would come back safe, confusion still clawed at her, and she somehow understood that. And still, she kept sending them. Just like Shimane said, she knew exactly what was happening. This country needed a hero right now, and Yuri just couldn't process it. Confusion crashed over him. A hero? Maybe she'd said yes to Carol's offer right from the very beginning. I could feel something big was coming, like trouble would crop up mid-campaign, and once they stomped it down, they'd spin it even bigger. Twisting badgering facts into a story, a young hero can't escape, then asking it's worth putting Carol's life on the line just to pull it off. He spoke up with iron certainty. He was done with the expedition plan, no matter what. If he said no, then it all collapsed, right? Yeah, Shimane just flashed a small, smug smile, like, all right. Then she'd go on and try to win over his father, and if that's the play. So if that's the case, he wouldn't turn her down, right? Because once she heard the stories from the academy, she could feel it. He loved her daughter and those friends like they were his own, so there was no way he'd be away, leaving her to wait and stress over every person who'd marched off to war. Not like that. No, it wasn't in his nature. So why not just tag along with them, right? MC fumed, and the worst part was this. He couldn't shake the fear that she might read his mind. Yeah, maybe. After thinking it over for a while, he finally snapped and said that even if he went, there were a few strict rules. If she said yes to them, he'd accept everything. Except the request. Then the queen thanked him to his face. A few days later, Yuri and Mayaro marched into the Night Academy and posted a notice for everyone to see. He leaned back, checked the job like a pro, and snapped out, "Fine. All right then, so it's decided. The royal family just issued an official notice, and it's meant for every student at the Night Academy. This announcement kicks off the hunt for volunteers to join the observation squad. On April 4th, year 223 of the imperial calendar, in the name of Her Majesty herself, it was announced. Knight Yuri Howe of the 103rd academic year has been named captain, and Knight Carol from the same year is stepping in as vice captain. And soon, the seniors from the Oberdetachment class get shipped off to fight in the army, and Miyaro wastes no time, congratulating his friend for landing the captain's post. Yuri shot back that this was one of the rules he'd laid down for Her Majesty's expedition, even as Vice Captain Carol looked visibly annoyed. My arrow snickered, already imagining her face. Then he leaned in and asked the protagonist, "So what's the second?" Then the protagonist shot back, confirming the witch Eliza's dismissal, the one running the patent department. Ever since she took the wheel, everything's been a non-stop disaster. Special assignments are on the table, but it comes with a. They wipe the slate clean. Every patent infringement claim gets tossed. Then they steamroll ahead like they can do whatever they want, with plagiarism everywhere. Narrow stared at the personnel appointments and felt it coming all along. MC said, "The court. The queen needs to do that at least." Myro snapped his head to his comrade and said, "Thanks again for taking." Yuri shot back with a grin like, "Go ahead, take me under your command, I'm plenty capable after all." They're counting on his strength for this expedition, so he better pull himself together and try. Don't be a burden on the battlefield. If anything goes wrong, you need to hold your ground, not drag the whole team down. If something awful happened to someone he cared about out on that battlefield, he didn't know if he could just turn a blind eye, because that could spell real, crushing losses. So if there was any way, he'd rather not let it happen. Myro steered him along and told him, "If I were in your shoes, I'd do the same." Then she leaned in hard, "But bringing back Her Highness Carol safely, that's the priority, isn't it?" The protagonist finally admitted, "Yeah, I was right," but he insisted he wasn't some monster. He did want to be, so Myro blurted, he. He agreed, and he didn't want to turn callous or cold. So the protagonist hooked his hand on his shoulder and said, "That's why you've got to stay close, so you, my arrow, won't have to sprint in and rush to my rescue. Just focus on staying alive out there." My arrow vowed it would do its best, and at that exact moment, the MC called. He shouted to Ryaru, "Sorry, I'm late." They slapped up the notice the moment Yuri told him he was seconds from falling. To follow him, he won't mind the informal way he talks. The two men shook hands. Rayos shrugged like it meant nothing, and he still thought their captain was. It might have been older, but this way was way easier than getting talked to like some stiff, formal grown-up. They shut down the conversation and got straight to business, right as they stepped into the library. The protagonist stepped in and introduced Mayaru and Ryo, like they were about to change everything, saying Rail would be vice commander, now that they've finally been in. Once they finally showed up, they dropped into their seats. He shot a look at his allies and said, "We're asking straight, real, who's under my command. Tell me, do you have got any complaints?" The young man snapped back. He refused to play big general just because he'd deliberately repeated a year, and if he'd heard that report. If he'd just done it sooner, he wouldn't be stuck at the academy right now, but as the head of one of the great houses, he couldn't dodge his duty, so let him have forgiveness. He didn't mean to mock him at all, and MC shot back, "I don't care." Then he made it clear, he refused to believe you should throw your life away for another country. So according to House Raubakes' war analysis, is there any chance this conflict ends differently, like, at all? Kilhin's victory was on the table, but Rial cut it off fast. Those chances were slim. The royal palace attack was doomed to flop again, no matter how hard they tried. And even now, inner battles keep tearing them apart, plus they still refuse to learn from what the last one went through. War, Yuri got it instantly, but then she shot back. Wait, does that warning apply to the Raubakes house too? That's the whole play, make the great houses cough up reinforcements, so the royal guard survives, and the royal family holds the line. The family was thrilled, and the protagonist tried to say it out loud, then immediately caught himself because you don't say that kind of thing in front of Carol. Rayao snapped back that he wasn't stupid, and honestly, if they were talking about her, she's painfully, ridiculously honest. Yuri cut in with the real mission. Everyone has to come back safe, so he better remember one careless move can turn fatal fast. And hey, he's not so incompetent that he can't deal with fools, right? Rayao let out a low chuckle and smiled. Yeah, of course. After that, the allies shoved aside the battlefield and dove straight into the mess of personnel. Who stays, who goes, and who gets reassigned. The protagonist swore that Meira would become chief of staff and take over all the big, everyday matters. He lunged into helping him instead, then demanded, "Rail, tell me what you know about Myro's family roots." The boy only gave him that one answer. He hit him with wild stories about where they all came from, yet he had no clue the guy was in. Somewhere in the witch's house, or maybe tied to it. Whatever it is, the protagonist is stuck in the middle of it. He said, "All right, starting tomorrow, both of you prep your fleet membership application forms, and launch an all-out investigation into anyone who's curious. Then hustle to grab the supplies, and whatever else they'll need. They take orders straight from Mayara, so everything should run smooth." Rail just leaned in and asked what he planned to do while they waited. The MC shot back that tomorrow he'd soar to Kilhinna and start an inspection firsthand. To race ahead and see what's happening right now, so tell me could. Crusaders stormed into Kurhen, right as the place started looking abandoned. A forgotten village squats right on the border, abandoned and dead quiet. Fear hit the villagers like a wave, and they scattered, bolting for their lives, until some time passed. Yuri leapt onto the eagle, and my arrow shot, ready to fly. She shoved the reins into his hands and told him to watch out for himself. He grabbed it and swore he'd be back in about 4 days, no longer. And he handed him the rest without hesitation. Then he blasted off, soaring through the skies on the eagle. And as he moved, people from every direction kept turning their heads to stare at him. He zipped through the sky, convinced this was finally it, finally freedom. At last, they hit the border with Kilken. Then he bolted. He tore out of the capital, shot up into the sky, and was totally screwed now. And now they're blasting through the sky, flying over that ancient river, the living border that splits Sharda from Sardinia. And Kilken stretches out ahead of them, lined with 2 bridges. And right now, they're blasting off from Hot towards Zuku Bridge. This inspection was all about nailing the exact coordinates of the crucial points, If it works then, yeah, you're gonna hear the rest. He's confident once they grab a map and compass, they'll finally be able to. He pushed on toward their destination, and soon after he spotted the Zuku Bridge, and it zipped even closer. He stared at the bridge, spotted the ref. Refugees started pouring in from Kilken, and the crowd began to choke up near the bottleneck. They must have widened the pedestrian road, or are they finally giving carts priority? On the bridge, and anyone crossing it couldn't help but notice him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that even the towns lining the highway were starting to. Crushing with refugees, they shoved out of the capital and spent the night on the road. A calm night in that inn felt impossible. He snapped into an apology to the eagle, and said though they'd be sleeping under the open sky tonight, so they were going. Head into the city and grab a full load of food while you're at it. In the dormitory of the Night Academy, Myro strode down the hallway, boots echoing as he zeroed in on his next move. In the corridor, Carol leaned in from behind the door and peeked out, eyes sharp and ready for whatever was coming. She called him and begged, "Can we talk for a moment? Just spare me a little time, please." They headed to the bath together, and she couldn't hide her worry as she trailed behind him. She said she'd heard he was teaming up with Ryaru on assignments for the observation squad, so why is nobody stopping this? Somebody tell her this, because he said it wasn't the kind of work Her Highness should be doing. Then she turned. He spun around and boomed that she was just as responsible for this operation, and that if he was fretting over where she came from, he could drop it. She wanted to pitch in on every tiny detail. Then he snapped that today he'd been writing rejection letters for candidates who didn't even meet the application requirements, and if any of those letters carried Her Highness's signature, people would take them way too seriously. Seriously, she forced herself to breathe, slid down beside him and demanded, "Tell me, is that actually true?" But right then, all three of them were tied up in a secret meeting. Didn't it just feel like it was happening without her? She couldn't shake that feeling of being left out. He snapped that it wasn't true at all. He just didn't have any other work to do. Still, he clearly underestimated her, and he had no idea how wrong he was about her. Her Highness leaned in and demanded to know, did he really think she was a weak woman? He grinned and told her, straight to the heart, that she meant the world to him. She blushed with embarrassment, and he leaned in and said, "He said she's living by her convictions, and he has to be acting like this because he thinks she's reckless. So yeah, he's scared. He's terrified the people he loves will get hurt, because in every battlefield, the same deadly danger always lurks. If their lives hang in the balance, he'll rush in and save them himself. No questions, no hesitation, because even a simple stay close thought doesn't let him risk the people he cares about. He follows her to the battlefield, sure she'll rush in the same way, because a bit of overprotective panic is practically unavoidable." She gave a small smile, but made it clear she'd still be left without work. He said they could pick up their conversation in the dorm, and she started stretching like, "Wow, this is amazing." All right, so she'd throw her own bachelorette party right there in her room, and she could only pray he was back at the inn right now, heating up and ready. Right then the protagonist sneezed hard, wiped his nose and pushed on. He knew it all, and then he muttered that the cold was creeping in, so he snapped his eyes up, clutching the tool. He grabbed a tool, scribbled it down in his book, and kept moving. After that, he struck up a fire. Then he froze, because it felt like someone was watching him, was stalking him from the forest. Then, no warning, he snatched an axe sitting nearby suddenly blared at him, to get the man stared at him, and demanded to know just how much longer he planned to keep this going. Then keep watching, this guy bursts out of the forest and barks. So right when he spotted him, he saw the guy hauling firewood, and he blurted, "So you're making camp too?" And then the question hung there unfinished. He didn't seem to mind, so why not join him? He slid one hand behind his back. He told him, "If you're scared, drop your weapon." He let him join without handing over his weapon, then immediately realized he'd ed up. And he freaked out thinking he'd been left behind or something, like total abandonment, and that's when it hit him. He looked unbelievably put together, and this nightly sign didn't just pop up, it crept in bit by bit. Nightly Academy graduates. Yeah, apparently they've got this kind of thing, and that's exactly what the man pulled out, way too much of it. He didn't get some giant piece of meat shoved in his face. He was offered it right there, and the question was simple, would he eat it together with them? He flat out refused and told them, "Hand it to my eagle, trust me, that's the better way." Instead, they tore into fresh meat he'd just bought in the city. He shot back a grateful thanks and blurted, "So, I get to feed you now." And then he let him. He pushed him to do it, and he instantly bolted to the eagle, handed it over, and it devoured the rest, and with a small grin, he said the eagle was it was ridiculously well trained. Its every move flowed like pure grace. With a calm grin, the MC nodded, and swore it was his proud eagle. He finally flipped the meat to perfection, then thrust a skewer into his hands. He seized the skewer, took it, shot him a quick thank you, and admitted he was sorry. They shot out apologies for everything, wished each other bon appetit, and he finally said, "I'm sorry, I mean it." For that too bold question, he figured it had to be tied to the House of How, so he nodded, then said. He admitted that the only thing he truly cared about was his origin. Then the man rose to his feet, swallowed his pride, and begged for forgiveness. Gino Toga swallowed his pride, bowed low, and declared, "I'm Gino Toga, one of the leading houses of the Killen Kingdom, and I serve as the head of." Stepped out of his house, staring at him like, "Wait, what's the head of the Killen clan doing here?" Then he squared up and introduced himself. I had to ask, why was he hoofing it and rolling alone, when he clearly had the cash for a horse ride? He said this was the only way he could reach that territory. The last war left the House of Toga's territory seized, and the kingdom had zero plans to reclaim it, because he was a deadweight who couldn't even defend his own patch of land, and he had no way to build an army. So he bowed out of the whole thing, handed his title back to Her Majesty the Queen, sent his vassals packing, and left himself as the only one standing from the House of Toga. These refugees are exactly who the Knights of Kill Hin are sworn to guard, so if he settles in overnight, he'd be stealing a spot from them, and that's why he's pushing through on this journey. Yuri nodded like his intentions were spotless, then said he'd love to hear as if an experienced warrior's gut could be wrong. If he'd truly witnessed war, would he even ask that question? They'll win or crash out. He dropped his gaze with a worried look and muttered. And he admitted he was sinking into pure pessimism. Then his mind snapped back to what had happened. It all started earlier. His army got absolutely crushed, and the defeat hit like a gut punch. Defeat in the war, and he shouted it over the thunderous roar, while soldiers dropped, clueless about where the real danger had come from. Where the hit landed, he had no time to react, because the enemy had a brand new weapon, and it smashed his defense to pieces. That grabbed him, his curiosity flared up, and he asked if he could hear more from him. Gino nodded, started digging through his memory, and said, "That's right, they're called." They got hit with a shock. Rifles, straight-up guns, caught them off guard, although, even with the rate of fire holding them back, they still pack one hell of a punch. High stopping power, because if they get fired at you, the shots don't just hit, they end things fast, and if they're shot from far away, even under that thunderous roar, the soldiers will keep moving, right as the story pulls them in. Inevitably stumble, because in this fight, the enemy is about to field twice as many of these weapons as he did last time. Based on what Harold fed him, he figured he had a solid read on what the enemy weapons could actually do. Sure, those mechanical bows outranged and outshot them, but if they were right about this, the front line would shatter the moment their assault really. They had no clue rifles even existed, so he asked himself, all right, then what tactics actually work against these? He talked like a strategist, praising trenches and slick maneuvering. Then he leaned in and said the real punch of rifles is that those wooden shields won't hold them off, so it's straight up unrealistic to expect soldiers to lug around thick. That's why soldiers claw at trenches for cover, because if they just sit there, the enemy will creep in from every side and box them in. That's why they roll out maneuverable units like the Katori, because once the enemy's formation gets rattled, confusion takes over. If the enemy is confused, Katori is going to tear right out of that encirclement, and when the protagonist locks eyes with him, it hits like a flash. This man has a tactical mind. Gino says he already pitched a plan like this to Her Majesty and the generals, but as far as he understood, he couldn't shake the thought that after the Toga family lost despite everything, they still wouldn't listen to him, so he kept insisting, "I really believe." He swore this was the smartest move. No matter what, even if they got crushed, someone out there would hear him, repeat his words, and maybe take it to the top, somehow. Right in the heart, then out of nowhere, he let slip that this tactic it wasn't senseless at all. He thanked him, straight from the heart, and somehow, those words knocked the fire out of him and cooled him right down. There was still meat right there, so he could chow down before it went cold, and he just thought that to himself. He just thought the kingdom could finally breathe. No wars at all for the next 10 years. Because men like him were honest generals, charging straight to the front lines. Sure, if this talent stayed buried, then he promised, "If I have to, I'll write you a letter of recommendation to get you into the service." He blurted out the words, then froze in shock at what he just heard, choking, "Is that true?" An MC shot back. He didn't even know if they'd accept him, but he was determined. At the very least, he'd bring him to them. He thanked him and said that would be enough. He promised, "Then I'll write about you later." After a while, he shot into the sky on his eagle, paused, thinking, "After I deliver this letter tomorrow, I'm going straight to the kingdom of Elbin's capital, reforming right there." He shot himself to the capital and announced it was time to drop down. no more delay. He touched on Ed in a city crawling with soldiers. Teenagers were frantically checking their weapons. Then someone shouted, loud and urgent. She blared the words and demanded he stop, right as it triggered the chaos that followed, which snapped his focus. The man blasted his voice loud enough to turn heads. He got confronted. What are you doing here? Because this wasn't a runway he was allowed to land on. He threw himself into an apology and admitted he had no idea where he could even go. He could make it land, because he was a cadet in the kingdom of Chalta's knightly order, and he yanked out. He unrolled the scroll and declared he'd arrived on a special mission. He stared at the page and snapped that all along he'd used magic as the perfect excuse, under the pretext of being her magician. Majesty's messenger. He's still trapped in other people's rules, and he can't just do whatever he wants, so now they've got to drag him to the castle. He reached to take the reins, then the man snapped his hand in first. A hand snapped onto his shoulder, and a voice told him, wait. With a sly grin, he said he would. He'd take that eagle and rip the reins from his hands, because just the other day, his eagle got smashed up, and with their country about to march into war, he was already ready to fork over 10 gold coins for it. He tore his hand away and declared that this eagle wasn't for sale, because for him, it was a brother he'd grown up with, raised from the very start, and not even a mountain of money could buy it. He snapped, got indignant, and blared, why should I care what you think? Look at what's happening, this part's obvious. He said he came here on the orders of the kingdom of Chalta was setting up a rift between those two countries for a selfish reason, and with a sharp, annoyed tone, he flatly said he wasn't going to do it. So yeah, just hand over the eagle and be done with it. He let out a sharp sigh of disgust and told him he was way too persistent. He asked anyway, but he'd already refused. Didn't that guy hear him? Then he yanked the dagger off his belt and shouted. He said he'd give him the eagle, so the protagonist immediately surged forward, kicked him hard, and sent him crashing down. He slammed him to the ground, then stomped down on him and made it loud. He shot that insolent jerk a look. Doesn't he know who he's messing with? Then he snapped, my name is. He named it and said the Kilhin Knights had completely forgotten. Forgot Gokuhao's name if you were just trying to practice. He should drill his lines with someone first and lock in his dialogue for real. At his level, it felt like a different world. Then a girl hurried up, apologized, and said, for his outburst, he snapped that they'd handle everything from here on out. No one else had to worry. The eagle circled them and she snapped, come with me to the castle. He glanced at the man beside him, stunned. With a scowl on his face, he knocked it down. But after all that, he still gave in. Moments later, the servants shoved him into the castle hall. He stepped inside and begged for forgiveness. Then she called him over, greeted him with warmth, and declared that she was the queen of this land, Chakabatuni Shaltol. He bowed low and declared it was a massive honor for him too. She stepped up and said she'd represent his kingdom and make it to the dinner party, like it was mission time. They were thrilled about it too, and she begged to let her. Duke Dragon and his Dar would need her to step in and introduce the others. He stared at his daughter, eyes locked on hers, and then he spoke, saying that he recognized her, Her Excellency Teroru. He stared him down and said he was blown away that he even knew about her, like he'd done his homework for real. Then she said, she heard the guard had been downright rude to him, so she marched up and apologized for his sake. Then the MC cut in like, I only came here to. She does all this to stop needless bloodshed and push her into the chaos of the battlefield, even when times are brutal. She deals with troublemakers like they're nothing, not even worth calling enemies. So tell me, where are their big, nasty contradictions hiding? She nodded, then leaned in and asked, oh, what about his way? Yeah, that can't have been easy. No way. He said he had to spend the whole night out in the forest. He hooked up with Gino Toga on the road and rode alongside him from there. They're reeling from what they just heard, and she blurts out that this was the last thing anyone could have expected. He said it was during their chat in the forest, and then he heard the truth about how he got. Drogon snapped that they had no choice, so they were forced to abandon Toga's house. His house, he insisted it was the only way to make sure things stayed under control, and that it didn't touch him, even though word was going around that he'd gone missing. Yuri told them he was rushing to Chalta, clutching an intro letter from him, like that would somehow open every door. He said the Howe family would take him in, and I swear, the moment he told me that, it sounded absolutely amazing. He was thrilled he'd still be part of it, even if everything went down in a whole new kingdom, with fresh food on the table. Eat before it turns cold. He dove into his dish, then froze when the Duke stared at him, and he blurted, is something wrong? Something felt off, and he said nothing. Yet just staring at him dragged his mind straight back to that dinner he once shared with Lord Goku. 14 years ago, they collided at a bow and arrow competition, and when they ran into each other again, they were already parents. He told her that the man who couldn't protect his wife and their unborn child, he didn't deserve a country, and tell me, Did that court really have the nerve to do something like that? And just like that, they crushed a good man. He stared at him, realizing he never even knew they had motives like that. Because his uncle once battled at the front lines, the king, Gino, Sham, and he finally got 10 years where peace wasn't a dream. It was real, so he should have thanked him with everything he had. Dragon said, by the way, and the moment Goku first laid eyes on Teru, he went, you all look the same. Then he added, and you've got a cousin too, right? I think she's the protagonist, the guy said. Sham. Then he paused, like he'd heard it before, even if he couldn't quite remember how. I heard about it, and yeah, they were nothing alike. He even said that somehow, he and his cousin managed to stay careful and live it out without messing up. They lived carefree thanks to their uncle, and it looked like he'd finally find peace, when Chakoba said his words soothed her the moment they were spoken. So ditch these heavy, heartbreaking talks, and dig into the meal like you mean it. At the same time, Sham was out in the field, just staring at the horizon like it held the answers. He stared up at the sky and let the past crash back into his mind. As she sat up on the rooftop with Goku, she called Dad and asked if he was leaving again. Then he nodded and admitted he had to disappear for a long. She sat there for a long time, then asked him if he'd go past that star. He laughed like it was ridiculous, flat out denied it, and still promised he'd go way, way closer. She stared at him, heart pounding, and asked, so, will you be back soon? Then he leaned in and promised, even when I'm not here, I'll always be with you. With her right there, Lily finally burst up to her and said, she shrugged and admitted she was daydreaming again, because if she keeps sitting there with that mouth hanging open, a fly's gonna dive right in. She said, if you crunch the odds of something like this, it might actually be fascinating. She dropped her gaze and told her, straight from her brother, that he'd be back today, but her calm voice still couldn't hide the worry in her. He still worried, but he vowed he'd come back safe and sound. Then she spotted an eagle circling nearby, pointed it out, and warned her about it. Sham shot up, sprinted straight at the eagle, and raced up to the MC the instant he touched down. She landed and then blared his name, sprinting in to wrap him up in a massive hug. He blurted her name with wide-eyed shock, and she replied. He admitted he was late, and that threw him off. He'd come back without ever stopping at the hotel, and you could tell he was rushing like crazy. Lily rushed up to them and blurted out that every single day she'd been waiting for him to come back, staring at. He stared up at the sky, welcome home. Then, after a little while, he finally showed up at the workshop where Calf and Harold stood there, and he told them he'd finally gathered They didn't do it today for nothing, because they already know he's marching straight to the battlefield, so he pulled out He handed over a letter and warned, just in case, that he'd leave his will. He'd name his father as the beneficiary, and if he didn't come back, they were to follow the instructions and liquidate the company. He stared, visibly thrown, and admitted that yes, there was a real chance he'd die, and he hated the thought of breaking the oath he'd sworn to Master Esther. He spun toward him, snapped, "You're an idiot," and hammered the point home. Someone like him couldn't even imagine what was coming. And next, they started squabbling with sharp frustration. Then he jammed the letter into his. He slipped it into his inside pocket and warned, "If you two can't get along, I won't leave here peacefully." Trouble was, he still had to run the whole company while he was away. He called Korf and ordered that everything, except anything Harold oversaw, would be handled exactly as he dictated. With perfect discretion, he stepped into a brand new role for the How company, printing the sacred scriptures of the Esau religion. He was planning to sell it across the continent, backed by the clanny, so he went straight to Master Esther, and she set everything up with the local bishop for a transfer. They even pushed people to keep the sacred scriptures at home, but only the rich could cough up handwritten parchment copies. Cheat scriptures printed on that paper. They'll sell like wildfire. Harold asked if someone would translate them into the Watashi school's teacher-only version, and then he snapped, "Won't this get treated as forbidden books?" He nodded, agreed, and admitted the teacher was freaking out about it too. Then the authorized translation of the sacred scriptures of the Shan people caught in the Kasolian faction of the Isis faith get treated like demons, until Esther's translation flips the script and says they're not. If that truth ever gets uncovered, it'll be called heresy and wiped out fast. But even after the ban, if it's smothered for decades, a few copies will survive in the dark. Then one day someone stumbles on it and gets hit with the teacher's words, right in the soul. Teacher's teachings, he pondered it carefully, making it clear the Watashi school wasn't trying to convert anyone publicly, but quietly spreading the faith in secret, and Yuri nodded along. He nodded and said, "I don't care, just make sure it sells." Then he grinned and handed him a mission that mattered, a mission meant to be trusted to him. He wanted him to. He shoved himself onto a brand new ship, and launched straight into the hunt for a whole new continent. He froze in shock and blurted out that earlier in Swarmy, he'd basically said this, if the very existence of the state ever got threatened. He warned that if the danger struck, the royal family would vanish to a safe place fast. Did a place like that even really exist? He nodded, and his mind raced as the shape. The continent's shape mirrored Earth's, so he knew. Some new land had to exist out there beyond the ocean, and he said he fully understood. I finally understood why they were so skeptical. They had no clue if throwing that kind of money at this right now was even worth it. But this mission carried a massive meaning, so big it crushed every benefit and all the legal talk. Losses, there's no way it's for nothing. This time, he refuses to lose, and he's going to push through. He begged them to trust his call, and the moment they smiled back, they basically said, "Yeah, it's gonna work." It was crystal clear, he had to come back alive, no matter what. These guys were seasoned pros, full-on professional sailors, so they'd track him down a brand new continent and handle the rest. Whatever else happens, the protagonist flat out said he's counting on them, and then that was it. He's going to meet his father. Then he tore back to the academy, called Harold, and hit him with one last request. He thrust a tiny note into his hands and told him that right before he was pushing him to go grab what he needed in the Republic of Albio. He stormed out of the workshop in Salboria, and Suzuya shouted his name, right as everything turned tense with a breath of suspense. Wearing a sour, annoyed look, they closed in, and she snapped that now that he'd come back, he should have stopped by to see them first. After forever not seeing each other, he blurted out an apology, and she laughed as she told him she'd just brought Bayan-chan some ginkgo nuts. Then she tilted her head and asked, "You'll swing by to see us, right?" At last he caved in and told her, "I'm literally on my way there." Her eyes lit up, so thrilled she started to say she'd give him the nuts and they would have tea, and then his father would see it too. See him later on, he finally made it home, and right there together with Luke jumped in beside him, started peeling the nuts, and then shot him a quick look. Stared him down with a wary, cautious glance. He snatched the letter, traced the side, and said he said he only heard it from Her Majesty, like always. Always, he just does what he wants without even checking with his parents, right? He said he didn't think it was worth panicking them about. Then he slid the letter. He slid a letter onto the table and told the kid not to stress about his parents, because he didn't mind that he was heading to war. Then he finally gets it. How terrified his mother was the moment she heard. Right, MC nodded, and then he let out a deep sigh and said he had to think about what the parents felt too, because now he was suddenly placing their son's life in someone else's hands. Apologizing, Suzuya stepped up to them and said, "We haven't had dinner as a family in forever, so let's fix that." Then she snapped that talk should have stayed in the office. Luke shot her a quick apology, then as she slid the plates onto the table, she grinned and said they were ginkgo skewers and buns. With salted butter in hand, he nodded, then dove in and started eating. And they practically lit up when he said it was insanely tasty. Then he added that, somehow, sharing dinner together. Crammed into that tiny kitchen together, they got hit with a wave of old memories from the past. Such raw nostalgia hit him hard, he could still remember through his childhood memories. He grinned, pushed back from the table and said, he told everyone he was truly grateful for the treat. And now it was time for him to dive into reading. To get back to the academy, he spun toward them and shouted. He shouted back, swearing right there that he'd be back for sure. They practically lit up hearing that, staring at him like they'd just been given the answer they needed. A month later, Yuri realized the volunteers had narrowed down to around 60, and they'd finally been gathered to form an observation group. They split into a squadron of royal eagles and tore through the sky in perfect formation. Soared through the sky, while a supply squad hauled the goods along with them, too. He loaded the supplies by land and tore off toward the kingdom of Kilhin. Ryo was handed command of the supply squad, because he knew the lands of Kilhin like the back of his hand. And yeah, Dragon Godwin was coming too. They hit the road with roughly 30 volunteers, ready to go all in. Mayara was handed to him as his advisor, while the supply detachment, on top of the supplies Harold asked for, he hauled along some of their luggage too. They were set to meet them at Nika village, the place that was about to explode into something new. The detachment space, just a few days later, the detachment, a squad of royal eagles, led by him and Carol, tore off into the sky, and left too. Sibiak tore out of there, and later they finally slammed into the waypoint, Mashar. They slammed down together, every last one landing in sync. He sprang to the ground, shouted at Stardust, and demanded to know if he was worn out. She dropped down like an eagle, rushed over to him and said, "Told you so, we're right on the waypoint." So he wouldn't get lost. He'd already flown reconnaissance ahead of time for a reason. Anyone could read a map and use a compass. After hours in the air, his body went ice cold, and her lips turned numb too. Her whole face turned blue, and embarrassment hit hard as she quickly blurted, "Everything's fine." "That's okay, nothing went wrong." But her hands started trembling, and he let out a heavy sigh, saying that, "You didn't have to tense up just because the soldiers were right there, since they were only there to take roll. Call him and sprint to the end so you can finally rest. Later, when night finally dropped, every last one of the knights poured into the inn. She rapped on the protagonist's door, told him she was coming in, and praised him for being so thoughtful. While out there, the war was forcing more and more people to flee the village. And yeah, he'd lined up more than just a place to stay. He'd booked servants with supplies too, told them money still had to be kept ready even if they had to run, then paid them a fortune and demanded they do the job right. She told him, "Oh, and that servant's got something to say to you." And before he could even blink, he stumbled into the room, blurted out what he knew and demanded, "Does that bear show up here a lot?" With a worried glance, he said it looked like something had tasted their food, right after they'd put it there to eat. Eagles, meanwhile, the rest were tied up outside, so if a bear came charging in, it could have turned into a total disaster. That's why they want to set a guard, but they're just powerless peasants with no weapons, so can he really spare his spears? He admitted, with a heavy breath, that they couldn't lend their spears, the knightly order's pride, so they'd have to stand there without them. Stangard stared him down, asking if he was really sure about this crazy decision. Then he snatched the case. He checked it, swore everything was fine, and said he'd go too. Then he tossed it over his shoulder, eyes set, and admitted he wanted to. He set out to hunt the bear. Then later, he stepped outside with the other knights. They struck a flame, then spun their heads to scan every direction like something was about to leap out. Carol craved sleep, then he clocked it, and everything kicked off right after, and asked if she was okay. Today, she could finally rely on. She wouldn't give in, flat out refusing to let him sleep in the room. And when he warned her that at the decisive moment, if both commanders are wiped out, they'll turn useless, and that can't happen, not when the guards would. She finally gave in, and just as that happened, right then and there, everything shifted. Then right at that moment, the knights spotted something lurking deep in the forest. Panic hit them hard when a massive bear came charging in. Bursting out of the forest, she warned the others about it, then called MC by name, right as he launched forward with her. She clutched the case and blurted, loud as thunder, that she had to take control of the. Right there, the knights snapped into a line before the bear, and fear hit them so hard their courage started to crack. He got worried because that thing was absolutely massive. He yanked a weapon from its case, snapped it into the air, and roared at the top of his lungs. He told them to clear the path, then stepped forward and grabbed a gun. And he aimed straight at the bear, then he fired, and the shot landed with a sickening hit. The animal's roar hit like thunder, and every knight in the area snapped their hands over their ears. With a shockingly loud roar, they froze. Then they finally saw what was there, and the bear snapped around like it was caught. They whipped around and dashed into the forest, and that move instantly caught their attention. Then he spun around and shouted, "Hey, are there any hunters here?" A hunter and his dog came charging toward him, and he barked that he'd inflicted her. But that brutal injury hit the bear hard. It's barely hanging on, and it won't last much longer. Blood loss was closing in, so do it fast. Put the dog on the trail, gut the carcass, and bring it back. He nodded hard and swung the dog on the trail. The knights, captain strode up to him, boots thundering as if trouble already had his name. He grabbed him and demanded, "Is this a weapon?" Then they remembered, one shot and the bear dropped dead. How in the world did it even work? They pushed him to explain, but the question cut off. "So how does this?" Yuri, looking a little annoyed, agreed, and promised he'd break it all down for them later. For now, they split up and headed their separate ways. Then, after a while, they finally arrived at the recommended evacuation point. Location zone, the village of Nika, and he figured that within a few days the detachment of Royal Eagles, which he's pushing ahead with the idea that once the leaders arrive, this village will become their new base. Then they safely got things connected with the subpoena. Ryu's detachment rolled in by land, and as they swarmed up outside, he grabbed her. He raised a gun and declared, "This is the newest weapon you'll ever get your hands on. Teppo, this deadly tool is what their current enemy, the Kur people, are using, and it was forged by the engineers of the Kurun Empire. Empire's a follower of the Kokoru teachings, so they use lead bullets and gunpowder, and once you light that fuse, the powder doesn't hesitate to burn. Light gunpowder in a closed space, and it'll burst into an explosive inferno, because it ignites and burns fast. They dump the gunpowder and a lead bullet into the barrel, then they cram it down tight and pack it clean with the supplied tool. You load the gunpowder into the breech pan the same way, then you better not burn the trigger, or else the whole thing. Flint snaps to metal, a spark catches the powder, and he pulls the trigger, boom. He snapped off a shot and declared that the lead bullet would fly out, straight into the truth. And they can carve a mortal wound into the target. Then these brand new weapons hit the scene, and the tactics they'd trained for suddenly turned useless. But that didn't mean ancient moves had lost their power. He caught the enemy off guard, slammed in with a surprise strike, seized the high ground, then rained down attacks from above at the ones below. These simple tactics still hit with undeniable power. They're about to start the test firing, and he's pushing everyone to think, what do we do to counter that weapon? So, the officers will line up and take turns training anyone who's ready to learn. The knights started swinging their weapons with full force, and when it all worked, they erupted in cheers. Real leaned in and told the protagonist, "I've got something major to talk to you about." They backed away to a deserted spot, and he went about. He planned to lay low for a bit and make sure, because if he didn't, he'd never know when the battle was actually going to kick off. Didn't mind at all, he just wanted him to come along with him, and he told him, "I get it, I understand what was." If the real princess of Yokoku ever showed up, they'd roll out the red carpet with a huge celebration. And during a war, that kind of welcome spells trouble for the enemy. Miara was born a witch, so if chaos erupted, he snapped that it would be calmer if they left him with the Rube family, then added that the old lord could spill answers too, because there had to be a camp of that family nearby, if he was already there, and everything was about to speed up. He'd talk to the two of them, and they'd be gone the day after tomorrow. He shot him a quick wave before heading out, swearing he'd start prepping right away, then stayed planted in place. She peered into the dark alley, declared royal sword, and snapped that she needed to stop eavesdropping. "Come on," she shoved herself out and kept a sharp watch on. Carol swung her attention to their conversation. She was staying here, and he promised he wouldn't interfere with her, not for 1 second. She finished her work, then did exactly what she wanted, because she said her duties still weren't going to boss her around. He watched him closely too, and honestly, he was sharp for a subordinate, but there was this lingering fear he might turn on the mistress. With a grave look on his face, he understood one thing perfectly. She clung to the royal sword's spirit, so she didn't trust a single soul, except the royal one. Even with the royal family, she probably won't see him as one of us, not when she doubts the general's people can be trusted. He told her she had every right not to trust him, and then he realized, if she didn't, it meant she was questioning the judgment of her. Her Majesty believed in him, trusted him with her whole heart, and when it was time to speak, she said it wasn't her choice who anyone should believe, because her words were meant to lead in her. And when it came time to punish, even she wasn't getting spared. He warned that maybe she'd reconsider if she didn't want to lose her. "If Majesty is a stupid, ignorant fool, then she should listen to me." She spun around, started walking away, and snapped that she was. She was always watching him like a silent shadow, and after a while the MC, along, Real and the others blasted off toward the royal capital, soaring through the sky. Capital of the Reform. At the Rue Bike House camp, where everything changes because it all started there, and it never stopped. It tore across the sky, clearing the castle walls, and slammed down right there. He ran straight to him, shouted his name, and blurted out that he was appalled. He broke the silence, apologized for making him wait. He heard the bombshell. His father was now inside the castle. They rushed into the study where he was, yelled his father's name, and then asked. When they asked if he was free right now, he nearly choked. He was totally shocked. He froze with shock when he spotted his son, then he called out to him fast, "What happened? So tell me, why did he blow in so suddenly?" He said he had to ask him something. Then he introduced him, because this man was their commander, and when the gentleman bowed, he said he was genuinely thrilled to meet him. Kyan told them, "I've heard all about your exploits," and then he nodded like, "All right, sit down," because the people in his office were watching. They jerked up from their seats and announced they'd leave right then, while both of them hurried back down into the chairs. And he casually tells me, "Oh, I'm here with the princess, just watching as an observer." So then what's the real point of this visit? Yuri said he came to figure out when the battle would kick off, because skipping it would be pure foolishness. He admitted he probably had the answer, but then he confessed the one thing that bothered him most. He had no idea why the enemy was acting so strangely for. For some reason, they just kept stalling, like something invisible had their feet nailed to the ground, and he couldn't even figure out what it was. Exactly, so what was he thinking? He reckoned they were cooking up a fresh plan to storm that boulder and crush it for themselves. They smashed themselves against that fortress last time and came up empty, so now they're gearing up with siege weapons, big, slow, and built to take time. He said with a stone-serious look, "We were just thinking the exact same thing. Trust Her Highness, because she didn't hand him that job for nothing. And hey, the thing sitting on his lap wasn't a mistake at all. He placed it in his hands." He shoved the gun he'd brought right into his hands, and the head of the Rube family studied it for a second, then demanded to know what era that weapon belonged to. He told them it was a masterpiece crafted just last year by the people of the kingdom of Frussia. He showed up with it like a royal offering, straight to the palace of Kilhin as a gift. Jean could feel the jitters in his chest like, "He's not gonna let me keep it, right?" Then Jean just shoved it into his hands, no warning. He told him, "Don't lock it up in its case, leave it just the way it is." It was for the war council, and yeah, it had to be better. He'd be better off handing it over right there, inside the council chamber, because His Highness. Without the prince consort there, he still grabbed Rao's attention and told him, "I'll be there too," and the protagonist watched on with a worried look, already bracing for the lesson ahead. Look, he thought a soldier like him, didn't belong anywhere near a council where Ken and the prince consort were sitting. Something was turning dangerously serious, so the two of them hurried after him. He begged for forgiveness, and with a smooth, calm look, he just shrugged it off, because he was the heir. And yeah, he had some personal stuff he had to handle, so everything was finally fine, real relief in the air. So Real thanked him and shot back, "Can I ask one more thing?" He let the silence hang for a second, then spun toward him and said, "I'm fine, everything's fine." But why was everything off? They burst into the hall, and a bunch of men were already seated, staring them down. Then he started to say, and maybe, just maybe, the fate of 2 entire countries would swing on it. At the War Council, Kilhin and Sharda, yeah, and then the story cuts off right there with the F, as if something massive just got interrupted. Their whole people's fate hung by a thread. The Rube family's leader demanded chairs be brought out and set up right away, and told them show up as assistants. He dropped into the chair and they both settled there. 2 chairs, 1 tense moment. MC teased him as romantic, then pressed, "So you really think this meeting will decide the fate of everyone?" So yeah, he turns to him and demands, "What do you mean by that?" He believed their army had no single true boss. If the generals didn't all line up, the plan never got approved, no matter how genius the strategy sounded. After that meeting hit a dead end, they agreed on a bland, mediocre plan. Then he snapped, saying it felt like for him he sat there like a spectator, waiting for the curtain to rise. Then Rial dropped the bomb. They weren't just watching, they were in it. Even if they were just watching, weren't they supposed to step in and do something? He said they couldn't do a thing, just students, not all. Mighty gods, and they had no clue how to stop this crusade. He didn't stand a chance, just pouring sentiment into the tragedy he was about to witness. He wondered if there was even a chance to change things, what would he do? But yeah, it was only a hypothetical question. With a face like stone, he said that the question was so totally Carol, and you couldn't just force. Every general was ordered to hand over the military power, no excuses, any means necessary, before the war even started. Whatever plan he dreamed up would never work, and the observers staying detached couldn't bend the war's path an inch. War, no matter how much you preach empty theory, it goes nowhere, and he agreed. And then you. And Yuri couldn't shake the feeling that Kilhin was staring back with a razor-cold gaze. But after he got promoted to detachment commander, his thoughts. Dragon burst into the hall, then locked his gaze on him. Locked eyes with them, and they both dipped their heads to greet him. Then he snapped into position and announced that the War Council was about to begin. Coxlecki warned, "If we're not going to repeat that same blunder, we move every cavalryman together, every mount as one hard-hitting unit. If everyone charges in alone, we're giving the enemy an easy win." Otagadze slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Why should we give up our cavalry? Because if they got stuck under some green, inexperienced general, they'd never even manage a tenth of what they're truly capable of. And that crushing loss, it wasn't just luck, it came from the army's morale collapsing, draining every ounce of strength. Strength depends on it, so he fires up the soldiers, because they've got an impregnable great fortune backing them. Fortress of Verdun, now breathe easy. You don't need to worry about anything extra." Dragon spotted Keen shooting his hand up and immediately asked if he had an opinion. He shot to his feet and strode right up to the antagonist stepped in and straight up asked if he could borrow it for a bit. And then, right in front of them, he whipped out the gun and told them to look at it. "This is the newest gun the enemy is packing. One of Horfei's people just brought it out." The family who happened to be there snapped it up from the Kura people's country. Compared to what the enemy hauled off in the last fight, this thing has evolved hard, lighter in weight, deadlier in firepower, and cutting into the air right from the start. A single shot against an enemy armed with tech like that, growing stronger every day, how can anyone possibly stop it? How dare they say Verdun will be invincible forever? Yeah, and that's beside the point. Does he seriously think the warriors will get fired up under General, who brings 0 plans, 0 strats, and just does nothing? Otter shoved in close, called him out and warned, "I don't see a single path to snatch this fortune." He calmly told them to track down the Hao family's representative next. Family who was present. At his age, he knows more about the Kea people than anyone alive, he learned. He cracked their language, then stormed across the sea and traded goods with them. Then Dragon waved him over and demanded, straight up, to hear what he thought. With worry written all over his face, the MC insisted that even if they claimed it, all he'd ever seen of Verdun was a towering fortress in a painting. Keen shrugged it off, saying it didn't matter. He just wanted to say what he thought. Then he realized Father Rairo was demanding the impossible from him, and panic hit as he forced himself. He snapped himself together, stood up, introduced himself, and claimed it was just a gap. If he ever charged into Verdun, that main gate would snap under the force. Gate, this massive fortress wasn't always noble. It started as a steep, man-made quarry, before they carved it into something built to stand against anything. Crumbling rocky walls that couldn't be destroyed, towering high ramparts, an impregnable fortress, plus the only path leading straight to the main gate. That gate doubles as the entrance and exit. It's built on a steep slope, just so a battering ram can slam through it. Dragon leaned in, curiosity blazing, and demanded to know how he planned to smash their way out, because right now, he couldn't reach them at all. He swore he'd blow it sky high with gunpowder. Yeah, it'd burn a fortune, but they could forge a bronze cannon right there on the spot, or go for something nastier, cram the gate with a big explosive charge packed with gunpowder and blow it sky high, so if it's wooden and braced with iron, it still won't hold up once they detonate it. Kyan paused, looked him straight in the eye, and said the enemy would unleash a weapon like that, so it felt like the only move that made sense. Ota snapped, furious, that they had no right to decide for everyone, because it was never guaranteed the enemy would even pull off something like that. He stared at that weapon, and asked if he was really planning to pray the enemy wouldn't pull something like that. That wasn't what a military leader was supposed to do. This job demanded you stay ready for every twist and turn, so he spun around and shouted Yuri. And he admitted he wanted to ask him one thing. In his eyes, how should this war be fought? Then he shut his. His eyes locked on him and he thought, even if he was asking for his opinion, he'd still. From now on, she'll take his info. Then suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and challenged anyone who dared to speak up, promising he'd dodge a straight-up showdown in the sky and bait the enemy surged into the forest, because their real power isn't skill, it's sheer firepower, guns stacked in numbers, but they only get to flex that advantage on open ground where the sightlines are clear. Step into a dense forest and every tight tree line chops up their line of fire, leaving those rifles stuck and useless. Be ineffective? No way. Our side is tighter, more disciplined than the enemy, and the eagles let them relay orders while they fight through the forest with an edge. He argues they should hold back only a small force at Verdun, then push into the woods and wait out winter. Ota, chin up like he owned the place, shot back. What are you even talking about? Right as his sentence about the proposal to flee, Cox snapped and called him over, saying he'd been way too harsh on the Howe family's representative, so both of them turned. Drogon spun around and blurted out what Lord Kyan had said, like it was burning on his tongue. Said, and it's gotta be every option on the table. Because if you miss even one, the war can't be won and the lords take matters, so listen up, the protagonist. He bowed and told them they could chalk it up to a young man's delirium. If they did, they'd walk away, because he was done and he'd refuse. He grabbed a bow to his highness and told him straight up, I brought this gun as a tribute, now grant it to me. To get it accepted, he waited exactly a week, then he shot forward like he was flying. He rode through the sky on an eagle, packed in with a whole swarm of cavalry. He stared down at the camp below, and the thought hit him hard. Turns out they'd stumbled straight into the enemy camp, because the scouts were casing the area right before the war erupted. The war erupted, yet the moment they appeared, sheer royalty radiated off them like a crown was burning in their presence. Killing intent crackled in the air, and up that high, there was no way bullets could ever land. Storming toward them, he raced to the camp packed with tens of thousands. Their numbers were absolutely massive, far bigger than anything their side could match. He snapped the flag up high, and right as it fluttered, he couldn't stop himself from thinking, today they'd shove this done, then head back over the past few days with the troops. Troops scattered across the battlefield, finally regrouped in scattered pockets, pulling together as one. The war was already creeping up on them, and only a few days later, it all erupted. Years later, he and Myro were slamming back liquor like it was the last drink on earth. He dumped the liquid straight from the barrel into bottles. The girl burst into the room and shot out a quick warning. She was coming in. But then she caught a foul stench, and without thinking, she snapped her hand over her nose. She shot her hand up, then raced to the window just to gulp in some fresh air. He spun around and shouted, "Whoa, what is that smell? Why were they here, of all places?" He spun toward her, blurted an apology, and said it was the mineral oil smell, and then he cut himself off. Purified only the flammable fraction, light oil from crude, then poured it into bottles to forge. She stared at it, then snapped, why would he do something like that? And he told her the same thing. The military drills have been brutal, and it's been going on non-stop. Lately, a message also slid in from the Rube family. War is about to ignite any moment now, and they can't fix everything, but they'll still help, just enough. Once the war kicks off, he figures out the enemy camp will already be battered, so he launches the wild plan, drop this from the sky and smash the enemy's supplies. She grabbed one bottle and swore that fighting without food is a lost cause, no way around it. Then he nodded and promised he'd split off a detachment of about 5 Eagle Riders to hit the operation. He'll be gone for a few minutes, then she and Ryro will rush back while he's away. She gave the order a sharp nod, then said, "Don't worry, leave it with us. You can go." He barged into their room and blurted that it was just convenient, somehow all 3 of them being there. And just like that, the message landed. His father reached out, right out of nowhere. "The war's countdown starts tomorrow, mark it because it's happening soon. Later, right here, the MC stormed in and came face to face with his eagle, doused him with water and shoved a chunk of meat into his hands. He finally met him, locked eyes, and told him straight up, tomorrow there'll be a meeting. A decisive battle is coming. He has to make his move, no hesitation. He had to eat up and soak in strength, then he clocked it. The eagle was watching him. He stared at him and blurted, "What happened?" Then his weird behavior finally snapped into view. He found it weird, because he usually dug in and ate right away. He slumped his head against it, and couldn't help but wonder, was Stardust really right? Caressing him, so rare it felt unreal. Then panic slammed into him like a tidal wave. Carol stormed up to them, and demanded to know what on earth was going on. He spun toward her just as the eagle swooped in, and started to gently caress his body. She stormed up to them, and told them he could feel the tension building before tomorrow's fight. Then Blue Storm did the exact same thing. He figured this was the real deal, war was coming, and honestly, it felt only natural. To worry, the eagles started tearing into it, and she blurted out that it looked like the storm inside him finally passed. So he agreed, grabbed his phone, called her, and told her exactly what he'd warned her about. During the operation, he'd split the plan into parts, because he fully trusted her to lead the main forces, but he made one thing crystal clear. She wasn't allowed to step into any kind of dangerous action. She leaned in toward him and snapped, asking if he thought she was stupid, because he had no right to treat her like some helpless child, and she would make sure he understood that. Hold that altitude, stay steady and don't drop. It's simple. He swallowed his pride, apologized, and admitted this was her very first real fight. He just needed her to face everything with a calm head. She told him not to stress. She's got command of the main forces, so he just needs to lock in on his part. He took a deep breath, nodded in agreement, and told them it would. Tomorrow he was counting on them, like everything rode on it. The next day, Yuri and the riders tore across the sky on their eagles, scanning the landscape below like they were hunting answers. Over the battlefield, high above it all, both sides charged forward and closed the distance, until they're right across from each other, and slammed into them, swinging their weapons like a storm. He yanked his mask down and stared at this gigantic sight, thinking, so this is really enormous. A massive army looms, everyone at each other's throats, hacking and killing with pure hatred, and it's absolutely terrifying. Battlefield, when Ryo stepped into the war council, he tossed out a sharp idea. Maybe the observation squad could finally strike back too. He shut it down back then, but now he finally gets what those feelings really are. Too late if this army strikes and his family or comrades get killed. He wants to make it happen, so he grabs the flag, starts waving it hard and figures they can. They're finally cleared to kick off the operation. He flicked open a lighter, and suddenly the whole nightmare from earlier came roaring back. Carol shoved it into his hands and demanded, so what is this? He swore it was a fire-starting tool, and Lily made it with her own hands. And somehow it was made just for him, because there was only one, and he had to strike the fuse on that incendiary. He hurls it, and the moment it bursts into flames, the other soldiers scramble and start flinging bottles like they're lighting the battlefield on fire. And the flames would roar out. This was the only way to wipe out the enemy's supplies. She stared at them, stunned, like they just appeared out of nowhere. He looked stunned and blurted out that he always managed to come up with something. Shot back a plan, and right now he's about. He struck the fire to life, flicked the lighter to the fuse and shouted, "Start." Stardust grabbed the moment and told them to push even farther, because that was the whole point of their mission. That tent, he stared at the riders streaking through the air nearby, and he gave her. They flashed a thumbs up, and right after, they all launched down like rockets. They huddled close and locked eyes on that tent like it might explode. They started to lift off the moment they skimmed along the ground, just close enough to feel the air change. He snapped the rope and sent the bottles tumbling free, and he slung it down hard, wham. They crashed onto the ground and the fight cut off mid-scream. The flames suddenly roared and raced across a massive stretch of land. Of the enemy camp, then he stared at it, caught in the moment and ready for whatever came next. And he realized the gunpowder had finally caught fire. And civilians were getting hit too, then. This is war, so he had to do it, or there'd be no way he could protect his comrades. Not a single squad member was lost, and the whole operation hit a clean win. They need to kick it up and link with the main squad right away for the observation squad. It was a pain in the neck doing all that extra work until it rained down that kind of damage. At least it helped a little, like, even a tiny bit. Nobody knows how this fight will wrap up, but one thing is crystal clear. We have to confirm it. Lock it in and make sure everyone hauls back to Chalta now, without hesitation. He was bleeding out losses when he noticed the night's eagles started flying in a way that felt completely wrong. Feathers were exploding through the air everywhere, and he couldn't help but wonder. He couldn't stop wondering what the heck was happening there. He's completely stunned when he finally spots his opponent, and it just keeps getting worse because 1. He couldn't stop asking why a dragon showed up here, then snapped his head around to search the area. Hovering around with a worried look, they thought that they were coming for Carol, so he blasted through the air, flying straight. He lunged toward them, stunned. This had totally caught him off guard. Turns out the enemy had already set up their trap. Countermeasures against the royal eagles, because those other eagles aren't just standing around either. Also protecting her, and now they're completely wiped out, so they don't even. He doesn't even get a second to think. He rockets up even higher, snatched the spear, stared down the dragon, and shouted the command. Stardust kicks in, and he takes off like he's about to soar there. He tore toward the dragon, and his eagles slammed in like lightning. Struck with its claws, right then, he slammed his thrust forward, refusing to give it an inch. The spear slips between the dragon's razor-sharp scales, and with a bone-jarring kick, it drove straight deeper, driving the dragon to scream in pure, brutal agony. He figured it was a good thing. The spear plunged straight into the internal organs. Those wounds were so brutal that even a dragon wouldn't stand a chance and would have to fail. The whole world tilted into a free fall. Then, out of nowhere, this monster snapped into action and drove his momentum to a brutal stop. He spun around and drove a brutal slap into his eagle's wing. Carol whip around, right now, look at what's behind it with its tail, and shouted at him so loud, it almost shook the air right in his face. A worried voice trembled out of his mouth. Then, right at that instant, the dragon shot up into the sky. It shot up to her with its mouth gaping wide, and Stardust started spilling down, and he swore it had snapped his wings. This was a total disaster. They weren't coming back from this, not in a million years, and he snapped his gaze to the side. And in the same breath, he realized the blue storm had finally been crushed too. Defeated, he swore it was over. Then his mind snapped back to everyone. He went to every person he knew and begged for their forgiveness, one desperate plea at a time. Moments later, it hit him. His senses snapped back, and he finally started to come around. He inhaled the raw scent of the earth, and couldn't stop wondering was he really alive, or did something go horribly wrong? What the hell happened? Thanks to the belt strapped around his waist, he didn't get tossed back. He yanked the belt loose, and the moment he did, he crumpled to the ground, felt a sharp twinge in his lower back, and then his body finally obeyed. He shot upright, then staring in horror, he saw his eagle writhing in pain. He was sure both wings were wrecked. His fingers and claws had been smashed to pieces. If he was okay, then that's when the whole story begins. Stardust snapped into action, turning itself into a shield just in time to save him. With him in that state, there was no way to. I had to save him, yet somehow he was still breathing. Breathing ragged and pain screaming in his chest, he yanked out his dagger and realized this was it. Everything that happened to him, everything he had left to do. And that's when it hit him. This mess was his fault, and at the very least, he had to put him out of it. He clawed his way out of that pain, then slid down into the seat right beside the head of the eagle-headed man stared back at him with cold, piercing eyes and begged for forgiveness. Before he could strike, he drove a dagger straight into the man's neck. Dagger shoved in close, then he wrapped his arms around him like it was all that mattered, snatched a single feather from him and said, he rushed to apologize for not being able to. If he could bury him, he would take proof of his life with him, because he was absolutely amazing. So yeah, she was genuinely grateful to him for everything. And for the first time in ages, she finally fell asleep in peace. Peace settled in for a second. Then he remembered he still had things to do. He shrugged off some of his gear, then kicked his plan into motion, right as the next chapter began. Hurried up the tree, even as the harsh danger closed in around him. A wave of brutal pain crashed through his body all at once. Rial soared over the forest canopy, blasting his whistle through the air. His whistle tore through the air, and he couldn't stop hoping he'd answer. When C whistled back, it hit him in the ears, and he couldn't stop himself from wondering, did it just mean? If he was okay, he stared him down, whistled loud, to demand where Carol was right now, and he immediately clocked that. He snapped the flag up high, convinced another squad had already found her. She's about 300 meters from here, close enough that you could almost reach her in a sprint. Howling through the air, the whistle screamed that they'd hit the limit of their physical strength. When he heard that, a wild thought hit him. There was no way the Royal Eagle could land. Touch down, but there's no open space to land in. He whistled like he'd totally got it, then bolted straight off to help. He leapt in close, then swung in a spear like it was a bat. He shoved the bag into his hands and barked that he had to take it, because the war was already over. He tore off with his squad, and as he watched it all unfold, he realized the Allied forces had been crushed. He wants them to win, there's no point in overthinking it. I can't stop thinking about it. First thing on my mind is proving Carol is still alive. Then he pushed into the forest, disappearing among the trees with. He drove the spear forward, then winced as pain stabbed his back. He snatched a look at the compass, and he insisted the spot he pointed to was right around here. Yuri burst into action at a thunderous roar hidden in the cover, and her mind raced with questions. Was it some wild beast stalking in the dark? So yeah, right now, with everything like this, he's completely unsure about what happens next. He stared out, drenched in the glow of victory, and his mind immediately snapped to Carol, thinking, how? Could be in real danger now. He snapped his head around, scanning the whole place. He circled around, staring hard, trying to figure out if this was the very dragon they'd run into before. And if it was mortally wounded, he still clocked how her eyes looked like an eagle. An eagle stared in disbelief, convinced it was somehow stuck. Then panic hit him, because he knew something was terribly wrong. And he still couldn't spot her from here, if she was even in the same spot. She was so tangled up in that stardust haze that it felt like nothing at all could reach her. Not even hope could still be done, and she's still alive. So tell me, is he really going to get forced into it? He was forced to end her life with his own hands. After all that, he showed up just to confirm she was truly okay, ready to take her. He grabbed her with him, no time to overthink. Then he snapped to it. Someone was shouting nearby, so he rushed in, burst out of hiding, and swore it wasn't the Kea language. A strange language spilled into the air, one he'd never heard before, so he pushed forward, step after step, and then Carol was there, damp blade pressed to her throat. And a man stood there with a sword aimed straight at her, screaming at the top of his lungs to get there. They grabbed the enemy's focus. Then the moment the enemy turned back, he hurled his spear and it slammed straight through him, lanced through his shoulder. The antagonist lunged in out of nowhere, surged right up to him, and yanked him with a grip that crushed the moment, snatch the spear and slam it into his head, using your hand to drive the blow. He yanked his spear free, then swung hard and slammed his leg with a sharp strike. He drove the spear in, thrusting it straight into his arm. Right after that, he snapped his foot forward and drove his kick straight into the enemy's head. His head dropped and the whole fight just stopped. He no longer moved. He spun back, shouted for her, and demanded to know if she's okay, then calm down fast and maybe pull the dagger away from her throat. She agreed in a shaky, terrified voice, and the words that came out sounded like, how? But she couldn't move her arms at all. He strode up to her, snatched her hands in his, and told her to cool, right now. Hey, calm down, take slow, deep breaths, and let it out one steady time. She followed his command, then looked him in the face and insisted she was totally fine.